my goodness. Oh my goodness. So strong. Oh wow. Look how strong. I don't know why, like, YouTube's been doing this for a while. Fucking me on the fucking bitrate thing. Hey, what's up? My goodness. Oh wow. So powerful. This random goat is just screaming. Oh. Goats are weird. Very
I love
silly.
watching
And we're down.
Oh, jeez. Yes, put shitty music on your video. That tire's going a really long distance.
Happening now in Altadena, incredible video here. You're looking at a large bear somehow squeezing itself into and out of a tiny crawl space under a home. A homeowner facing a serious problem today, saying the stubborn animal won't leave. Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell live in Altadena with more on the video and what is being done today, Josh.
And Mark, the bear right now is underneath that home behind me. How do I know that? Well, throughout the day we've had looky-loos, all sorts of people come by here trying to get close, and that is when from our vantage point here we've heard a loud roar. That's when those folks have been coming, running right back towards us. Crawl spaces under homes can be tight, even for a bear. But this now famous Altadena bear has made the narrow space under Ken Johnson's home a den for the winter.
I think the longer he's there, the more comfortable he's going to be, and the this won't end.
The bear is famous in this neighborhood along Altadena Drive below the San Gabriel Mountains because it's been spotted almost every week for over 6 months. Some residents believe the Eden fire destroyed its home, which is why it now roams their neighborhood looking for shelter and food.
Our neighbors had a bear, and I hear now there's one across the street, and it's in the mountains, and we burned, so.
Yeah, how are bears not friend if they're so friend-shaped? What am I eating? It's like a potato stew. It's a mix of potatoes, corn, and chickpeas, and some broccoli. And I also have some Beyond sausage in it.
So they had to go somewhere. They had no place to live. Where are they going to go? And nice, dark basements, perfect place.
But the size of this particular bear who is tagged concerns Johnson, who is working on a plan to draw the bear out of the crawl space, then block the entrance with sandbags.
It's terrifying. I have to stop shaking when moments ago. I'm starting to get used to it, but it sounds like a dragon.
Wow, this guy's a little pussy.
It's coming around, and I think it's just a matter of time something's going to happen. If they're that bold to get under the house,
situation will
He just wants a nice cozy spot to relax. Oh my god, he's so big.
determine the next steps, which could include capturing the bear and transporting it back up to the mountains.
Keep your distance.
Bears are pretty funny.
The former teacher who used AI to create child sexual abuse material of real kids, including students at the school, has just been hit with his sentence, and it is something. We are updating you on the latest on this case out of Florida and what message this sentence sends and whether this is the start of more sick cases to come. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, real quick before we jump into this any further, the reason we can do a deep dive into this kind of story is because a former adult
This one
film
sounds
star
crazy. OnlyFans model turned killer. Maybe watch that
of the
one
support
later.
that we get from our sponsor, Upside. Now, this is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas for a lot of different crimes here on Sidebar, right? But wait until you hear what the sentence was for this very unusual, very disturbing, and I hate to say it, maybe start of what we may see more of in the future. I don't want to say it, I hate to say it, but this is the reality that we're living in now. I am talking about the former Central Florida elementary school teacher who was officially sentenced for using AI, artificial intelligence, to create sexually explicit material of real children. This is a new day and age. This couldn't have happened 5 years ago, 10 years ago. This is a new reality. And maybe when I tell you what this sentence is, it will hopefully deter anyone from doing something like this in the future. We're talking about David McEwen. We've spoken about him before here on Sidebar. Let's actually go back to the summer. That is when Florida Attorney General James Othmeier's Office of Statewide Prosecution charged McEwen with 1 count of aggravated possession of child pornography, 18 counts of possession of child pornography, and 6 counts of sexual conduct with an animal. Yeah. So this investigation began on June 2nd, 2025, after the Holly Hill Police Department got a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. This is an amazing organization, by the way, because they alert law enforcement when there are reports of not only children who disappear, but also sexual exploitation of children on the internet in particular. Now, McEwen was arrested by the Holly Hill Police Department. He was a 6th grade teacher at UBIC Academy in Holly Hill, that is United Brethren in Christ. They get word that this teacher was using AI technology to create child sexual abuse material involving actual real children, including those who even attended the school where he taught, UBIC Academy. Let me read directly from the AG office's release at the time. Quote, initial search warrants revealed that McEwen was disseminating, downloading, and communicating with users on Discord, a popular group chat service, during school hours and while connected to the UBIC Academy Wi-Fi. During these exchanges,
Dodo donated $2.
Did you know that a lot of Turkish dishes just happen to be vegan? I traveled through Turkey to learn about the traditional plant-based dishes, and here's what I found. I've seen how a fragrant mix of spiced bulgur and walnuts is turned into the famous çiğ köfte. How beans are slow cooked in a fiery broth for the country's national dish called kuru fasulye. And how sweet pumpkin is paired with tahini and walnuts for an incredible dessert. I learned about an entire category of Turkish cuisine that revolves almost entirely around olive oil and vegetables. From there you get dishes like stuffed aubergines, onions, vine leaves and courgette flowers. Or slow-cooked stews made with wild herbs and green tomatoes, as well as greens and pumpkin roasted to perfection. Then there's a rich baking culture. All across Turkey you'll find these iconic sesame rings. In Izmir there are flaky oil-based pastries like boyos. And wherever you go, spinach and potato stuffed gözleme cooked over a rounded griddle are never far away. I also loved that you could walk into shops dedicated entirely to pickles, or that you can stop for a fermented drink made from millet that is topped with roasted chickpeas. And finally, there are a ton of sweets, like Turkish marzipan with its many different flavors, donut-like pastries called lokma, and possibly the oldest dessert in the world, known as ashure.
Apparently Turkey is not great to travel to if you're like a tourist. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Judge in the Netherlands handed the migrant killer of a little girl 120 hours community service as punishment. What?
Based on the foregoing and considering the penalties usually imposed for similar cases, the court is of the opinion that Verbarkten should be given an unconditional community service for the duration of 120 hours sub judice per data hecticus.
Yeah, you know, all these gay European countries who let this shit happen, they're just opening up the door for these far right-wing parties that are like actual Nazis and fascists to end up winning an election. Like, look at what happened in Germany. That crazy far-right party that Elon Musk was backing. They came fairly close to winning, considering they're like some crazy right-wing Nazi fringe party. So it's bound to happen eventually if they keep letting that shit happen.
Nicholas II decides to send his Baltic fleet all the way around to come and relieve the siege at Port Arthur. Okay, what's the problem with that plan? Well, that's the problem with that plan. It's a long way to go. There is no air conditioning for the sailors, right? They come from northern climes. By the time they arrive, they're mutinous. Their ships are covered with barnacles, which means they don't move very fast. Well, if you think about Britain will do these worldwide adventures, but they had a complete basing system across the globe so that their ships had coaling stations. They could refit, put more water on, give people some R&R time. And also the British were very careful to fight on their own terms whenever possible. You don't want to fight on the enemy's terms. Well, guess what? You're going to be fighting right next to Japan barnacled ships and mutinous crews. That's not going to go well for you. And Port Arthur falls while this expedition is taking place. So then the purpose of the expedition is no longer there. They should have taken a U-turn and go home, but no, they're going to keep on going. So there is only one other possible location for them, which is a far inferior base up at Vladivostok. So the Japanese know there are 3 ways to get to Vladivostok if you're coming up from the south. The short way is to go through the Tsushima Strait, which is what the Russians take. And guess what? They have a welcoming party there of all these newly refitted Japanese ships that know exactly what they're up to. And the Battle of Tsushima is one of the most lopsided naval battles in human history. The Japanese just either sink or commandeer basically the entire fleet, proving the Russians had no idea of how to do naval strategy.
Russians don't know how to do anything, really. They are infiltrated by Russia, by the way, the German party, man. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. That would make sense. Did you hear about the lady that got arrested for calling her attacker a faggot and never arrested the migrant? Yeah, I heard about that one. Yeah, they didn't give the rapist any jail time, and then they gave the woman jail time. It's fucking crazy.
Nicholas.
Like, dude.
Jeffrey looks
I'm glad I don't live in Europe.
at the McDonald's job application. Minimum 7 years experience? What the hell? He's struggling financially. He's going
McDonald's does not require 7 years job experience.
to have to do something. And so Jeffrey's parents convince him to go to university. He works hard, he studies, he stays away from the girls, he's focused on getting his degree. Finally, I have it! Now he goes back to applying for jobs on Indeed, but he realizes the degree didn't make any difference. He's still hardly getting any responses. So what was the point in the last 3 years of my life? Not only the 3 years, Jeffrey, but also the mounting debt. You should have been like Adonis. Adonis and his wife Anastasia did something very different for their children. Instead of pushing them down the outdated BS schooling system, they let their children discover their own curiosities. One of their children pursued sports and became a pro athlete. They didn't force him to get good grades in school, but they pushed him hard for his...
What in the mother of a fuck? Like, this is so stupid already.
His training. Their little girl was academic. She actually wanted to study hard.
He's claiming there's no point in going to school, and then shows that you should go to school. Okay.
And to learn all about the body, and when she wanted to become a doctor and needed a degree for it, her parents supported her because she needed the degree. And then their youngest boy, just like Adonis himself, wanted to become an entrepreneur, and he became the most successful. I never did well in...
Yeah, right. That is cringe. Man has life saved by Grok, ruptured appendix. Oh, there we go. Yes, there we go. Went to the ER once, doctor pressed my belly, said it was soft, gave me acid blocker, sent me home. Yes, of course. That's what they do. Pain never dropped below an 8 out of 10. Talk to Grok. Perforated ulcer or atypical appendicitis. Copied the symptoms and the reasoning, walked back to the ER, told them this is what I'm experiencing. Appendix was inflamed, close to rupturing. I've literally been telling people this. You're better off like going on Google or asking an AI than going to the doctor, because they're just gonna send you home. Oh, it hurts. Here's a Robitussin. Go home. Like, that's literally always what they do. Oh my god, that's hilarious. It's fucking retarded.
This is...
Dude, like, there's literally no point to seeing a doctor. Like, just talk to an AI. Like, that's it.
It's everything I ate at Yochi as a vegan. The queues were always crazy long since it opened, but I finally got the chance to try it. They have 3 vegan flavors, acai, chocolate, and coconut. I got the acai one. They had so many fruits for toppings. I went with the fresh strawberries because I wanted to keep it simple. They also had fruit compotes and a variety of fun toppings. Some were vegan, some were not. I think the most intriguing for me was the vegan chocolate chip cookie dough. Disclaimer, this was so good. I will definitely get this again. I also drizzled a generous amount of Biscoff spread because why not? She's thick and luscious. My Yochi cup cost about $8, which was expensive, but honestly, I don't think I can find desserts or acai under that price range either. Next time I think I'm gonna try the chocolate one. And
alright. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sedow, donate $2. VG, don't start taking red yeast rice. It can cause ED. Look it up. Also, you once recommended That new vegan supplement, EPA, DHA, why do you think it's necessary? Those are essential fats, so... It's not exactly necessary, it's not like you're gonna die, but they are essential fats. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Red yeast rice extract also doesn't cause ED. But thanks for the donation, dude.
He shared 19 images of CSAM, this is child sexual abuse material, and 9 images of himself engaging in sexual acts with the family pet. We're talking a whole other level here, folks. And the digital trail back to him was devastating, clearly. In fact, according to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, back on June 20th, they released a statement explaining how both the Holly Hill Police Department and agents from FDLE's Orlando Cybercrime Task Force, quote, served a search warrant at McEwen's residence. FDLE provided use of electronic storage device K9 Ruby during the search of McEwen's residence. K9 Ruby assisted in locating several devices within the residence, which were seized for forensic analysis. HHPD officers served a second search warrant at UBIC Academy, where additional electronic devices were seized. Now, unsurprisingly, UBIC fired him, released a statement to the school community that the administration was, quote, shocked and deeply grieved by the serious allegations of misconduct against him. In fact, the school announced it was closing for the rest of the year after all this came out. And something that the FDLE noted was that this was all happening in the wake of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signing into effect Brooks Law. Florida has taken a very aggressive stance against this. Now, when it comes to Brooks Law, as described by the Florida Senate, quote, the bill revises provisions of Florida's deepfake law to require covered platforms, such as websites and online services, to remove altered sexual depictions and copies of such depictions from their platform upon request of the victim. The bill requires such platforms to establish a process for persons to notify them of deepfake depictions and request their removal. The bill requires the platforms to remove such content within 48 hours of receiving a request, provides liability protections for platforms that act in good faith, establishes penalties for failure to comply, and makes such failures a violation of the Florida Deceptive and Unfair Trade Practices Act. The bill provides an exception for certain information or telecommunication services and certain online services that do not primarily consist of user-generated content. Now, at the time of McEwen's arrest, AG James Uthmeyer said in a statement, quote, as a teacher, parents trusted Mr. McEwen to impart knowledge to their children. Instead, he spent parts of the school day sending and receiving child sexual abuse material and providing other pedophiles with UBIC Academy students' personal information. What he did is beyond betrayal. It is devastating and sick. Our Office of Statewide Prosecution will aggressively pursue justice for these children and their parents. This all brings us to what just happened. This is the update. So McEwen ended up pleading no contest on all the charges. Accepting conviction, doesn't really admit guilt, but accepts conviction. He enters an open plea, meaning the judge is going to decide the sentence here. He's adjudicated guilty on all the counts. Can't say I'm that surprised considering the digital trail leading right back to him. I think it's a fair estimation that if he took it to trial, if he took it in front of a jury, he would have been found guilty. But what is his sentence? What is his sentence for all of this? So you have the CSAM and you have his conduct with an animal. What was his sentence? 135 years in prison. Let me say that again. 135 years in prison. That's what was handed down by Circuit Judge A. Christian Miller. And Judge Miller designated McEwen.
That guy probably was not expecting that sentence, but yeah, good. Keep him locked up.
A sexual offender, also ordered that he not be allowed any animals. All of this once his 135-year sentence is complete, although I gotta say, I don't think McEwen has to worry about any of that because, by all accounts, he's gonna die in prison. Now, the Attorney General said this, quote, the abuse and trauma this predator inflicted is sick, and he deserves every moment of this sentence. We will always seek the longest sentence possible for anyone who harms innocent children or defenseless animals. Thanks to Senior Assistant Statewide Prosecutor Emily Frazier and the Holly Hill Police Department, this criminal has been brought to justice and will not be allowed to harm another child or animal again. Talk about sending a message? Okay, now here's the question. Is this going to stop people in the future? The conversation doesn't end here, because with this sentence, I want to know, is this just the start? Will we see more of this? What effect does this case have? And by the way, could this guy ever get out? Let me bring on Dave Arenberg, former Palm Beach County State Attorney, friend of the show, friend of mine. Dave, good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time. Before we get started, you're like in a million different things right now, but it's your Substack that you recently launched that is getting a lot of attention. And tell everybody where they can find you and what you're putting up on Substack before we get into this.
Jesse, thank you, brother. I'm crying.
Honestly, This is just, I think this is an important case. I really, really do, because we're in a questions. Is this the sentence that you expected? And is there any way possible this guy gets out of prison?
He's going to die in prison. He will receive 85% of the 135 years. There is no parole in Florida. We did away with that years ago. And so he is stuck there for 85% of the 135 years. And if you do the quick math in your head, it means he's going to die in prison. So this guy ain't going anywhere, and it should send a strong message to everyone in Florida that we're going to take this seriously. You can try to hide behind that this is just AI, but when you're dealing with kids and you're dealing with your family pet, those are two things that no one has any tolerance for.
And just to be clear, even though he pled no contest, and even though he agreed to an open plea, right, where the judge, he's saying, Judge, sentence me to what you will, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about with an open plea, unless I'm wrong. There's no way he can appeal that and say, I agreed to an open plea, but 135 years is not reasonable. He can't appeal that? You tell me. I'm not 100% sure.
He can try.
This guy kind of looks like Beavis. African Jew wearing a hoodie, donate $2. Some crap for you to watch.
On a helicopter very near several guys, but they didn't see it and they didn't know what happened. So is it gay?
What was the context of being in the helicopter in the first place?
War.
You were fighting in a war.
Yes.
Riding in a helicopter.
Correct.
Masturbating in the helicopter.
Briefly.
Where did you ejaculate?
Out the window.
Were you a soldier?
No. Yes. Military, not soldier.
You're wearing all this, like, combat gear. You have an AK-47 strapped to your back, and you somehow find a way to pull your dick out and masturbate it?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's several layers. So it does take some skill. I mean, does that make it less gay because it takes more skill?
Are you still in the Army?
No. I may have met.
Okay, weird. Palestine map tattoo. Get fucked.
Nothing.
Yeah. Yep. Fucking Palestinians. Following you from your real damn, yeah, Free Palestine or whatever it's called. I love that we just chucked that guy. These fucking pro-pally activists are fuckheads. Thanks for the donation, African Jew wearing a hoodie.
Try to appeal it, but it ain't going anywhere because an open plea is this. So you don't trust the jury because you know the jury is going to be inflamed by these passions. You don't trust prosecutors to give you a deal. Prosecutors aren't offering you a good deal to accept. So you say, you know what, I'm going to go to the judge. I'm going to go around these people, go to the judge. Your Honor, I plead guilty to you. No contest to you, and you're a judge. You're not supposed to be influenced by the whims of the public and polls and public sentiment and passions. So just follow the evidence and law and give me what I deserve. And the judge threw the book at him. I gotta believe believe that if they knew in advance that they would get 135 years from the judge, they would never have pled up to the court, because in doing so, it really does cut the knees off of your appeal. And this guy, like I said, is going to die in prison.
To be clear, is this to send a message? Is this to deter future conduct? Because let's be clear, AI technology is going to get more advanced, and I'm concerned that it's going to become easier and easier and easier to create this content. And by the way, he wasn't just sentenced for that. He was also sentenced for what he did with the pet, which is disgusting to say in and of itself.
Awful.
But
Awful.
The point is this to send a message? Will it deter future conduct? Is it a message to those out there, do not do this?
It is a message. Will it resonate? Will it affect people? You have people.
Well, fuck that piece of shit. See you later. Yes, vegan deterioration's massive weight gain.
What the hell happened to vegan deterioration? She didn't fall off the wagon. She
Yeah, we're gonna game later.
hijacked it and ate all the cargo.
So yeah, shout out to cornism is cancer. That's all I gotta say.
As we can see here, we have vegan deterioration.
What's up, my nigga?
And she has gained a massive amount of weight. This needs to be called out because all she does is attack vegans and how they look. So I have every right to do the same.
Yeah.
Hate to break it to you, Angel.
Let's just get this out of the way before I get accused of using AI to distort a still shot and make her look bad. I have a clip from one of her videos that was recorded this year. It's all 100% real, nothing manipulated. This is her, a fat, disgusting slob who decided life is not worth making themselves presentable.
I love how these people say they had to quit veganism for health reasons, and then they're obese. Remember when Nikocado Avocado said he was quitting veganism for health reasons? And yeah, that was obviously bullshit.
To the general population.
Oh, you're disgusting.
VD completely let herself go. Her non-vegan diet isn't helping her. She's sitting on her fat ass all day eating dairy.
Fat pig.
Her upper body looks like it lost a bet with a slaughterhouse. Decades of cheeseburgers and ribeyes didn't just digest. They formed a permanent Airbnb in her torso. Vegan deterioration reminds me of that fucking morbidly obese vampire in Blade. This is my channel, fatty. And here you are, guilty until proven innocent. Show me right now that you're actually fit as a non-vegan. My proof? This glorious clip I'm blasting right now. I've got more receipts than vegan deterioration has excuses, and trust me, that's saying a lot. On the plus side, if she can't lose weight on her diet, she can always make good money impersonating one of the clumps.
Oh, Hercules, 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 Hercules. Your metabolism stop speed up. You can eat anything you want. Go on.
Vegan deterioration looks like she lost a fight with a deep fryer and then showed up barefaced like it was a brave choice.
I forbid you to talk to that enchantress. She's the devil.
Sis, you don't choose not to wear makeup. Makeup rejected you. At least slap on some concealer and lie to us a little, because right now,
Dodo Donatellas, guarantee you it was a Clandis Owens right winger or something, and they're, as usual, going to make it seem it was a liberal. Dude, Dr. Disrespect, before the pedophile allegations and everything came out, had somebody shooting at his house. Like, there are unhinged people who just attack content creators for whatever reason. There have been a few YouTubers who have been like stalked and murdered. There was that one chick who had that like music channel, and some crazed fan fucking murdered her. Like, I don't know why before they even caught the perpetrator, you would make any assumptions about this being politically motivated. They may just not like you and think you're gross. And that's the reason they shot at your house. Like, it has nothing to do with your political beliefs. So, yeah, what a fucking idiot. Yeah, and yeah, very likely conservative. It's kind of what they do. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Now, you're just serving before picture energy on permanent repeat.
You are the ugliest person I've ever seen.
I was going to call VD a whore, but
Why don't you
Oh,
leave?
hell, Dom's house.
Leave.
Oh, why don't you give me a ride?
Well, vegan deterioration gained a fuck ton of weight. What a surprise. Yeah. Had to quit veganism for health reasons. Gets obese. Alright. There are some new Frank Tufano mints.
So ice cream for bears is just another one of my ideas that's been stolen. We started selling honey ice cream with the highest quality raw ingredients.
He is not the first person to put honey in ice cream.
It's on Frankie's Strange Meat, and another one of these corporate shill industry plants took it and ran with it. And
never said Blaha is weak.
would you trust someone who steals someone?
I've said he's faked lifts. He absolutely has faked lifts. He also hasn't benched 405, but I never said specifically that he was weak.
Else's business ideas with sourcing quality ingredients, especially when there's no verification. Now, keep in mind, this isn't a certified organic product. So as far as we know, he's using conventional feedlot eggs. And why would you be putting skim milk in an ice cream product? So there's definitely some questionable sourcing on this. And the fact that it's not USDA organic and that you're trusting this guy saying that his milk is from grass-fed animals, and technically grass-fed can be corn stalk, so wouldn't trust it with a 10-foot pole. It's like all the other snake oil, these copycats.
In the case of Christina Grimmie, though the pre-patitia was not cooked, he shot himself after he was tackled.
Still, though. I don't know, like, Tim Pool's just a fucking retarded, attention-seeking drama queen. There's no reason to make any assumptions before the perpetrator's caught. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Grass-fed just means they're fed any form of forage. That includes whatever... Like, I don't know why Frank is fucking making this point, because he also sells grass-fed products that would fall under that label. Like, anything that's considered forage.
Not only...
Dodo Donatillers, people are weak and lazy.
I'll give you $100 if you take the stairs instead of the escalator. I'll give you $100 if you take the stairs instead of the escalator. I'll give you $100.
Well, they don't believe him.
If you take the stairs instead of the escalator. Yeah? Yeah. All right.
You gonna walk up with me? I've recently been doing a lot of gymnastics and kind of calisthenics, and I also do Brazilian jiu-jitsu. A lot of breath stuff.
Right now.
Yeah, let's do it, man.
45.
I would not want to put my hands on the dirty ground there.
47. 1. Go.
Yeah. I am 29.
Again, the account is Body by Mark.
Oh,
How are you doing?
Yeah, most people just didn't believe him. I wouldn't say they're lazy. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Are BBLs the most unnecessary procedure to exist? They also have a very high mortality rate compared to other surgeries. And if you spend that money on a steak every day and a gym membership, you will thank me, and you will wonder where your mind was when you were even considering getting a BBL, because they don't look good. You can always tell, and they usually go away. And a natural butt, even from just 6-7 months in the gym, will always look better than a BBL. As I said, increase your protein intake. You don't even have to go to the gym. Just do 100, 200 squats every day. Do some home leg exercises. You don't BBL should not be a surgical procedure, yet it's so popular. I don't know if it's because people are lazy and don't want to go to the gym, but it's
Yeah, they're lazy.
not good results either way.
You know, it's crazy too. Like steroids exist. So women, the go-to one is obviously Anavar. That's like the most. That's the woman steroid, you know. So if you're a woman and you're having trouble, like, you know, building muscle and everything, steroids exist, and they're cheap. Like, even though Anavar is considered a relatively expensive steroid, it's still cheap. I was, from my supplier, I think it was $115 for 50 20 milligram tablets. So if you're a female, you're probably only gonna want to take like 10 milligrams. So that's a 100-day supply. So, yeah, that's like over 3 months supply of Anavar. Why in the fuck? So, like, for $100 and, you know, a bit of effort, you can build a butt, like, at the gym, you know? But, people want to spend thousands of dollars just so they don't have to fucking lift because they're, like, fucking lazy. Dodo donated $2. At what age do you think women get past acting like retarded, immature children? They never do. Yeah, they never do. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. What you think, donated $2. What is your opinion on men that date single moms? Pretty cuck day. Yeah, I'll take care of another man's kid. Slavery, literally. I know there's some dudes who like kids, so they actually prefer dating like single moms just because they like kids. But it, like, usually what it is they're just dumb and like desperate for a relationship, so they just settle for a single mom.
39-year-old man dating a 19-year-old girl is legal, but ask that 39-year-old man if he would be friends with a 19-year-old boy. Ooh, now it's weird. Oh, I hit a nerve. Spoiler, it's the same thing whether it's friends or relationships. It's always going to be weird. Because A, what is a 39-year-old honestly?
Yeah, this is fucking retarded. Literally retarded. I've had... Yeah, when I was like 16, I was friends with and had a training partner at the gym who was like 40. So, no, it's not weird.
Anyone over 30 have in common with a 19-year-old. But they're legal. Okay, hear this. Imagine when you're 18, 19, 20, right? And you're hanging out. What were you doing? Because I remember what I was doing. I was hanging out with friends. We were going out to eat. We were going out to the movies, the park, hanging out, movie night, taco night, pizza.
This guy's a beta male cuck faggot.
tonight. You know, we'd go hiking, we'd go to water parks, we just do things, you know, go to the mall, literally things that 19, 20, 21-year-olds would do, right? Now imagine one of my friends was like, hey.
Yes, once you're 30 or 40, you can't go to the mall or watch movies or go out to eat. You can only stay inside and read books and puff on your pipe.
Can one of my friends come over? And I'm like, oh yeah, sure, sure. And in walks a 39-year-old man or a 39-year-old woman. I would be like, is this person mentally okay? Like, are you mentally okay to want to hang out with people that are 18?
Yeah, this guy's just stupid.
Have tried to cancel me this week because I said I would happily sleep with 18-year-olds. I'm going to apologise for my statement. What I should have said is, I do sleep with 18-year-olds. So it's not, I'd happily do it, I do it frequently.
Alpha Male of the Week goes to Conan Doyle. That's awesome, bro. Keep up the good work. Amen.
A lot of people...
They're adults. So, yeah. If you're 18 or over, you're an adult.
Goo 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 ga ga, oh my god, I am so offended that they are dating 19-year-old woman. She is just 19, can you believe it? Oh my god, I am so offended, I am gonna bitch and complain on my Facebook. Gosh, I can't believe this.
Yeah. Bro, I don't know why society is so gay and retarded. If we're not going to see, like, women as adults when they're 19, like, we're literally calling it, like, child rape, if a 40-year-old dates a 19-year-old, okay, can we take away women's rights to vote? They're children, right? They're stupid. So, I guess women shouldn't be allowed to vote when they're 19. I guess they shouldn't be allowed to do, like, practically anything. They shouldn't be allowed to drive a car. Because, again, they're fucking stupid children. They shouldn't be allowed to, like, have a job. Because, again, they're stupid children. So, like, it's just fucking retarded. You can't have it both ways. I don't know why anyone is trying to do this. Thanks for the donation, though, one.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's kind of late. It seems weird. This is the place. There's like one girl sitting here. We are at Wagyu Sushi Ginza Wakiwa.
You know who else sleeps with 18-year-olds? A 50-year-old Australian man whose skin is melting. I'd if you knew this, but Michelle has an OnlyFans where she uploads videos of redacted fucking her raw, including anal. So he's getting raw Asian anal. You
I
cuck.
don't care. That's great.
Wase. Forgive me if I said that wrong, but it's almost midnight. Found this little store when I was looking for a spot for dinner, which kind of seemed weird to me because it's only one seat, but I looked real quick online. It didn't seem like it was anything crazy, like anything overpriced. And I'm not going to eat that much. 10,000 yen is around $80. So that's not too expensive, but that's a lot of food. You'd have to be really hungry to eat that much.
This is honestly just as pathetic as people winning about adults watching child-runs cartoons or whether or not they're in a relationship.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know why people can't just mind their own fucking business. It's just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Wagyu yourself. I think what we'd be looking for is more around like a 4,000 or 5,000 yen. So let's go inside and see what this girl has. That looks like egg. Hi, are you open?
I open.
Yeah.
English menu.
Yeah. Probably do. I don't know if I can eat 5 pieces right now, but that looks like the only option. Is this the same? The 3 and the 5, is it the same?
Yeah, it's same.
Just less pieces?
3 pieces and 5 pieces. And
But it's the same.
price is no.
No, I know price different, but it's the same meat.
Same meat, yeah.
Same meat, same rice, same everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is same meat, but このトッピングが different.
Oh.
こことは。
Okay.
It,
What's on this?
It's これ。
Oh, okay. So the 3.
It's funny watching the difference in reactions in MFC's comments between older and younger men. Younger men comment that he's creepy and she should dump her. Older men tell her she's being a good girl for dating an older man. Meanwhile, you're a nigger.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
On this 3, what is that? Caviar, uni? Uni. Okay, Ikura, caviar, and then... So you have Ikura, uni, and caviar. Okay, I see. And this is the same?
Yeah, same というかこれね、これ替えで This is.
Okay.
This is pretty gross.
What is that? Just more caviar? The 2-piece? What is that? That's just more caviar? The 2.
Yeah,
the 2.
Yeah.
Oh, that just has more?
これはね、これは
It's just rolled differently?
different.
Because that's like you have the roll and then...
Yeah,
oh, okay.
ロールと普通の。
Oh, so this is different.
いや、こっちの方が expensive.
What's the difference? Is there more meat or more rice?
あとミートの
It's only meat. No rice.
ライスも入ってるライスも。
It's just more meat.
More meat.
Okay.
More meat.
Okay. Alright, so let me try this one, the 3, and then I'll get more if I need to.
Okay.
What do you have to drink? Just
I take Japanese green tea.
Just
It's
tea?
Free.
you have soda or
No.
no soda?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What is this?
It's これは
You have that? You have that sake or something?
日本酒ね。That's it's a glass.
Oh, what's that?
It's glass champagne.
That's champagne.
Champagne.
What is this?
日本酒Japanese sake.
What's this?
Beer.
Beer?
No
Okay.
alcohol.
Why in the hell doesn't he just use a phone translator app?
Okay, I'll have the champagne.
Glass champagne.
There we go, Frankie the alcoholic.
Yeah.
Okay, just a moment.
Yeah, sure.
You eat here?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It's kind of cool. Cool little spot to stop by. This is the most uncomfortable seat I've had in my life. Maybe not. You can sit on it. Probably better off standing up, to be honest.
Where are you from?
I'm from New York.
New York!
Yeah.
So you are second. その最近の人も New York too.
Today?
Today,
Oh, yeah.
Coming.
You get a lot of visitors from New York.
Yeah.
A lot of people from New York.
Yeah.
They got the money. The Wagyu is very cheap here compared to
New York,
America.
yeah.
Compared to America, very cheap here.
Yeah, New York is very expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, what is that? That's like 4,000 yen, right? In New York, probably be like 50,000.
Yeah,
something crazy. Yeah.
Crazy prices, My friend is in Queens, in New York.
Yeah.
My friend is in New York.
Yeah. So they have the round rolls, which are like more meat, and then just the regular sashimi style that has ikura and caviar on it. What is that? What's that?
This is a fried tofu.
Oh, fried tofu.
Inari.
Okay. There's uni on one of them. Oh, fried tofu. Okay.
Are you fried credit card?
I pay cash.
Cash.
Yeah.
Okay.
They don't take tip here.
Type. Ah.
You know, like tip?
Type.
Like tip.
Paper.
Tip. Yeah, you know tip?
Paper.
Like gratuity. You know?
Paper.
How does he not know that there's no such thing as tipping in Japan?
No tip. No. I'll translate.
Oh, okay. Japanese is
No tip?
deep-
No tip in
no tip
Japan?
culture.
No tip culture.
No tip culture.
They don't. So it's funny though, because I like give you tip and they don't take it.
No,
They
no,
won't
no.
take it. So I like no, because in New York you always pay tip. Ever always tip.
$2, $3 ぐらい. Oh, okay, it's a receipt.
Yeah. Because in New York, if you pay 4,400,
Yeah.
I would give you like 1,000 tip.
Nice try.
New York, yeah. That's how so in restaurant you go, you pay the price and then you give the extra 20% tip on top.
tip.
Yeah, so you'd be getting
Tax, man. Tax.
Yeah.
No?
No, I don't need this. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tipping culture in the US is crazy. Like insane out of this world. I've never it's always a weird culture shock where it is just so expected for you to tip everybody and everyone for doing anything. So yeah, fuck that.
That's the other thing too. She mentioned tax. Like, they don't charge tax here, but some restaurants and some food businesses now they're trying to get away with charging sales tax, which they're not supposed to do. Anytime you purchase food anywhere, no sales tax. Nice little place. So this is a raw Wagyu experience.
It's a Wagyu soup.
Okay.
Wagyu sushi.
Yeah.
Oh
Now,
shit.
This looks like it has been
Gen 6 guac. I gotta check that out.
it has been like blowtorched on one side.
It's a champagne.
All right, thank you. The rosé.
Rosé.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't say that. Rosé champagne. Feeling a little fruity. I don't have much of a sense of taste, but that's a pretty flash. I don't think this is fresh bottle. No, it's okay. No tea. No, okay.
Agreed VG. When are people going to learn that nothing in this world is owed to them?
Like, tipping is just fucking ridiculous. I mean, you're paid to do a job. Why in the fuck do customers have to give you some extra money? It's just fucking weird. I don't know how that ever became a thing. I just don't get it. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Yeah, thank you.
No tea.
I don't think it's... We're not here for the champagne. We're here for the Wagyu. Alright, so... I don't know what that is. That's like... It smells like onion. I guess we should go from right to left. That makes sense to me. You want to have the strongest flavor thing last. So the Ikura is probably the strongest flavor, or maybe even the onion's the stronger flavor. I'm feeling the.
Oh my god! Why is he eating with his hands again?
The unagi.
Use chopsticks, you fucking Neanderthal.
He's gonna be pretty mild. I was trying one of these with
Yeah, Frank could possibly get a disease from that.
chopsticks at the place I was at the other night, and it just fell apart. I had a hard time. So this is Wagyu. I actually want to.
Oh my god, what an idiot.
I don't know. I think.
Dude, that is triggering the fuck out of me that he's like picking it up with his hands.
I think they seared part of it and then they sliced it. So there was like a little blowtorch on one side and then they sliced it. And there's a little gold flake on top with some chive and wasabi. I'm trying to see if there's something under the unagi, the sea urchin. So, oh, you know, I wonder if there's something under the...
Man, that's so gross.
Yeah, it is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. The cat is looking at me and judging me. He's a son of a bitch.
There's definitely soy sauce on the rice too. So this is like completely seasoned. So
Is uni vegan? No, it's not vegan to do any book learning.
supposed to be like, you know, the full bite of everything. And I'll say that one more time. So you have the rice with soy sauce, Wagyu beef that's been seared on one side, very mild sear on a small part of it, unagi, chives, wasabi, seasoning with gold flake.
You know, honestly, chopsticks just aren't that hard to use. They just aren't. I don't know why people freak out about using chopsticks. It's just not hard.
Like, it's sort of like a little cold. Not like, it's not like at room temperature, which I might prefer more.
Oh, here's the cat, Dick. Come here, cat dick. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Hey, cat. Oh my goodness. You know what this fucker did today? I got some Gardein chicken burgers. And I bought, you know, a bag of hamburger buns. I had the hamburger buns on the counter, like in the bag. This cat jumped up on the counter, grabbed the entire bag of hamburger buns, and ran off with it. And he tried to run to my room and, like, hide in the corner so that he could eat the fucking hamburger buns. I had to lock the hamburger buns away in the cabinet so he didn't eat them. He's a son of a bitch. He's such a weirdo. Hey, you're so weird. He steals bread. This is a bread-stealing cat. He is so silly. Hmm? You are so silly. Body IQ $22 VG when he does T-bar rows. Well, not that bad, but similar. Yeah, that did happen to me, kind of. Thanks for the donation, Body IQ.
Are you just on test now? Did you drop the GH and boldenone? I think test plus aromatase inhibitor plus dutasteride plus telmisartan is the best stack to do. Testosterone is the safest steroid to use in high doses. Thoughts?
It entirely depends on how you react to it, right? Everybody has different tolerance for different drugs. Some people can tolerate very high doses of testosterone. Some people can't. Some people end up getting like super high blood pressure, really bad acne, really horrific water retention, mood issues, insomnia, you name it, on higher doses of test. But they may be able to handle very high doses of Masteron or Boldenone or Nandrolone or you name it. So, the best drug to run in high doses is whatever you tolerate the best. I would say on average, it's usually testosterone, but it just depends. Everyone reacts to everything differently. I am not on Boldenone anymore. It's probably still in my system because it has such a long half-life, but I'm on Masteron now. I'm taking, 300 milligrams test and enthate per week, and 200 milligrams, 210 milligrams Masteron and enthate per week. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get Mast and enthate again. I'm going to have to check back periodically with my supplier, but they do have Mast propionate. So once I run out of Mast E, if they don't have more Mast E in stock by the time I run out, then I'll just switch to Prop. But yeah, 300 milligrams Test E, 200 milligrams Mast E, and I am on growth hormone. 5 IU's growth hormone per day. And yeah, I am taking telmisartan. And I am also taking hydrochlorothiazide right now. Just because I had the really bad water retention. I think it was from the Boldenone. It is getting better, slowly but surely. And the hydrochlorothiazide's helping a lot. That really helped to get rid of it quickly. Thanks for the donation though, Blake. Okay, I'm gonna put my food away because Gummy keeps just being annoying. But I'll be right back. Oh. All right. Elias, thanks for the donation, dude.
More or like warmed up. I don't know. It's a lot of flavors, but it doesn't like, it's not like knocking my socks off, you know? I feel like out of
You're eating raw red meat. What the fuck do you expect?
Of all of them, that should have been like the best one. Like if one of them was gonna be good, it was gonna be that one with the unagi on top. I mean, still good. And for this price to have this experience is like, it'd be crazy in New York. They charge you crazy prices for this in New York.
I hate watching this gross fucking weirdo eat with his hands. Oh my god, it's triggering.
This to your house.
The way he chews is so annoying.
I actually like that Ikura a lot because the cholesterol in the fish roe, it kind of goes really well with the meat and adds a little fattiness to it, but there's always that like salmon fishy flavor that I'm not much of a fan of, but that's just like a little at the beginning. What is this, onion?
Onion?
On top?
Top?
That's onion, right?
Huh?
Yeah, right? Sauteed onion, right? I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Yeah, right? Yeah, right? Yeah, onion. Yeah.
Do you hate it?
No, it's good. Yeah, it's good. It's fine. We shouldn't know what the Japanese word for onion was. So here we got rice, Wagyu beef, onion, and chives. And gold flake. You eat this every day?
Yeah, no.
Just Wagyu beef in general with high quality rice and little soy sauce is very, very delicious combo for how minimal it is. I like all of those. The unagi, maybe I'm not as much of a fan of. Do you have
Okay.
Do you have the black caviar one?
Black caviar.
Do you have the black caviar?
Halo, are you ugly on purpose?
Working hard for treats.
Oh.
Say mom.
Wow. Oh.
A very helpful servant.
I do
5
that.
seconds after escaping home.
What do you have to say for yourself? Do you feel bad at all that you just hissed at the girls at the ice cream shop? Nothing to say. Not even a little bit.
Oh my god, he's like a little gremlin.
Trying to hide from the vet.
This is like ridiculous here. Oh, he's a good boy.
Oh, poor baby.
But what he's actually just played with you. No, I'm actually gonna cry.
Always demanding attention.
Ow!
That was your catch.
Yeah.
Can I get one or? Oh, can I get that one or no? Like one of that? Or no, that one.
That's all.
Like the one I had, but with the black caviar.
Black caviar.
Elias Stony Tillers, billions of men have to deal with that shit daily.
Hey, can you take out the trash?
Yes, just give me 2 minutes.
Fine, I'll just do it myself, you fucking lazy piece of fucking shit! You fucking pussy ass bitch! Get off your fucking ass, loser!
Yeah, that's what they do. That's literally what they do. It's not even an exaggeration. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, otters love to cuddle. Oh, they're so nice. Oh my goodness.
You could initiate a ceasefire between Israel and Gaza by standing in the middle? Do you think you could initiate a ceasefire between Israel and Gaza by standing in the middle?
Yeah, you probably could. I can't imagine living life being that fat. It's pretty crazy. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Do you have that or no? This one.
Yeah.
You have this one?
実はちょっと聞いてくるわ。
Okay, let me know, yeah.
They
Yeah, this one.
Wow.
Yeah, that's like more than that's like what I paid. This is like what I paid for all 3 of those. I kind of want to try it though, but why is that so much more? Guys, this is not like a beef experience. This is like an umami experience, kind of. It's not what you would expect. It's definitely not what you would expect. And on the note of Uber Eats, this would be an awesome food to Uber Eats because it's good at room temperature.
I ask.
Those 3 pieces we tried was 4,400 yen, which is like it's 1 USD to 150 yen. So 4,400 is like, I don't know, 28 bucks, something like that. But that was for those 3 pieces. So great price for Wagyu. However, this 1 piece we're getting now is the same price as all 3 of those combined. But it's more meat and it's Osetra caviar. So it kind of justifies the price. Honestly, this is not like, I bet you guys do a lot of Uber Eats. You guys do a lot of Uber Eats? You do Uber Eats? A lot of Uber? Oh yeah. Yeah, I bet you. With the pricing, I bet you it's a lot of people like want to order this stuff and have it sent to their hotel, which would be nice. Yeah, because like if you're on Uber Eats and you see like, oh, Wagyu sashimi set for like 5,000 yen, you'd be like, oh, that's not bad. And I thought this was going to be like, you would think it'd be more than like a teppanyaki or like a grill place because it's raw, and you would assume there's like, it's a little more difficult food safety, more care going into raw preparation, but no. It's almost like they say, oh, it's raw, it's easier, we don't have to cook it.
Stop knocking stuff off my desk.
Which is nice. Yeah, I'm not that hungry, and I didn't really want to get that, but I figured for you guys, for the video. The 3 things before, probably enough, but this is definitely enough to say. This is definitely enough to say whether this experience is something you should try. I think those 3 are definitely worth it. We'll do a cooked Wagyu place, although I think I've pretty much...
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
USA, and Charlie Kirk's family and friends are behind his assassination. In fact, many of his friends knew what was going to happen to him, and they kept their mouths shut because they were all...
Oh, the cat pressed my keyboard. Thank you.
Also afraid that they would be killed. Now, I don't have any hard evidence of that, but what I do have is a couple of text messages, and I also found out that some Egyptian planes were flying around following Charlie Kirk's wife for the past couple of months. But it was actually Israel that was involved in this. It was actually because a Jewish donor pulled money from Charlie Kirk. But I also kind of think that the French were involved in it. You know that Macron and his whole department also put out a plot to assassinate me. They want me to be killed, but I really think that it's Turning Point that is involved, and I think that they have been silent for the past 3 months because they know that I'm right, and they just can't combat anything that I'm saying. They could never. And now that they have invited...
Is this guy mocking Candace Owens?
...invited me in person, face to face, to talk to them, although I've been bashing them for the past 3 months, I've decided not to attend. I'm too busy. Yes, I've spent the last 3 months of my life, day after day, cashing in and grifting off of the death of my best friend. And you see, I was actually offered the opportunity for a conversation 12 days in advance to a state not so far from me. You know, I have millions of dollars. I've made millions grifting off of Charlie Kirk's death. I could easily buy a plane ticket and show up. But no, I'm too busy. I have to homeschool my kids. In fact, I'm so busy on the day that Turning Point wants to do the debate or the conversation that I'm going to do my own live stream because I'm that busy. Well, Turning Point USA knows that I do my live streams at 2 p.m. Pacific time every single day, so I don't know why they would offer to bring me on at this time of the day. However, could I cancel my podcast, my show, to go do what I've been asking for 3 months. How dare they say they're going to address my allegations, which is what I've been demanding for 3 months straight. And they said that they'll do it with or without me, but the offer is on the table to bring me there, but I'm just so busy. I'm afraid of my security, even though I've been out in public multiple times over the past few days and weeks. You know, maybe if I did it virtually, I could have people helping me out, sending me answers, but if I go face to face, then I don't get to do that. I'm gonna have to go face to face, conversation-wise, with the people I've been bashing for 3 months, who I accused of killing their best friend. How could I ever do that? And it makes no sense, because it's like less than 24 hours after I told Turning Point to pick the time and pick the place, they picked a time and place, but it just doesn't work for me. Everything has to be done on my terms and conditions, so I refuse to succumb to the interests and demands of Turning Point, and instead I will be doing my own live stream on that day because I'm so busy addressing their claims in real time instead of showing up and talking to them face to face. That's how important I am.
Yeah, that's literally Candace Owens. Yeah, that's AI generated. That's not real. At some point, we're gonna have sex robots that are that convincing, but not yet. That'll be kind of fun, poking a sex robot and just doing weird things to their face, like putting your fingers up their nose. That'd be quite a novelty.
Experience the extent of Wagyu in its entirety. Honestly, probably enjoy it raw more than cooked. It's just so, dude, it's so greasy and it's so rich when you cook it. And when it's raw, it doesn't have that greasiness to it. I think that's a huge factor you have to consider. It's so fat, it's so rich, it's so greasy. Like, I honestly think Wagyu is like better as a raw food. I'm not really a fan of cooking it that much. Cooking it, and the way they cook it most of the time, when it's thin, and they like cook it through, and it like ruins the flavor. Not it ruins the flavor, but it's like it's not seared that well. There's not a lot of color on it, and you know you want to have either like really nicely browned and caramelized meat or raw meat. Anything in between is like in the mush zone, you know. Like who wants to eat gray Wagyu? And that's how a lot of places serve it. Got some gold flake on my lip. You imagine.
It's a caviar.
Okay.
This video is like hard to watch.
Ooh, this is a crazy one. This is probably the most expensive bite of food I've had in my life. Definitely the most expensive bite of food I've had in my life. That's obviously garnish, but we have
that looks gross.
Caviar and wasabi. Imagine that's how you found out your girlfriend or boyfriend was cheating on you. Like they have gold flake on their lip, and they like kiss someone that was eating at an expensive restaurant. Uber guy's back. The grease comes off on my hands. Should we rob him? Should we mug him? It's not a bad idea, bro. In New York, if you had a place like this, there'd definitely be someone. They'd definitely steal this stuff. You can never Uber this stuff in New York. Who would be poaching your stuff?
Yeah, that looks
this is honestly about
really
like
gross.
Twice the size of something I'd want to put in my mouth. There is rice in the middle, but it's a pretty big bite. It's like a really big bite, almost to the point where like you almost have to swallow some of it, and you don't really enjoy it as much. Which one's your favorite?
Which one is favorite?
Your favorite. Which one do you like?
Yeah, I like.
You like that one? Oh, you like the tofu?
Tofu.
Oh yeah.
It's Japanese food ですね.
Yeah. I was just asking her about the hours. I was like, oh, you guys are open late? And she was like, oh yeah, we're the only store open in the area, so we get pretty busy later. If you guys are in the Ginza area, this is Wagyu Ushi-Iwase. Some construction down that street. Kind of like almost looks like a more industrial area, to be honest, compared to the other places. They do a lot of takeout. Not too overpriced compared to the other places I've seen, you know. And just to go over the pricing again more in depth for you guys, 10,000 yen's around 80 bucks. That's around 160. That's a really good deal. To get 10 of these pieces for 80 bucks for you and your buddies, that's an amazing experience for the price. Amazing experience for the price. If you buy yourself, I would say get 3 pieces, or you know what? You probably want to get 3 pieces and then one of the rolls or something with osetra on it. Actually, yeah, that's probably what I would have got. I didn't think I could stomach 5 pieces, so I got the 3-piece and then I got an osetra separate. If there had been an osetra caviar, a black caviar with the 3-piece, I would not have gotten the 4 pieces, to be honest with you. But I did just have dinner, and I wouldn't treat this as a spot to have dinner. The fried tofu version, I don't know about that. I don't know about that fried tofu stuff, especially at that price. You know, get the Wagyu beef. This is definitely worth it. It's not too expensive. And just so you understand what you're getting into from like a taste perspective, this is not really a meat or beef experience. You know, if you have a partner or a friend or yourself, you don't really like beef or meat that much, try this out for sure. Try it out. I would say the unagi was probably my least favorite, the sea urchin, but maybe that was a sea urchin quality thing. I don't know. That can really vary depending on, you know, what water it's from. However, even the stuff I didn't think I would like, the ikura, the salmon caviar, and the onions, very, very delicious. Very delicious. So the predominant flavor you get at the beginning is the wasabi, and then once it mixes into the meat and the rice, you kind of get the flavor of the topping. So you get the flavor of the ikura, or the flavor of the onion, and you get the flavor of that. And the ikura, the salmon caviar, the cholesterol really adds a lot of flavor and richness to the mouthfeel. And then same with the onion. The onion has a ton of onion flavor there, and then the
onion has onion flavor. Wow.
Experience with the black caviar, the sturgeon caviar, is a little different. But after you get those flavors, then comes the richness and the fattiness of the Wagyu, and it's really tender texture and the softness of the rice. So it's more of a texture experience than a flavor experience, is how I would describe it. And it's really rich and delicious, and like it's complex in that texture way. So it's a really enjoyable experience. I really like it. The salmon caviar is just, if you've had caviar before, it's just this like, it's a really, that's actually has a lot of the buttery black caviar flavor. And you won't know this if you haven't tried caviars before, but I wouldn't even put salmon roe, salmon roe is also called ikura. Red caviar, I wouldn't even put that in the same food group as black caviar because the flavor is so different. Black caviar, to me, it's not fishy at all. It has a very, very mildly ocean-like buttery flavor. So that's the flavor that predominates that last bite. Of course, that last bite was the best. You know, it was just a ton of black caviar. It was delicious, but it's, I would say, just as good of an experience, if not more, slightly more enjoyable than the rest of the flavors. So I'm glad I tried this place out. I think if you're going to go for a Wagyu experience and you had to choose between this or cooked Wagyu, like I've been to 2 like Korean barbecue style places before where they grill the Wagyu in front of you. I enjoy this way more. I enjoyed this way more than that, you know, because that grilled Wagyu, as I was saying, it's so rich, it's greasy, it's just, you gotta like really want to, it's just so fatty. It's so fatty, and when you cook it, it renders out that fat and really emphasizes that fattiness and that greasiness. But it's late, guys. It's past midnight, which is another cool thing, you know. Come here late night, you get a bowl of udon, you get a bowl of ramen, come here late night, try a few bites. Really, really cool.
I am not entirely sure what Frank thinks of tofu. Like, you'd think he would believe it would be safe to eat because, yeah, it's white. He has that weird complex with white foods. I still think he's brain broken on, like, soy in all likelihood, so probably think something stupid like it disrupts your hormones or something.
Cool experience, really cool experience. Thank you guys for joining.
Alright, rank's still stupid, so Gen 6 Glock.
You're saying that the silver Glock marksman barrel, but it's not a Gen 5.
Looks like there's some new ergonomic improvements. They've got like a thumb shelf and shit.
This is an embargo. There is everyone and their dog, if their dog has more than 5 followers on Twitter, in here today for this event. So you guys are going to see a ton of videos. Hopefully we're going to be able to provide you something a little bit different, a little TFB TV flavor for you, talking about the Gen 6 Glock and all the improvements that have been made. Now, before we get into it, you've got guys like me who are hardcore Glock fans who don't want to see a lot change, right? The question is, how much is this like prior iterations of Glock that I trust, that I'm familiar with? And then there are a lot of you out there who complain that Glock doesn't innovate enough. What have they done differently? Why are they not responding to what the market wants? I know you guys are expecting this from me because I'm #1 Glock shill, but I'm going to say that this is probably the best Glock yet. But I think when I tell you the changes and the improvements, you're probably going to agree with me. I'm a little reluctant to just go ahead and say this right off the bat. Reliability is the most important thing to me.
I really liked the Gen 5. They fixed the weird issue where you could accidentally press the mag release. With all the other Glocks, you had to like learn to not do that, but with the Gen 5, they fixed that. So there's slight ergonomic differences and shit, but pretty much the same. But yeah, that one change made a big difference.
I don't care what they do. I don't care about the new flat trigger and the new undercut. I want to know about the reliability. The good news is we have this crazy stat from the FBI with the Gen 5 Glocks. What type of like MRBS are we looking at for purposes of this test, or what's considered satisfactory to the FBI?
So the minimum is one stoppage, no more than one stoppage and 2,000 rounds fired. Where we ended up with that was somewhere close to no more than one and just shy of 4,000. I think it was actually 3,800 and something mean rounds between any stoppages, and that's across different types of ammo, all of our different shooters. So it met and well exceeded any of the requirements set out in the document.
Well, the good news is the Gen 6 was tested to an even higher standard than the Gen 5. So if you're like me, if you're a Glock traditionalist, you don't want to see a lot of change, the good news is that reliability is still there. If anything, it's better. So now, sigh of relief, we can get into the actual features to see what's different. Those of you looking for like a modular FCU, a modular gun, you're not getting this like with the exchangeable fire control unit or whatever. I'm really glad. I personally am glad. I think that would have been too radical a departure from the Glock reliability and the Glock DNA background. If you're not familiar with the 47, the 17, basically with the Glock 47, they took a Glock 17 frame and then they put a Glock 17 size slide, but it uses a Glock 19 recoil assembly, shorter recoil assembly. I asked them point blank, hey, were there any differences in terms of performance, reliability between the 17 and the 47 in the Gen 5? And they said, absolutely not. Well, what does that mean? That means that you can take this Glock 17, and I actually can't show you this on YouTube. I can take this Glock 19. Now I've got a Glock 45. We've got 3 guns in front of us, but really it's like they're making 2, right? They're making the Glock 17, the 47, and the Glock 19. You switch the slides and the frames, and you've got the 45, like in between, or the 49 if you wanted to. So like I can take the longer slide, and check that out. They're not even marketing this, right? But here it is. This is the longer slide, the 17 slide with the compact. So really, it's like they're making 4 guns. So if you buy the 17 and you buy the 19, see how that works? So that's actually pretty brilliant and kind of quasi-modular in its own right. Now, moving to the features. The big change here is going to be ergonomics. First of all, the texture. This is a blend of RTF2, the greatest handgun texture ever made, RTF2 and RTF4 from the Gen 5. So it's kind of got this grippy, granular sublayer and then like a blockier, taller layer. For a lot of people, the RTF2 is a little bit too tacky or it would shred clothes or whatever. This gives you that same grippiness, but you know, it doesn't tear up your clothes, whatever. You might be able to notice now, we've got actually a little bit of a palm swell. So Glock, crazy story, they mapped all of their employees' hand sizes, all of them, in Austria and in the United States to figure out the perfect average hand size. And that's what they built out this palm swell to be. So you are absolutely going to love the new palm gun, flared magazine well, trigger that you know and love from Glock pistols, but now it's got a flat trigger, which I know a lot of you guys are going to be really excited about. You can also see that there's fencing.
Flat triggers are goated. If you disagree, fight me. They're just way more consistent to fucking pull. I don't know why anybody likes the fucking ring triggers. It's just dumb. You're stupid. You're stupid if you don't like flat triggers.
Now around the ambi slide release, and they said that that is to help people who might have a super high grip to prevent them from accidentally deploying the slide release when they don't want to. Another big thing that a lot of the more astute viewers out there may have noticed, you've also got an undercut finally in a Glock. And what they did, a lot of testing for the undercut, they wanted to make the undercut thin enough where it was comfortable, but thick enough where you wouldn't be able to break it. There's less distance right here between the tang of the grip and the trigger finger. They found that most shooters, even shooters with larger hands, preferred, almost like the Glock 43X style, being able to get more finger if they want to, because you can kind of adjust more or less finger. So they reduced the reach between the tang of the grip and the front of the trigger face. Very aggressive forward slide serrations. I would say these are a little bit deeper than what's on the Gen 5, while at the rear you've got kind of the same serrations that we're familiar with. You've got an extended beaver tail here in the back, which of course helps with recoil. It's going to come with 2 back straps in the box, a 2mm and a 4mm. None of them will have the beaver tail since you already have the beaver tail built into the frame, but if you want to adjust it a little bit, then you still have the option to do that. So again, does this have the same modifications to the back of the slide? Yes, it does. Exact same modifications to make it harder to convert to full auto. You guys have already gotten that figured out. Now,
yes, California. Thank you, you fucking bitch.
let's talk about the optics mounting system. So this is something, it's a little bit more modular. They got away from the MOS plate system, which I am very happy about, and that's a huge improvement. What they're doing now is they've got kind of a multi-mount system that'll work with anything with an RMR or DPP footprint. It comes with plates. Theoretically, I would not advise this. Glock probably isn't even going to be happy about me saying this in a video. You could theoretically run this without any of the plates. The plates act almost like crush washers to use with any particular optic. They're polymer. They're made out of deliberately, because polymer helps absorb the recoil, and it helps, it's almost like, again, like a wash, and all in that theme of ensuring that this gun was more reliable. Now they're going back to a single captive recoil spring.
Hopefully they get rid of the handgun freeze in Canada and I can pick up one of these. Because Canada is fucking gay, dude. Gay. Oh. this was some funny shit. Not like funny because something bad happened to him, but funny kind of like, what did you expect?
Hey guys, my name is Brandon Buckingham, and it really pains me to write this, but I feel obligated to only because I have an 11-month-old baby who is taken care of by my beautiful stay-at-home wife who I provide for. 4 days ago, I woke up not knowing where I was, completely deaf, my feet were swollen, and I was in severe pain. I was rushed to urgent care and eventually the ICU. I was very disoriented, confused, and unable to breathe. The initial diagnosis was acute systolic heart failure, kidney failure, and liver failure, all things brought on by pneumonia and subsequent sepsis or possibly tuberculosis. The good news is they no longer think I have tuberculosis. The bad news is my heart is still failing, and my lungs and kidneys are still in very rough shape. I don't know what's going to happen to me, but I know for sure if I do survive, it will be a very long recovery, and I will not be able to provide for my family for at least several months if things go well. A cardiology specialist informed me that I may be on bed rest for 2 to 4 months, and as I recover from this very scary, life-threatening illness, I will need help with things like my mortgage, utilities, baby supplies, and the over $100,000 in medical debt I've racked up while dealing with this nightmare. I will also likely need to be on heart medication the rest of my life.
You know what the last video he made was? The homeless child epidemic of the Middle East.
Where are you living? Do you have your parents out?
So you know where he got that infection from. So he went to some shithole in the fucking Middle East. Spent time around fucking homeless vagrants. and then he gets fucking pneumonia that nearly kills him and might still kill him. He has fucking multi-organ failure from a fucking infection. So, yeah. That's why you don't go to the Middle East and hang around fucking vagrants.
I've never asked for help before, but my heart is currently only working at 15 to 20%. So if anyone out there cares, please consider donating to my GoFundMe to help me provide until I am able to work again, as well as help pay off the medical.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. I wonder how's this GoFundMe doing? Okay, raised money.
Bills I've racked up. And if you aren't able to donate, please consider by watching my videos, as I won't be able to upload new ones for a while. Thank you for all your love and prayers. This has been one of the scariest times of my life, and all your support has meant the world to me.
That is fucked. Yeah, but pro tip, don't go to the Middle East, period. And if you do go, don't hang around a bunch of homeless people. Children or not. Do not hang around a bunch of homeless vagrants in the Middle East. Just don't go to the Middle East, period. But, you know, again, like, you know where he got this fucked up pneumonia from. Like, given his last video.
Is embarrassing. I have called for his resignation. I've called for his firing after Signalgate. I think he more recently has really shown who he is, and he shouldn't be 1,000 yards from the Pentagon.
The Trump administration has been accused of ordering U.S. forces to kill survivors of a boat strike, a war crime so obvious, it's literally the example used in the DoD textbook. And now that the story is public, everyone at the top is doing the "who, me?" routine. Here's Trump when someone asked whether a second strike on wounded men would be legal.
I don't know that happened. And Pete said he did not want them. He didn't even know what people were talking about. So we'll look into it. But no, I wouldn't have wanted that, not a second strike.
When the President and the Secretary of Defense both suddenly claim they don't know anything, that usually means they know exactly how bad it is. And it's real bad. So today we're breaking down illegal orders, war crimes, and why even in a non-international armed conflict, you can't do what the Trump administration is accused of doing here. And in the midst of all this, Senator Mark Kelly, himself a highly decorated U.S. Navy veteran who flew combat missions during Desert Storm, reminded troops that they have a legal duty to disobey unlawful orders. Donald Trump's response was that Senator Kelly should be hanged for sedition. Well, I've got Senator Kelly on the line to break down how operations like this are supposed to be carried out under U.S. and international law, and what service members can do if they suspect they're being given illegal orders. But first, let's examine what we know about the strikes in the Caribbean. On September 2nd, 2025, the Trump administration conducted the first in an ongoing string of deadly strikes against civilian boats.
Over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat. And you'll be seeing that and you'll be reading about that.
Under the direction of Secretary Hegseth, the Joint Special Operations Command struck a boat in the southern Caribbean Sea, killing all 11 people on board. In a White House press conference, Trump justified the strike by declaring the slain passengers guilty of terrorism and drug smuggling. Trump said there was a massive quantity of drugs on the boat. He said the boat was under the control of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Maduro denied it. Trump said it was massive amounts of drugs coming into our country to kill a lot of people. And everyone fully understands that fact. You see it, you see the bags of drugs all over the boat, and they were hit. Trump has always been eager to execute drug dealers.
We're going to be asking everyone who sells drugs, gets caught selling drugs, to receive the death penalty for their heinous acts.
When he ran for president, Trump said that he would ask Congress to pass a law authorizing the death penalty for drug traffickers. But President Trump never asked for congressional approval for these kinds of executions. Secretary Hegseth has also made it clear that he believes the military should be given more freedom to use deadly force. Hegseth argued that American troops should ignore the Geneva Conventions, and he defended the use of torture at Abu Ghraib.
That is insane.
As Legal Eagle contributor Anna Bauer pointed out, a chapter of Hegseth's book was even titled More Lethality, Less Lawyers. Fewer lawyers. This is the part where the administration realizes the easiest way to win the legal argument is to get rid of the lawyers. And we can see why Hegseth agrees with Dick the Butcher. First, let's kill all the lawyers. Because the CIA's attorneys had already pushed back, saying there was no legal basis for the strikes because the US wasn't acting in self-defense. Drug trafficking is a crime, not an act of war. Stephen Miller wanted the CIA to bomb the boats and release the videos, but that was not exactly covert. Normally, lethal operations have to survive a gauntlet of reviews across the CIA, ODNI, Justice, State, Defense, and the National Security Council. But by summer, that whole system had been hollowed out. The NSC's legal team was gone, including its top lawyer, Paul Ney, one of the people raising objections. Career Pentagon lawyers were cut out too. With the guardrails removed, political leadership stepped in. The Office of Legal Counsel eventually declared the strikes lawful. So the plan moved to the Defense Department, where the remaining political appointees crafted the justification. By late spring, many of the officials who'd objected had already been reassigned or removed, and the path was clear for the strikes to go forward. And before we go any further, it's worth asking who the administration thinks deserves summary execution. Because if you're talking about responsibility for America's drug crisis, the Sackler family and Purdue Pharma are miles ahead of any random men in a fishing boat. Purdue helped ignite the opioid epidemic that has killed more than 450,000 people. They were held legally responsible for a misleading marketing campaign about the addictive nature of these drugs. For some reason, the military did not drone strike Purdue's headquarters. Or take former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez. He helped smuggle more than 400 tons of cocaine into the United States. He was convicted. He was sentenced to 45 years in prison. And President Trump pardoned him in November. We know more about the Sacklers and Hernandez than we know about the people on that boat. If they were drug traffickers, they were probably low-level couriers or mules. And drug trafficking is often linked with human trafficking, meaning that some of the people killed may have been victims themselves. On September 3rd, Hegseth said, quote, "I watched it live." Then on October 23rd, Hegseth bragged about the boat strikes. So the Department of War is not going to degrade or just simply arrest. We're going to defeat and destroy these terrorist organizations to defend the homeland on behalf of the American people. When ABC News asked what he planned to do with survivors, he said there was a protocol in place. Apparently that protocol was not following the Department of Defense manual or the Geneva Conventions. On the same day, Trump said he was not going to ask Congress for permission to do anything. We're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. After the September 2nd strike, Secretary of State Marco Rubio made it clear that the order came right from the top, saying, "On the president's orders, we blew it up." He added, "And it'll happen again. Maybe it's happening right now." And it did happen again, at least 20 more times. So far, the Trump administration has killed at least 83 people in boat strikes. None of these people were ever tried or sentenced to prison, let alone death. But it turns out that Hegseth gave an even more illegal order before or during the September 2nd strike. Apparently, he ordered his military officers to, quote, kill everyone, which sounds a lot like an order to leave no survivors, or in military parlance, give no quarter. On November 28th, the Washington Post reported that actually, the September 2nd strike hadn't initially killed everyone on board. For minutes, commanders watched the boat burning on a live drone feed. As the smoke cleared, they got a jolt. 2 survivors were clinging to the smoldering wreck. Under ordinary leadership, these 2 men would have been scooped up, arrested, and tried. That's what due process requires, and due process applies to all persons, not just U.S. citizens. And both domestic and international laws spell out how the government should deal with survivors. But Admiral Frank M. Mitch Bradley, the commanding officer, ordered his subordinates to kill the men. According to sources, the 2 men were blown apart in the water. 2 sources said Admiral Bradley gave the order to comply with Hegseth's demand. The report also said that the order was meant to prevent survivors from calling up other traffickers to pick up the drugs, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. Then Hegseth said he did not give the order, but if Bradley did, it was fine. I stand by him and the combat decisions he has made. Technically, this wasn't really combat. In a press conference, Trump said that a second strike wasn't necessary and that Hegseth...
They always do this. They always try to put the blame on somebody else. Oh, I didn't do it, he did it. Oh, I didn't do it, they did it. Like, they always do that. Oh, man. The Trump administration is the most, like, pathetic, lying, cowardly, incompetent load of fuckwits of all time. They act like fucking children.
That told him it never happened.
But no, I wouldn't have wanted that, not a second strike. The first strike was very lethal, it was fine, and if there were 2 people around, but Pete said that didn't happen.
But on December 1st, White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt contradicted their claim that there was no second strike. She admitted there was a second strike, and Bradley gave the order. She claimed,
"The strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict."
On December 2nd, Hegseth said,
"As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do."
He also said Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back. Hegseth said he did not see any survivors while he watched the video.
"I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded and fire and smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post."
The Washington Post doubled down on its reporting. Sources said the second strike was ordered when 2 survivors were detected. That report
Well, Isaac's planning on getting a 3D printer. If I win the lottery, I'll get like a crazy titanium 3D printer where I can print titanium parts.
Contradicts what Hegseth said about the fog of war. The New York Times reported a different version of events, which is that Hegseth ordered the first strike and told them to kill the people on the boat, destroy the cargo, and sink it. But he didn't tell them to kill them all. If we accept this version of events, it doesn't make the initial strike any more legal, just to be clear. Of course, this wasn't the story the Trump administration initially announced. Instead, they released a redacted video of the first strike and declared victory on social media. Trump crowed that the strike resulted in 11 terrorists killed in action, no U.S. forces were harmed in the strike. Please let this serve as notice to anyone even thinking about bringing drugs into the United States of America. Beware.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, but if you've been following our channel or paying attention to the news, U.S.-led military strikes aren't even the worst of what the world's
was illegal, or maybe they just didn't want to get force choked for failing to execute the mission perfectly. Either way, DoD's Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC, also lied about the real reason for the second strike. In briefing materials provided to the White House, JSOC reported that the second strike was intended to sink the boat so it wouldn't be a navigation hazard to other vessels. The Trump administration made similar claims to Congress members in private meetings. But as Marine Corps veteran and Democratic House member Seth Moulton pointed out, the idea that wreckage from one small boat in a vast ocean is a hazard to marine traffic is patently absurd, and killing survivors is blatantly illegal. He promised to prosecute the offenders, saying, "Mark my words, it may take some time, but Americans will be prosecuted for this either as a war crime or outright murder." And Moulton isn't the only one who believes this is a war crime.
We now have new information about the second strike after Admiral Bradley briefed members of Congress. Bradley told them the two survivors did not appear to have radio or other communications devices. This contradicts the administration's earlier claims that the two survivors were radioing for help or backup, the thinking being that if they radioed for help, they could have retrieved the drugs and kept trafficking them. Defense officials made that claim in at least one briefing in September for congressional staff, according to a source familiar with the session, and several media outlets cited officials repeating that justification in the last week. But Admiral Bradley acknowledged that the two survivors of the military's initial strike were in no position to make a distress call in his briefing to lawmakers. People who viewed the video said that the first strike killed 9 people immediately and split the boat in half, capsizing it and sending a massive smoke plume into the sky, the sources who viewed the video as part of the briefing said. Part of the surveillance video was a zoomed-in, higher-definition view of the two survivors clinging to a still-floating, capsized portion, they said. Apparently, the two men clung to the wreckage for about 41 minutes, while Bradley and the rest of the U.S. Military Command Center discussed what to do as they watched the men struggle to overturn what was left of their boat. The video footage allegedly shows the two survivors waving overhead, possibly to signal for rescue from their attackers. Bradley's rationale for the second strike was that it appeared that part of the vessel remained afloat because it still held cocaine. Cocaine floats, that's his story. Okay. And apparently the concern was partly that the two survivors could signal or communicate to other drug traffickers to come and get them. Not with radios, but I guess with hand signals. So Bradley said the survivors could hypothetically have floated to safety, been rescued, and carried on with trafficking the drugs, or so the logic goes. A source with direct knowledge of the briefing called that rationale insane. You want to know how insane? This is eerily similar to the same rationale that was used by the captain of the German U-boat U-852 during the Peleus incident in 1944. After his U-boat sunk the SS Peleus, he ordered his crew to destroy the debris, to which maybe half of the Peleus' surviving crew clung. The captain was trying to eliminate any possibility of the surviving crew communicating about the secret presence of the U-boat in the area. What happened later? In probably the first war crimes tribunal after World War II ended, the captain, his XO, and the ship doctor were convicted, sentenced to death, and shot. Back in Washington, interpretations of the video varied. House Intelligence Committee ranking member Jim Himes told reporters,
yes, they were carrying drugs. They were not in the position to continue their mission in any way. People will someday see this video and they will see that that video shows, if you don't have the broader context, an attack on shipwrecked sailors. The last thing I'm going to say is that the Admiral confirmed that there had not been a kill them all order and that there was not an order to grant no quarter.
Tom Cotton saw it differently. I saw two survivors trying to flip a boat loaded with drugs bound for the United States back over so they could stay in the fight. What fight? The U.S. blew up a boat. There's also no evidence that the boat was bound for the U.S., and in fact, according to two sources, Admiral Bradley acknowledged the boat was actually heading for the country of Suriname, where it was allegedly going to transfer its cargo to a second vessel. Rand Paul saw the video and backed up Himes. And I think if the public sees images of people clinging to boat debris and being blown up, I think that there is a chance that finally the public will get interested enough in this to stop this. Admiral Bradley told lawmakers that there was no kill everyone order and that he made the decision to double tap. Experts from across the political spectrum have agreed this is illegal. Jack Goldsmith, Harvard Law professor and former head of the Office of Legal Counsel for George W. Bush, proclaimed that there can be no conceivable legal justification for the acts described in the Washington Post story. And most lawyers across the CIA, ODNI, Justice, State, Defense, and the NSC agreed it was illegal to bomb the boats. By the summer, though, the system had been gutted. The NSC's legal team, including top lawyer Paul Ney, was gone. Pentagon career lawyers were cut out, and CIA Director John Ratcliffe was on board. The White House didn't need the CIA's approval, but once they got it, Trump made it public. This was an unusual move by a U.S. president, but it shows that the administration was desperate to convince the public that this was legal. According to media reports, the Trump administration's Office of Legal Counsel claims the strikes are part of a non-international armed conflict. This opinion was spelled out in a long memo drafted by a small interagency group of lawyers and political appointees who unanimously agreed that the president has the legal authority to continue the strikes. They relayed that opinion to the military in August. The bombings commenced in.
I'm gonna take a nap. I need like 5 minutes. Maybe 10 minutes. I need a nap. All right.
In September. So why did they conclude the strikes were lawful under the rules governing a non-international armed conflict? This specific term of art is defined in the DoD manual as an armed conflict that is not between states, which basically means that there hasn't been a formally declared war between two countries. This covers a wide variety of situations, things like non-state terrorist groups, civil wars, or separatist guerrilla groups. The administration says this is legal because we're in a non-international armed conflict with Tren de Aragua and Cartel de los Soles, which have been designated terrorist organizations. A non-international armed conflict is basically an armed conflict that isn't between two states, but there are strict criteria under international law. The non-state group must be organized like an armed force, and the level of violence has to be sustained and intense. Experts across the spectrum say these gangs don't meet that standard, and that, in fact, Cartel de los Soles is not a cartel and doesn't really exist at all like the administration claims. They aren't organized like militaries, they're not engaged in hostilities against the US government, and drug trafficking doesn't convert.
New trailer for The Boys season just dropped. I thought that was over. Thought that all wrapped up and was finished. Still a new season?
This into an armed conflict. If this isn't a non-international armed conflict, then it's just law enforcement. And blowing up civilians and then executing survivors is murder under federal and military law. But even if Trump's Office of Legal Counsel is correct, and this is a non-international armed conflict, the law of armed conflict still applies. And the law of armed conflict explicitly bans no quarter orders and to protect shipwreck survivors. The DoD Law of War Manual even gives the textbook example: you cannot fire on the shipwrecked. Even in a non-international armed conflict, there are still limits. And Goldsmith and other experts have argued that by torpedoing survivors, the military has blasted right through those limits. Even in a non-international armed conflict, the law bars no quarter orders. The DoD Law of War Manual says it outright in section 17.6.1. You can't order that there be no survivors. Sources who spoke to the Washington Post said Secretary Hegseth's order was to kill everybody. And legal experts, including conservative Jack Goldsmith, have interpreted Hegseth's statement to be an illegal no quarters order. Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions, which was signed and ratified by the United States, applies to non-international armed conflicts. This is binding international law. Article 3 states that persons taking no active part in the hostilities, including members of armed forces who have laid down their arms and those placed hors de combat by sickness, wounds, detention, or any other cause, shall in all circumstances be treated humanely. It expressly prohibits violence to life in person, in particular murder of all kinds, and the passing of sentences and the carrying out of executions without previous judgment pronounced by a regularly constituted court, affording all the judicial guarantees which are recognized as indispensable by civilized peoples. The DoD's Law of War Manual echoes this and even mentions shipwrecks specifically. Section 17.14 is actually titled Protection of the Wounded, Sick, Shipwrecked, and Dead in Non-International Armed Conflicts. It declares that all the wounded, sick, and shipwrecked, whether or not they have taken part in the armed conflict, shall be respected and protected. Just in case protected isn't specific enough, the manual makes it really clear. This means that they should not be knowingly attacked, fired upon, or unnecessarily interfered with. The manual
Yeah, it sounds like a war crime to me then.
Even requires that the military provide necessary medical care to any wounded, sick, or shipwrecked combatants. The manual also requires that all possible measures shall be taken without delay to search for and collect the wounded, sick, and shipwrecked, to protect them against pillage and ill treatment, to ensure their adequate care, and to search for the dead, prevent their being despoiled, and decently dispose of them. So that's at least 4 provisions of the DoD's own Law of War Manual that Hegseth and Admiral Bradley and everyone down the chain of command ignored. It's worth pointing out here that the DoD manual doesn't just...
No, I don't want a pet orangutan. I'm sure they're really hard to take care of.
Pull all of this from thin air. It comes from Article 12 of the Second Geneva Convention. For context, the First Geneva Convention covers conflict on land, the Second Geneva Convention covers conflict at sea, the third, prisoners of war, and the fourth, civilians. Article 12 of the Second Convention states, members of the armed forces and other persons mentioned in the following article who are at sea and who are wounded, sick, or shipwrecked shall be respected and protected in all circumstances, it being understood that the term shipwreck means shipwreck from any cause and includes forced landings at sea by or from aircraft. Such persons shall be treated humanely and cared for by the parties to the conflict. Any attempts upon their lives or violence to their persons shall be strictly prohibited. Article 12 of the First Convention reads almost identically, except there's no mention of shipwrecks, which, makes sense as it deals with land warfare. But there's a good reason why Article 12 of the Second Geneva Convention gives special protections to shipwrecked people. The sea is inherently dangerous, and people who are surviving in the water are inherently out of the fight. It's different on land. If you hit a truck and destroy it, survivors can run away and continue the fight. That's basically been part and parcel of America's wars since 9/11. The first strike gets the lion's share of the target, and then you move on to the squirters, the ones who survived and ran off. As long as they're not hors de combat, they are likely still legitimate targets.
Yeah, but what if we're at war with dolphins? Ever think of that?
And that's what's itched at the back of my head since we learned of the second strike. It's the military applying the rules of engagement from 25 years of war in the desert, in cities, in mountains, without any appreciation for or understanding of the differences between war on land and war at sea. It's GWAT brain rot.
If I win the lottery, I'll come out and visit you, Aaron. I don't think you'd like it here. It's pretty cold.
Which is probably why a group of former Judge Advocate Generals, the former JAGS working group, said flat out that, quote, anyone who issues or follows such orders can and should be prosecuted. In their November 29th statement, they added that international law not only forbids targeting survivors, it requires rescuing them and treating them as prisoners of war if needed. Violating those obligations, they said, is a war crime, murder, or both. There are no other options. But will they be prosecuted, as the former JAGS, Representative Moulton, and a lot of other legal experts have called for? Or is there a magic get-out-of-jail-free card?
Yeah, it's called Donald Trump. That's their magic get-out-of-jail-free card. I'm expecting a lot of these people to end up getting prosecuted after Trump leaves office. That's the most likely scenario.
The Trump administration is already teeing up a few potential legal defenses. Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell said lawyers up and down the chain of command have been thoroughly involved in reviewing these operations prior to execution. He claimed that all those lawyers were cool with it, which is strange since pretty much all non-DOJ legal experts, conservative, liberal, and in between, say this is illegal. A Justice Department spokesperson told the Post that military personnel are legally obligated to follow lawful orders and thus wouldn't be subject to prosecution for following lawful orders. This is true, but only for lawful orders. Under military law, if the person executing the orders knew the orders to be unlawful, or a person of ordinary sense and understanding would have known the orders to be unlawful, then they can still be prosecuted. And given how clear the DoD Law of War Manual was on this point, there's a pretty strong argument that everyone in the chain of command should have known it was illegal to blow up 2 shipwreck survivors. In fact, killing defenseless shipwrecked people is the textbook example offered in the DoD's manual. In section 18.3.2.1, under a section titled Clearly Illegal Orders to Commit Law of War Violations, the guide states, the requirement to refuse to comply with orders to commit law of war violations applies to orders to perform conduct that...
You found out today it's illegal to sleep in your own garage in the UK. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the UK where they just arbitrarily say it's illegal just so that they can collect fines and revenue or just arrest people for no reason. But, you know, if a Muslim migrant rapes teenage girls, nobody cares. Yeah, they won't do anything about that.
That is clearly illegal, or orders that the subordinate knows, in fact, are illegal. For example, orders to fire upon the shipwrecked would be clearly illegal. The U.S. Navy's History and Heritage Command even describes incidents of Japanese sailors firing on shipwrecked U.S. service members in World War II as atrocities. So yeah, it's safe to assume that everyone in the chain of command really should have known that this was an illegal order and should have refused to obey it. But the Trump administration is probably counting on the fact that the OLC memo itself will create legal immunity for the military officials who did this. This maneuver was perfected by the George W. Bush administration, whose OLC famously blessed the idea of enhanced interrogation, which the rest of us just know as torture. When Obama appointee Eric Holder took over the DOJ, he claimed that he couldn't prosecute anyone responsible for torture because the OLC had told everyone that torture was legal, and they'd reasonably relied on that guidance. So according to both the Bush and Obama administrations, a handful of unelected attorneys at the DOJ can essentially just make something legal by declaring that it's legal. Magic. There may still be legal problems for the Trump administration, though, because as conservative legal expert Ed Whelan pointed out, the Trump administration only got OLC to bless their dirty work 3 days after the fact. So no one in the DoD chain of command.
The Wandering Mason, is there anything in the UK that's not illegal aside from raping 9-year-olds?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everything is illegal in the UK aside from raping 9-year-olds, but that only goes for Muslim migrants. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Command can claim that they were relying on OLC's legal interpretation unless they got a message from the future. Apparently, the OLC also admitted in its memo that the law of armed conflict applies. And as I already covered, the law of armed conflict expressly prohibits blowing up shipwreck survivors. It's literally the textbook example in the DoD's own manual. But even if some future prosecutor can overcome the OLC's magic legal shield, there's a pretty good chance that it wouldn't matter, because Trump could just pardon the offenders. And as we've already seen, pardons aren't just used to erase prior convictions anymore, they're used to prevent future prosecutions. There's good reason to believe Trump will do that. He's already pardoned several war criminals. In November 2019, he granted pardons to 2 service members accused of war crimes. Clint Lawrence, an Army lieutenant convicted of second-degree murder for ordering his unit to fire on unarmed Afghan civilians, and Matthew Goldstein, an Army major facing a murder charge for killing an alleged Afghan bomb maker. Trump also restored the rank of Edward Gallagher, Navy SEAL acquitted of murder but convicted of posing with a corpse. And since that first strike, Trump has promoted Admiral Bradley to lead the U.S. Special Operations Command, which oversees elite units across the military. Still, Republican and Democratic leaders in the House and Senate have announced that they're investigating, and the military appears to have changed course at least somewhat. 2 survivors of a later strike were retrieved and turned over to their home countries, ostensibly for prosecution. But the best chance for justice for the victims of any of these strikes appears to be in civil court. At least one victim's family has said they plan to file suit. So joining me now to discuss the precarious situation that orders like these place service members in is an actual war hero who Donald Trump said should be hanged for sticking up for the rule of law. Senator Kelly, welcome back to Legal Eagle.
Good to be back.
So in addition to being personally targeted, you as a senator, you do have oversight powers. And so I'm curious, with the boat bombing that's been in the news lately, when you were a pilot, did you ever receive any orders that you thought were or could potentially be illegal?
Well, I flew strikes into Iraq and Kuwait, pre-planned targets. Never questioned whether or not those targets were military targets. It was always explained to us, what they were, why we were hitting them. I also flew surface combat air patrol combat missions.
This guy has very impressive ears. They're kind of like big goblin ears. They're so big and thick. Those are some really impressive ears.
In the northern part of the Persian Gulf, sunk 2 ships. One was clearly reported to me as an OSA patrol, missile patrol boat, a Russian OSA-2, but operated by the Iraqis in Kuwait Harbor. It was a, threat to the fleet in the northern part of the Gulf, and we were told to sink it. And we were able to identify the ship. Actually, the EP-3 identified it, and we sunk it with 2 rockeye, 2 cluster munitions. Another time, I had 2 Polnokny troop carriers heading out of the Euphrates River towards Iran. When we reported them, the admiral, you're essentially talking to somebody who's talking to the admiral, the battle group commander, said, "Hey, can you identify those ships?" And we said what they were, and they said, "Can you do anything else to further clarify if they're Iraqi ships?" So I flew down about 50 feet off the water as fast as I could go and flew right by, and they're flying the Iraqi flag. And just where they were located, it was very clear they were Iraqi vessels, and then they asked me to sink them. First time I ever missed. Wasn't happy about it. Missed with an LGB. We had a turret problem with the laser, and it swung around at the last second. 500-pound laser guided bomb hit behind the ship, and then they started shooting at us. One of them did, with AAA, and I jinked around a bunch. Had my Bombardier Navigator set up for a visual delivery of 2 rockeye, and then I rolled.
They're kind like an IISER's VG.
I don't know what the fuck that is. Yeah, kind of. A little bit. I think they're just more like, just big goblin ears. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Rolled in on the other ship and put the rockeye across the back half of the ship. And in time, it sunk. And then the other ship was hit by a squadron mate of mine with an LGB. So ultimately we sunk both ships, but I had no question, these are ships, these are Iraqi ships in a war in Iraqi waters. But, sometimes there are questions. I think what's going on in Venezuela right now, people would understand why there would be questions. This first strike, we're going to have to get some information. And you're right, I have oversight responsibility over the Department of Defense. And, we're going to, try to get the video, execute order, on this and whatever else they have, and try to figure out if everybody did what they were supposed to do. What is out there right now on this, though, it does not look good.
What advice do you have for the service members under this administration who may be confronting the possibility of receiving an order that they perceive to be illegal or they know to be illegal?
Well, first of all, you're required to follow legal orders. Required, right? And I think it's pretty easy to, suss out something that is not legal, unlawful. And when that happens, if you have time, talk to your commanding officer about it and say, hey, this just doesn't feel right to me. Or if you have an opportunity, if there's a JAG officer left to talk to the JAG officer and get some advice. This is pretty basic stuff. But it's also stuff that some members of the military are not reminded of often. I remember hearing this when I was a midshipman at the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. I also remember hearing some stuff in SEER school. Did you go to SEER school? You have that in the Army, right?
Marine Corps.
Oh, you're a Marine. Survived. Yeah. So you went to SEER school. So you hear a little bit about Geneva Conventions at SEER school, and I remember hearing about lawful, unlawful orders as a midshipman at the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. I don't remember getting a lot of refreshers on it. We just try to send a message. This is something you guys need to think about under the circumstances. It's not complicated, but I think getting advice from your officers, if you're an officer, from your senior officers, up the chain of command, is a healthy thing.
If the administration tries to prevent Admiral Bradley from coming to testify before Congress about the nature of the order that was precisely given by Pete Hegseth, what do you think Congress can do about that?
Well, we can. I think we could subpoena him in a different. Instead of just a request, we can try to compel him to come. He should. So should Pete Hegseth. The Secretary of Defense should come before the committee in the Senate and the House. Tell us, their side of the story. What happened here? In the law of armed conflict, combatants that are shipwrecked, you're not allowed to kill them, and you're required to rescue them. So that's why what's reported. And I think it's important to say, this has to be all confirmed. But what's being reported is that they did a second strike, on the boat that killed people that were in the water. That does appear to be very problematic.
If you had received an order like that for a second strike when you were actively flying, what do you think you would have done in that moment when you received that order?
Well, if there were, survivors in the water, you say no. I would have said no. Not doing it. Go back to the ship. You jettison your bombs. You go back and talk to your, commanding officer about it. Talk to the lawyers about it. I don't think these things happen, frequently. I think they're rare. It's really odd that this, happened shortly after we put out this video. It actually happened before we put out the video. I feel a little bit regretful that we didn't do the video a few months ago. Maybe that reminder would have been enough to some folks to prevent things like this from happening.
You said it's pretty rare for these things to happen. And I think by that you mean issuance of illegal orders to our service members. Do you think that the administration is trying to change the culture in the military so that more illegal orders can be given?
Oh, yeah, they're fascists. They want to be able to do whatever the fuck they want and, impose whatever rule of law they want. Because they're fascists and they want the military to just obey them regardless of legality.
And followed.
I think Pete Hegseth is trying to change that culture. He talks about it all the time. He speaks very negatively about rules of engagement and implies they're a hindrance to us doing our jobs. We're not Russia. You see what happens, see what the Ukrainians do, or the Russians do in Ukraine to Ukrainians, murdering people, intentionally murdering kids. We have to meet a higher standard. We're the United States of America. We're not like them. We can't operate like that. We have to have a moral compass and be ethical. We lead the free world and our adversaries. Right now we have other countries, the UK being one of them, doesn't share intelligence with us anymore. In the Caribbean, any organizations that are, narco, criminal cartel organizations, they stopped sharing that with us because they have serious questions about what we're doing. And I never expected to see this. These are our closest allies. Yes, so I do think that he is, trying to, make some serious changes, and they are not positive changes. For that reason and others, I think he should have been fired a long time ago. He should have been fired. They fired the wrong guy in Signalgate. They got rid of Mike Waltz. Mike Waltz is not the one that shared the sensitive information on Signal. That was Pete Hegseth.
And there was a pretty damning Inspector General report that just recently came out about it.
Yeah, I read it today. There'll be a unclass or a redacted version tomorrow. It's mostly unclassified anyway. It's pretty basic. It's what you would expect.
One thing about illegal orders is, for one, it actually can expose people to criminal liability. E1s, E2s, E3s, people who just, they don't have a whole lot of say and a whole lot of discretion. But it can also cause moral injury. And we don't talk a whole lot about moral injury. When we talk about people going to war, we usually talk about physical injury, people getting hurt, getting shot. But do you think that illegal orders, or the potential, the specter of illegal orders, actually makes it more dangerous for people's moral injury or moral injury to our service members?
I mean, in some cases, they could be exposed to prosecution. That can, hurt people, could be their career or their livelihood, all kinds of issues. But I also think I think you're right that, when you think historically, situations that have happened in other wars, that it does affect the psychology of people when they found that they did something that was unlawful. It's a heavy burden, and it's a weight that can follow them around for the rest of their lives. That's why we try to avoid it.
Thanks again to Senator Kelly for joining us. Now, we didn't plan on this being the week of Pete Hegseth does a war crime.
Yeah, they did a bad.
Trump himself should be fired from the presidency, that is.
Yeah, he should. Unfortunately, probably not going to happen, but yeah, he definitely should. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Executed a man inside a national park. The victim, someone who she once accused of rape. The woman once known as Selena Savage on OnlyFans is in prison. She pleaded.
Tell me Akash's wife doesn't look like Frank Tufano.
Yeah, now that you mention it, she does kind of. If Frank became trans, he'd probably look like Akash's wife. That dude is such a dumbass. Can't get over how much of a fucking moron that guy is. Thanks for the donation, though, Karakra.
This is the Maquawit, one of the most legendary weapons of all time. A sword with an edge of obsidian, the sharpest material on Earth. The Aztecs used these devastating weapons to build the most powerful empire of the continent. When the Spanish conquistadors first encountered the Maquawit, they were horrified. Eyewitness accounts insist it could decapitate a horse in a single swing. Today, we're going to uncover
it cannot
the truth behind that deadly reputation, with steel-bearing Spanish fighting against sharpest steel blades. But not all obsidian tools are created equal. Most of the tools you see online are the product of bifacial knapping, the process of flaking both sides of a core to create a bifacial cutting tool. But these tools have jagged edges. They are great for cutting meat, but they are not the sharpest blades in the world. Regular obsidian flakes are actually much sharper, but they are often irregularly shaped. Ancient humans learned how to shape stone cores into cylindrical prisms so that they could take off long and even blades. These blades have a conchoidal fracture running down their entire length, providing an excellent cutting edge. This is what the blade of the Maquawit is made out of. The Aztecs and other Mesoamerican cultures lived in one of the most obsidian-rich places on Earth. leading to them becoming one of the best flint-knapping cultures of all time. Their blades were so sophisticated that master flint-knappers struggle to replicate them to this day. I have flint-knapped for years, and I wouldn't even attempt to make Aztec prismatic blades as I know I will fail miserably. But luckily, I know Tony Soares, a true master.
Razor sharp.
I had him nap these blades and send me the cores they came off of. They are truly works of art. With this understanding, you can see why 99% of makwawich you see online are complete pieces of junk. People lack the knowledge, skill, or effort in order to make an accurate replica. But not on Northo 2.
This thing's gonna fucking break.
My growing suspicion of my own are much simpler in design. And just look at them, they are absolutely stunning. Recorded. Test.
We're going to be testing the makwawit on this bone-in pork loin right here. It's Spanish actually. Let's take a swing at this thing, man. We're gonna aim right here and just...
I don't know why I didn't just test it on a human being. Should have done a predator poaching sting and just killed him with this. Dodo donates $2. What % chance will Trump pardon him? Pipe bomb suspect? Oh yeah. Well, can't watch the video. Like, unironically, yeah, there's a non-zero chance. He probably won't, but, like, there's a non-zero chance. Given that they pardoned, like, everybody else, you know, even people who directly attacked police officers and shit. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. How old are you? I'm 34.
Oh my goodness! Through with such ease that I literally threw all that average-sized one. So imagine what the two-handed one meant. I needed my expectation. Oh!
Yeah, that's gonna break.
Well, again, that was absolutely devastating, but this time it seems we caught a lot more bone. It seems that backbone was just too tough for the blade of the makwawit. We lost quite a few blades in that swing. But if we look at the blades, some of them are completely undamaged. Like this, the edge on this one is... It did do a ton of damage.
It's too brittle.
How to throw a punch, and maybe that's a similar movement. I don't know. Anyone who's really into swords can comment down below. But let's see. Let's just do a few stabs first, and then we're going to do slices after. So I'm just going to throw it like a jab, pretty much. Oh, I missed. All right, now we're going to put it right through that. That had some serious power. That would have been that was really devastating. Oh.
Wow, this guy, slashes like a girl.
Enough force though about the makwawit.
Suggesting it was a large two-handed makwawit that cut litating a man.
Now it's finally time to try the two-handed...
It just shows, contrary to what he says, no, Trump does not give a shit about the police.
Yeah, he clearly doesn't care about anyone. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Oh!
Oh, what a surprise. It's a piece of shit.
So yeah, that was a total failure. Here, oh my gosh.
Were mortally wounded by these weapons. But
will our Spanish
of sorrow take anything away from those often armed range weapons the indigenous act of the Aztecs remember before entering God of Warrior for yourself?
Yeah, that's just a dumb idea. That's just dumb.
Guilty to murder, but she is not going quietly. Why she says what she is ordered to do behind bars isn't fair. We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Selena Savage has a shocking life story. Now, much of it moving forward is going to be spent in prison. Her real name is Chelsea Perkins, and she wasn't always making explicit content for work. She's actually a Coast Guard veteran, and she claims to have a very traumatic past. She claims that that past was her motive when she committed murder that she pleaded guilty to earlier this year.
How come the Biden administration didn't try to negotiate with Putin even one time during his term, regarding the war? Serious question.
Probably because they understand it's a pointless waste of time. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Now, the big update that we are following in this case is a real shocking new claim that she appears to be making from federal prison. So before we get into that, let's lay out this case, including what happened after the fact, after this murder, when someone went to shocking lengths to try to kill Perkins, aka Selena Savage, months after she killed a man in an Ohio national park. Yes, there are a lot of layers to this story, so let's break it down. On Instagram, Perkins, again, identified herself as Selena Savage. She was a, quote, cam model. Perkins' last post on Instagram was December 9th, 2021. I want you to remember that date. Now, earlier that year, on March 6th, Perkins drove to Ohio to meet 31-year-old Matthew Dunmeyer. According to court documents, Dunmeyer and Perkins go way back. They both went to high school together, and so they knew each other for many years. Now, heading into this weekend, Dunmeyer
Take TRT due to a year of insomnia, mania, and malnutrition? 21 by the way.
You're saying you're on TRT because of the fucked up issues you've had, like lowering your test? You know, what's fucking stupid is, like, people will say, oh, well, before considering TRT, like, live a perfect life, you know? Like, eat perfectly, exercise perfectly, get perfect sleep. Like, the reality is, it's rarely ever the case that anybody can optimize every single aspect of their life. You know, like, a lot of people have stress, that makes it hard to sleep, makes it hard to eat perfectly, train. A lot of people do shift work, too. Like, there's a lot of things that get in the way that make it either extremely difficult or completely impractical to, like, optimize or fix certain problems. So, if the fundamental issue is, like, your low testosterone making you feel like shit, then why in the fuck wouldn't you just take testosterone? You can figure out, you know, all the other crap later. Like, if you have a wide variety of problems that are lowering your test, just take test. Now these problems will not cause another problem, and taking testosterone might fix some of these issues. Like, it might help with sleep, it might help with mood, it might help with, you know, like, just other things, and it might resolve on its own just from, like, boosting the testosterone, but everyone's just afraid of testosterone for no reason, because, you know, they're beta males. But thanks for the donation, Heavy Iron.
Pointless waste of time to try to get peace? I'm afraid it may be too late to negotiate for peace now. Biden may have royally fucked us. Because Russia is too deep into this now to turn back. Not that I support Putin BTW.
Yeah, nice attempt at rage bait, don't care.
It's a shame people like this will probably get out of prison just because they're a woman or just because no one believes in life in prison anymore.
I don't know. Depends. If she's from Florida, then she's probably gonna Virginia, Ohio. Yeah, if she was in California or some other gay state like Portland, you know, but yeah, some states are actually based. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Meyer told a friend that he was going to meet up with a woman who was in town for the weekend. In fact, his boss saw him get into a car with a woman who drove a white vehicle. Also want you to remember that part. Now on March 6th, the two go to Cuyahoga Valley National Park, which is a beautiful park, has incredible views like this, and it's also a quiet place to get away from the hustle and bustle of Cleveland or Akron in Northeast Ohio. On March 9th, a few days later, around 11 o'clock in the morning, hikers found Dunmire dead. He had a single gunshot wound to his head. At that time, Perkins was nowhere to be found. During the investigation, police did speak to some hikers who remember on the day of Matthew's murder that they heard a gunshot and they passed Perkins, who seemed lost in the woods. They noted that it was odd that she was wearing knee-high boots walking through a national park, and we're not talking about hiking boots. Now, Perkins eventually made her way out of the park, and then she drove across state lines to Michigan, to a tattoo parlor, and then she eventually made it back to her home in Virginia. That's where her husband lived, and her husband owned the white vehicle that Matthew's boss saw him getting into before he went off and was murdered. It took several months to arrest Chelsea Perkins. Police say eventually they were able to line up Matthew's cell phone data with the location of an Airbnb rental that Perkins had booked for the weekend that she was in Ohio. Her DNA also showed up on Matthew's body and a water bottle that was near his body after she shot him in the back of the head. Now, Perkins was arrested in December of 2021, specifically December 10th. And that's why her last post on Instagram as Selena Savage is December 9th of that year. For as clear as the evidence seems in hindsight, it took several months for law enforcement to arrest Chelsea Perkins. And during this time, this story took an even more shocking turn. I promise you, you're not expecting it. So a little more than a month before Perkins was arrested, a woman was shot in Northeast Washington, D.C. And the shooter, according to the Justice Department, wore a brown vest and brown baseball cap and was carrying a cardboard box. They knocked on the front door and they shouted, quote, UPS. They shot the woman who answered the door. The person dressed like a delivery driver shot the woman who answered the door. Later, we would learn this was the woman who was dressed like a UPS delivery person. This was the shooter. Her name was Tommy Lynn Dunmire. She's the mom of Chelsea Perkins' murder victim, Matthew. Government prosecutors say that Tommy Lynn and her longtime partner, a man by the name of John McQuillan, drove to a house in Washington, and they had the intent to shoot Chelsea Perkins. The couple had grown frustrated by November that no one had been arrested for their son's murder, and they really believed that Chelsea Perkins was responsible, so they decided to take matters into their own hands. Now, the problem was that the woman who answered the door, who Tommy Lynn shot, wasn't Chelsea Perkins. It was a woman who had nothing to do with Matthew Dunmire's murder. Now, that shooting victim survived. Tommy Lynn and her partner, John McQuillan, then tried to escape by changing their license plates. Police eventually caught up to them, and at that point, they say Tommy took her own life. Hey, before we continue, I want to pause and talk about something many people deal with, debt. It can feel like it's not an accident. Every call, every fee, OTC.
I don't know why I'm so fucking sleepy. Dude, I slept like all day today, too.
Now, McQuillan, Tommy's longtime partner, he pleaded guilty in 2022 for his role in the shooting, and he was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Perkins no longer lived in the Washington, D.C. area at the time.
Favorite Uncharted game? The Uncharted 4 DLC. What did they call it? With Chloe and Nadine. That was extremely good. So even though it wasn't like its own kind of standalone game, I'd say the Uncharted 4 DLC. I remember going back and playing through the original trilogy. I remember at the time when the PS3 was like new, I liked the second game the most, but playing it back again, the first and third game were my favorite.
You don't know why you're so fucking sleepy? I don't know why you're so fucking retarded and act like a retarded ass nigger all the time. At least you cut your hair short and don't have dreads. But you're still a retarded nigger. Get a life, get a job.
Alright, thanks for the advice. Appreciate the donation. Yeah, the first and third game were my favorite. Thank you, Gummy. I don't know why, like, some of the, like, complaints about the first game are just fucking stupid. Like, they complain about the enemy waves, like, being too big or something. It's literally the same as every other game. They also complain about some of the enemies being, like, spongy. It's really not that bad. And headshots are, like, instant kills, too, so... If you suck at the game, you know.
How many steps do you aim for daily? I hear a lot of social media influencers recommend 10,000 per day, but then I've heard others say that number isn't backed by research.
I don't aim for a step count. Thanks for the donation, Blink. So, the only real problem with the first game was that one mission where you're on the the jet ski. That was stupid. Other than that, the story was good, the gameplay was good, graphics were good. It was very, like, I like the first game for being so straightforward. It, like, if you play through it, it feels very, like, pure and simple, and there's no nonsense. So, like, you're just playing the fucking game. There's no, like, weird, stupid filler. There's no, like, hour-long sections where you're just wandering around, doing nothing, listening to people talk, hearing some dumb backstory about characters you don't care about, solving some stupid puzzle. Like, you're just playing a game, and the game's pretty good. Like, it's fun. And, you know, the enemy waves and the shootouts are really fun and engaging. And the weapons they give you are fun. So, like, the first game is really underrated. I don't know why it gets such a bad rap. Second game, it just feels weird to play. It just didn't age as well, for whatever reason. It just feels strange. And it does get bogged down a lot by some of the, like, weird puzzles. It's not that bad, not anywhere near as bad as the fourth, but it does feel a little slower. And the section at the end where you fight those weird monsters is kind of fucking stupid, and the end boss is just gay. Third game just had a stupid story. That's really the only big downside to the third game. Probably had some of the best shooting mechanics out of the original trilogy. The only thing I didn't really like about it is they had a change to the enemy AI where they have some weird behaviors, where they tend to rush you. So rather than trying to, like, actually engage in a shootout, like, they'll break cover and just rush towards you in a weird way. That's one thing I didn't like about the enemy AI. But for the most part, it works fine. And again, it has some of the best shootouts and shooting mechanics, compared to the, you know, other games in the trilogy. But Uncharted 4 Lost Legacy, that was the best Uncharted gameplay in the entire series. The Uncharted 4 main game just had terrible, horrendous, horrifically bad pacing. Just unspeakably awful. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. But you literally can't play through the game multiple times because there's these big, long sections that you just can't skip, where it's all like story and exposition and bullshit. But the Lost Legacy DLC, it fixed that. It's basically just straight up gameplay. The story's nice and simple, and you can skip the cutscenes. So yeah, number one, really underrated. I don't know why it gets such a bad rap. The criticisms that people make about it are just fucking stupid. Second game hasn't aged as well. Third game is better than the second game. Kind of debatable whether the third is better than the first. They both have their strengths and weaknesses. Fourth game has great gameplay, but you barely ever get to play the game. And the DLC is fantastic. It's what the main game should have been. So that's my basic stance on the Uncharted series.
21st, how about no and forget it, VG does not have to waste his life working a pointless job especially since he will be winning the lottery soon.
Yeah, lucky for me, no one won the 70 million, so now the draw is up to 75 million. So in the next few days, I should be $75 million richer. Have a really good feeling about this one. I'm definitely, without a doubt, gonna win that 75 million. And once I win that 75 million, I'm gonna sleep in bed for hours and hours and hours without a fucking care in the world. It's gonna be great. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Time that Matthew's parents went to try and kill her under the disguise of being a delivery driver. Perkins, though, was arrested in Pensacola, Florida. Court records show that the motive for the murder of Matthew Dunmeyer was, in the mind of Perkins, revenge. Court records show that she accused Matthew Dunmeyer of rape in 2017. The Cleveland Plain Dealer newspaper in Ohio says that police in Virginia Beach, where Perkins claimed the rape happened, didn't have enough evidence to support a charge.
That fourth Uncharted game sounds like it shares the same issue with a lot of these TV dramas, too much taking and no plot.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, it's especially bizarre when people do that with video games. Like, you know, it's a game. I don't know why some people forget the game part. It's really strange, especially for a company like Naughty Dog. Like, what the fuck are they thinking? So irritating. Just so fucking stupid. I don't get it.
On May 27th
Thanks for the
of
donation,
this year,
Dodo.
so a couple of years have passed, we've made it to 2025, Chelsea Perkins pleaded guilty to driving more than 300 miles across state lines and killing Matthew Dunmeyer. She pleaded guilty to a charge of second-degree murder. Perkins was sentenced in September to 22 and a half years in prison. She faced sometime between 20 and 25 years in prison, so it appears the judge found right down the middle as what her punishment was going to be. And she is currently in federal prison at a facility in West Virginia. Now, along with that 22 and a half year prison sentence, the judge also ordered Perkins.
You'd think that not smoking, drinking, not taking other drugs would be good enough to start TRT rather than optimizing your daily routine like Brian Johnson. Yeah. The only other thing I'd recommend would be trying your best to get down to as low a body fat percentage as you can, because that will help prevent some side effects. But yeah, you do not need to perfectly optimize your life to start TRT.
Perkins to pay restitution to Matthew Dunmeyer's family. The amount was $596.
Oh. That's a big mangus.
What's the matter?
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh.
Hey. What's
Is the
the
cow
matter?
upset?
Hey. Why are you so mad?
Is he upsetty spaghetti?
Huh?
How come he's
Why are you
upsetty
so
spaghetti?
mad? It's okay. Yeah, it's all okay. Yeah, you just want to be tough?
Oh.
What?
Why is he
Yeah, you
so
just trying to be
upsetty
tough?
spaghetti?
Huh? You just trying to be tough?
22 and a half is too nice. It should be life in prison for this bitch.
Yeah. Yeah, it should. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Probably went easier on her because she's a woman.
Winnie the Ewe is bred and overdue. Well, maybe not overdue, but this mama is carrying a lot of weight with 3 babies in there. We're here to give her a real nice trim before those babies just slide on out.
Oh.
It's important to trim up those engorged udders before the babies get here. It's also good to trim up the back area so it all stays sanitary after the birthing. I'm thinking maybe she'd like to see the efforts of her hard work, so we're gonna trim that top knot in her face real good. I feel like if something turned my body into a wide load Mack truck, I'd want to see what it was too. I imagine being twirled around on your rump like a circus Soleil performer when you're this pregnant is not very comfortable, so the main goal is to get this done as quickly as possible. I won't be going back for all the ridges I laid behind. Well, maybe 1 or 2. But the main goal is to get this big old mama back on her feet with no nicks. It is significantly more difficult for me to shear around a belly like this. The ridges left behind are my attempt not to nick the stretched skin. This is a 6-minute function, not fashion haircut. And all her
Oh my goodness.
friends said they liked it anyways. Winnie the
Oh my god, sheep are so pretty.
Hey, buddy.
Oh.
You just chilling?
What's this cat doing? He's never sat up on my headrest like this. What are you doing, Gum Gum? How come you're on my headrest? Oh.
Dawson, are you gonna wake up? Dawson, hello? Hello?
Squidward, are you dead? Are you dead, Mama? No? Okay, well, that's good.
The hell?
This one's sleeping.
Oh.
That's funny.
I can't get up, he's too heavy. Midnight. No, I'm stuck.
I'm taking a beer. Did I wake you?
Oh, good stretch. What are you doing?
$1,000. That is the amount that the court says pays for Matthew's family's travel expenses for them to get to court because they lived out of state, and it pays for Matthew's funeral expenses, but it's also an estimated amount of the money that Matthew would have made in his life if he were still alive. He worked as a musician. Now, in this court document obtained by Law and Crime, Perkins is disputing the amount of money related to the future earnings. It reads, quote, no pay stubs, tax filings, sworn affidavits, or expect analyses were produced to verify the length of this employment, consistency of his hours, or what reasonable living expenses he may have incurred. Prosecutors countered by calling the amount a, quote, conservative calculation, and they argued that they have met their burden. They say, quote, she should not now be able to avoid paying into his estate, which one day will belong to his minor children, by claiming that he did not make any money despite having a full-time job and being capable of work. To order otherwise would be to give defendant a windfall despite her crime. This week, court records show that Perkins and prosecutors agreed during a status conference over Zoom that they would work together to determine what a resolution could be in this case when it comes to the issue of restitution. But it didn't appear that those negotiations went on for very long because they met on December 2nd, Then on Thursday of this week, December 4th, the government filed another document saying they could not reach a deal and the court should order Perkins to pay that nearly $600,000 amount that she was already ordered to do. At this point, it's unclear how the court could rule what happens next. Joining us now is former Deputy Attorney General of the state of Ohio and Prosecutor Mark Weaver. It's always great to have you on Law and Crime, especially when it comes to cases like this that happen in your state, though this one was federal. When it comes to the argument over restitution, how strong of a case does it seem that Chelsea Perkins has?
Yeah, pretty strong case. Now, every time victims look for restitution, you have to see whether they're exaggerating the expenses or asking for too many things. But for crimes of violence, federal law makes it very clear that the victims, in this case the children of the murder victim, are entitled to compensation. And one of the big ones is the money that this man would have made in his career had he gone on to live a life and provide for his children.
What goes into calculating that? Who's the person who's responsible for figuring out what that money would be?
Yeah, your viewers might be surprised to know that there's actually an industry of people who do this. These are actuaries and accountants and experts who can look at somebody's career.
I have a problem. I want something that doesn't exist. At least not until now. 2 years chasing a dream I didn't think was catchable. We've caught it. Oh, we caught it. This is the first of its kind. A landmark in micromotive history. A collaborative masterpiece between Shifted Standards, Death to Gas, and Ronster Rides. An electric hyper quad built to break the rules and look f***ing cool doing it. This is...
Does that have... Okay, that looks like it might be a... like a motorcycle. Actually, no. Is that like a mountain bike rotor? I don't know what type of rotor that is. I don't know if it has a front brake. Looks like it might only be rear.
The Monster Quad!
Quads do have front brakes, right? Or do they not? I don't know. I've never ridden a quad.
Am I too big to get on the bike path? Nope. Perfect size.
Steam keeps censoring and banning games. They banned this horse game that has a vegan message. If humans were portrayed as horses and abused from their point of view, they banned it for some completely retarded made-up arbitrary reason. And Epic Games.
I don't know about that game in particular. I know they have banned games based on laws in certain territories, which obviously they have to abide by local laws. And I think they're having some issues with payment processors. So I know they banned some of those like hentai rape games. Because payment processors were like, I don't even know why. It's fucking bizarre. I don't know why like Visa and MasterCard are playing this fucking stupid game where they're acting like they're on some moral high horse where they're not going to support this shit. They make like half their money comes from drug trafficking. So I don't get it. I don't know why they're doing any. It's bizarre. But I don't know about the animal rights game. I haven't heard about that. iRacing fucking sucks. I don't know why it's so big. Like, the only good thing about it is just the online policing system they have, but it's just so bad. Like, literally does not work. Thanks for the donation, though, one.
Bandit last minute stating it portrays animal abuse as the reason. Like what, motherfucker, you're not even vegans, you virtue signaling cunts. GOG still published it, only gonna buy games on GOG now and it's DRM free.
Do they have, like, Indians working for them or something?
You may not have heard of this, but a genuinely controversial story is going down right now, and it impacts the stores that all of us use. So, a critically acclaimed indie developer can't release their latest artsy horror game on either the Steam or Epic Game stores this week. It will be on GOG, it will be on Humble, but Valve said no to the developer 2 years ago. That was based on an entirely different build of the game than the one that will be launching on those stores. And what this means is that about 75% or more of the PC gaming audience won't be able to see this game. Now, publishers actually stepped in to try and leverage their own contacts to help the developer. They tried to talk to Valve, but they came back with a fairly simple response. Quote, "No, you're fucked. Bye." And they meant that. Without Steam and its audience, this studio, Santa Regione, actually expects to shut down after this game releases.
I wonder if this is ideological. If, like, Valve just didn't like the message behind the game?
Animals are, in fact, nude people wearing horse head masks. Now, to be clear, this is a game designed to make you feel uncomfortable. Lots of amazing art does that. But according to the developers, Valve and Epic don't think you should be playing horses. And because of their decisions, the studio will likely have to shutter. Now, given what we've covered today...
Okay, I'm assuming it's just some, like, dumb hoity-toity horse shit. Yeah, whatever. Censorship is just so fucking gay, dude. Well, thanks for the donation, one. 21st Donatiller is absolutely based women. Donate to her GoFundMe. Does she say the N-word? Wisconsin woman has been fired from her cinnamon bun job after a Somalian couple repeatedly antagonized her, recorded her, and pushed her to the point where she finally snapped.
That's nigger. I am racist.
So idiot, for
and
real.
you are a nigger.
You are an idiot. No,
I
I'm
am
not.
racist, and I'll say that to the whole entire world. Don't be disrespectful.
You ruin your life, by the way.
Oh, talking
Bye.
about you talking about respect? You talking about respect? You are fired from this place, motherfucker. You're not gonna be working.
You fucking did I stand?
All you have to do is just call the police and just get them to give them a trespassing order. Like, hopefully she becomes a millionaire for calling black people the N-word like that other chick. But, yeah, all you have to do is just not talk to them, call the police, and get them to give them a trespassing order, and then problem solved. I don't know why these people risk just completely destroying their, like, entire lives over some bullshit. I don't know if they fixed this game to work with direct drive wheels. How in the free demo before the game was released, the wheel sim physics were amazing, and they released the full game and it was completely different and horrible. That's bizarre. Spent more time trying to reconfigure the controls than I did playing, and every time I went back to the game, it was reset. This is the 7th of November. This is bizarre. I don't know what the I guess I could refund it. It's a good thing about Steam.
They're not comfortable with games that have vegan message where it shows animal abuse and makes you think from a different perspective, but they are perfectly fine paying for animal abuse. What fucking hypocrites.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking ridiculous. Oh. Yeah. Like, what's bizarre too is how many games do you like murder human beings? But then, like, that's going too far. Like, naked people with horse masks. It makes no sense, dude. It's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, one. I gotta take a shit. I'm gonna take a shit, and then I'll be right back. I really, really need to poop. I'll be right back. All right. I did a nice big poopy doopy. Gummy, shut the fuck up. 21st, and I tell her she's playing 5D chess, nigga. Her husband is racist too. Now she can't get a job, so her husband won't force her to work anymore, and she can mooch off him while she stays home. Watches Netflix all day. It was all part of the plan. Wouldn't. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. That woman was charged for saying the N-word. Why don't they arrest, like, literally every single rapper for saying the N-word? Stupid. I really wish they'd do that. Like, if they're gonna have these laws, then apply it equally. Arrest black people for saying the N-word. Why is it only white people that are, you know, getting charged for it? It's fucking stupid. Old school rally looks kind of neat. That game looks stupid. Dude, Gummy has been being a fucking pest lately. I don't know what his problem is, but he's gotten so, like, food obsessed. It's weird. I have to lock him out of my fucking room more often now, because he just keeps, like, just harassing me. And he just won't stop. I also let shut up too. Just throws these crazy fucking tantrums. Yeah, we gotta try the 0.4 update. We'll do that tonight.
Come on, dude. The most comfortable thing I've ever ridden. There's so much space on here. Like, it's a whole couch on wheels. Oh, easy.
Play baby steps.
Ooh, I
We'll
can't
play
wait
it
to
again.
start drifting this thing. Please, 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 please tell me that didn't just f***ing break something. Oh. Oh, one hand drift, no way. No way, this is the funnest thing. Does it do the sand? Yee! What's up, guys?
Sick entrance right there.
Thanks, I'm having too much fun on this. It's my new quad. Oh, I got it so sandy.
I'm sorry, but that wasn't cool what you just did. Like, roller skaters paid a lot of money to make that look nice. And you think it's a public place, but it's not, you know, all the time. Just because you see an open area doesn't mean, like, it's free to ride on. You know what I
my
mean?
god, here we go.
It's pretty much private. For the most part, it's private. Like, yeah, we allow some things to happen, but it's under roller skating restrictions. Do you understand? You didn't ask.
Well, it's public. I mean, I don't need your permission to do
You
anything.
think it's public?
It's public. This is public.
Karen.
Okay, well,
I really didn't mean to disrespect you guys like that.
Dan, just, you know, now you know.
Like, bro, look at this thing. It's so beautiful. The paint job's insane. Kind of reminds me of the Talaria XXX, which has one of the best reds. This might even beat it.
I might play one of the Telltale games. I don't know, though. It's, they seem kind of gay.
Not to throw shade or anything.
That thing is sick.
Thank you, dude.
Here's your monster, aren't you? Oh, fucking way.
What's up? Where are you guys from?
Norway.
Norway?
Yeah.
Why did I think you were from, like, Texas? I paid $5 grand for it, but that was with the powertrain sponsored and the labor sponsored, so I would say probably 10 to 15. Yeah.
That's fucking worth it.
It is worth it. It is. Literally 2 years I've been waiting for it. Yeah. That's a perfect spot for it. You think I could do a drift right here? I don't want to hit the kid though. Have a good one, guys. No way. Oh, yo, 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 yo.
That looks like fun to drift.
This thing's such a... You're fucking talented.
I'm actually headed to my wedding, bro.
You getting married right now?
Right now.
Wow, I just got invited to a wedding.
What's your name, brother?
Jirian Ryder Nigalamau.
Sir-onster.
Oh, I'm Mr. Roster. I recognize your voice a little bit.
Yeah.
This is cool as hell, bro. Yeah, I get to see some of the coolest stuff out here. I ain't never seen nothing like that.
Yes! Uh-oh. So this is where having a quad is a problem. No way.
Goatis physiognomy analysis.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another celebrity face reading. My name is Taylor and today we're doing it. We're doing the big one. You guys have been asking for this for as long as I've been doing this channel. Goatis, aka Sferi, aka...
What is physiognomy? Oh, okay. I see.
Gatis Labubusin, or however it's pronounced. This guy is a
Well, you can tell just by looking at him he's a fucktard.
fitness influencer, lifestyle, nutrition influencer. He's the guy who ate raw squirrel in front of a vegan rally. He was Liver King before Liver King was a thing. He's a big raw meat guy, and as of late, kind of a lol cow. And now he's doing TikToks while on the run from the law because he ordered an acid attack on his ex-wife and tried to get their son murdered. Allegedly.
Not even ex-wife, ex-girlfriend.
Allegedly, I don't know if an international refugee can sue me, but I want to be careful here. And knowing what this guy's deal is with the raw meat and the attacks on people, I mean, he might not sue me, he might just try and eat me. And that gets to the core of why I'm doing this video today, why I'm analyzing Goatis. I find that some of the best case studies for physiognomy are people with weird appearances and weird personalities to match. And so today we're going to be analyzing Goatis's physiognomy and physical appearance and trying to figure out what it is that makes him tick, why he does the things that he does. We're going to cover all that and more today on this celebrity face reading. Real quick, just want to say, if you want to learn more about this topic or get a face reading done for yourself or someone you know, check out the links in the description and pinned comments. That will go to my website where you can get a personal reading, or to my Physiognomy Academy, which is on my Patreon. Well, let's go. Now we're going to start off with his phenotype, which is the physical expression of his ancestry and heritage. Now he is Latvian, so he's Baltic, but he's not Baltid. There is a Baltid or East European phenotype that has a very distinct sort of appearance. If you know any Polish people, you'll recognize it. Very broad head, short skull, kind of short, stocky body, and light pigmentation. He doesn't have this. He has much more of a classic Nordic look. He would fit right in Sweden and Norway. And specifically, I think that he has the East Nordic phenotype, which is actually quite common in those Baltic countries. Places like Estonia, Latvia, Finland, Lithuania, they're kind of a mix between that more Slavic-looking, short-skulled Baltid type and the longer-skulled, taller, more elven Nordic type. And so he has that East Nordic phenotype. That phenotype is very close to that of the original Indo-Europeans, so he probably has a very high percentage of Indo-European DNA, along with a good amount of Western hunter-gatherer, because the Baltic countries are the places with the highest percentage of that DNA. So genetically, he's an Aryan caveman, starting off strong here. Now to get into his personality proper, if you look at his side profile, you can see that he has a very high, very prominent forehead, even for his phenotype. Chin that's level with that forehead and an obtuse angle to the jawline. If you guys have been following this channel for a while, you will know that those are the telltale signs of the choleric temperament. Specifically, he's a pure choleric. No mixing with other temperaments here, no bow of melancholy, pure hyper-choleric. This means that he is extremely willful. He is a builder. He wants to go out and enforce his will into the world. Willful.
He's lazy.
Bossy, commanding. He thinks, plans, and acts in the long term and is able to endure in the long term.
He does not think in the long term.
with projects or endeavors of any sort.
This is somebody who's lazy, has very short-sighted, impulsive thinking, and is a fucking idiot and does not plan. So, wrong. Very, very wrong. I have a cat here. Looks like he's done throwing his tantrum. Done with your tantrum? You son of a bitch. There we go. He's done throwing his tantrum. He's done screaming and yelling. Running all over the place like a jackass. Now he's ready to relax and cuddle. After he's done yelling. That's what he does. It's funny how kitties are like stupid babies. You yell and scream for a while and act like a jackass, and then they just want to sleep. Isn't that right? Yeah. You act like a stupid baby sometimes. Love my gum though.
And because he's hypercholeric, because he doesn't have that bow of melancholy, he does not have that added sensitivity. He can come across as uncaring, cold, and insensitive because he's so focused on his work and his will and his
He's a literal psychopath.
plans. And he can be quite overbearing and domineering with other people when he's at his worst. Finally, he likely has quite a high sex drive and can mistake sex for love. And I normally don't talk about this, but because he's a nutritional influencer, I will mention it. With the 4 temperaments,
I don't know if he has a high sex drive. According to his ex, he watches porn all day.
there are ideal diets and lifestyles and whatnot for each of them. And so since the choleric temperament is very energetic, but only moderately athletic or muscular,
Yeah, he's not energetic. He's just lazy.
they can get kind of overwhelmed from too much exercise or too much food. And so in the fitness department, weightlifting, deadlifting, this really heavy stuff is not as good for them as, say, cardio would be. And in the nutritional department, I would probably not recommend the raw meat thing for him. Large quantities of red meat or even raw meat can be good for a sanguine person, but for cholerics, they should keep moderate, kind of have a sort of balanced diet with a good amount of animal
Yeah, that's just stupid.
fats, moderate amount of grain, lots of fruits and veggies. But apparently this guy just lives off of Burger King and doesn't actually eat the raw meat, which makes sense because his body is probably rebelling against that. Again, because of that giant forehead, the raw meat thing, it's a thing of will. It's a thing he planned out. It's a thing that he thought would be a good idea. It's not something he really felt physically, like, I really like this. So now that we've got the foundation of his personality established, the broad strokes, the very general stuff of the temperament, we're going to now look at his face shape, which will tell us about his personality archetype, how he presents himself to the world. Now, it's an interesting face shape. It's got a few different elements going on here, and something about it looks really familiar to me. You've got in the big picture the rectangular outlines of a Mars face shape. That stands for the warrior archetype. That means he's got an impulse.
Yeah, notice his eyes are not aligned. This eye is higher than this eye.
To fight. He's very active and gregarious, but kind of above and a bit down below it, going down towards the chin. You also have the secondary element of the Saturn face shape. That stands for the accountant archetype, and so that trapezoidal face shape element is going to indicate some extra diligence, meticulousness, time consciousness, attention to detail, and stubbornness.
Yeah, no. None of this fits with Sverige.
Now, as I mentioned in my video on Sam Hyde, the Saturn over Mars face shape is actually one of the unique face shape combinations that is marked and noted in the physiognomy and morphopsychology literature as a unique personality combination.
Dodo Nuclears, I agree with Gigliardo. This is astrology for men. It's dumb as fuck. Yeah, it's stupid as shit. If this guy knew anything about Sverige, he'd realize this physiognomy stuff is just kind of like complete nonsense. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I call it the assassin archetype, because while the Mars face shape in its pure form is dominated by an impulse to fight, the Saturn over Mars face is dominated by an impulse to kill. It's almost like this aggressive, outgoing, warrior Martian energy is being forced and channeled through these narrow, willful, pessimistic, dour sort of Saturnian channels, such that they just turn to murder. And the reason why his face in particular was so familiar to me is because the outline of his face, his general face shape, is quite similar to that of O.J. Simpson, who is sort of my go-to example for the Saturn over Mars face shape. But another trait he shares with O.J. Simpson in the face shape department is that forehead. It's a wide and low arch. That's the sun forehead. That means that intellectually he doesn't really have
He does not have a similar face shape to O.J. Simpson.
the logical, rational, level-headed intellect of a Saturn or Mars type. Intellectually, he fits in more with the Sun face shape. That's the aristocrat archetype. This means that intellectually he's quite cold, distant, detached, aloof, which is needless to say a very dangerous combination. You get these.
No. This is a common issue for a lot of psychopaths. They can't be left alone. He actually needs constant attention and validation. That's why you'll never see him without a girlfriend. This guy has never been single for long periods of time. Like, he'll be single for a few days, but he literally cannot handle being alone. So he needs constant attention from a romantic partner. So, again, just completely wrong again.
The assassin archetype, plus a lot of intellectual coldness and detachment from other people in your situations, that can go wrong very fast. The last thing I'll mention here is that his face is rather long, specifically that lower chin area, that trapezoid element. It goes a bit longer than it does for OJ or for someone else with his face shape like Sam Hyde. This is because I think his Saturnian element leans towards the Uranus face shape, which is a long and narrow trapezoid. It's an exaggeration of Saturn. So this would mean that his Saturnian traits would be exaggerated, so he'd be very diligent, very willful, very stubborn. It would also crank his hypersexuality up to 11, especially with that hypercholeric temperament. He's going to be pretty obsessed with sex, I would guess. And the key element for the Uranus face shape here is that he would be very radical. I call this the philosopher archetype, and so he's going to have radical out there ideas that he wants to promote to the world, which we saw is exactly what he does. Alright, so we've got the big picture established. Hypercholeric with a Saturn over Mars face shape and a solar forehead. Pretty dangerous combination so far, but let's dig into his facial features and figure out the minute details of his personality. We're going to start from the top with his eyebrows. Now, in a lot of these pictures, they're kind of thinning, which means that he may be losing energy. This is a scientifically documented thing. If the outer third of the eyebrow is thinning, that means that you may have thyroid problems, and I'm not certain, but I think I can detect that in some of these pictures of him. In any case, his eyebrows are fairly short, which means that he is pretty spontaneous, likes to do things on the fly, and they're low set, which means that he's quick to judge, very decisive. He just wants to make a decision and move on. He's not a very contemplative or considerate person. They're also very deep set, which means that he generally thinks before he speaks, he plans things out, very calculating and withdrawn, kind of a planner, kind of a schemer, especially with that big forehead. And one of his most noticeable features, his eyes are very wide set. This means that he focuses on the big picture at the expense of the details. He's tolerant and kind of spacey. And now you might say, well, tolerant? Well, this guy goes to vegan rallies and he yells in their faces that veganism is killing children, veganism is human cruelty, he's eating raw squirrels, he's eating pig heads. Sounds like he has a pretty high disgust impulse to me. That doesn't sound very tolerant to me. Well, in this case, I would question his motives. Is he really disgusted with veganism? No, if he had a high disgust impulse, he wouldn't be eating raw squirrel. The guy definitely has a very low disgust impulse, obviously. I think that his anti-veganism doesn't come from a sense of moral indignation or self-righteousness or disgust. Rather, I think it's an exercise of will. He wants to feel powerful and he wants to, for lack of a better word, mog people. It's that Martian element there combined with that choleric will. He wants to impose himself on other people. As a mostly
He's just a psychotic fucktard. And it's turned into a grift.
choleric person with a mostly Mars-shaped face. I get that. I can get a little aggressive. I can get a little too willful. You can ask my wife or any of my friends. I got a pretty bad temper, and I like to just get in people's face and get up on them. Sam Hyde does the same thing. Also choleric, also Mars face shape. He wants to get right up in people's face and sort of harass them for fun and to feel powerful. So that's what I think's going on with him. His nose may appear long, but you have to take into account the East Nordic phenotype has a really long nose on average. So I'd say this is just actually a medium nose, which shows a balance between thought and action. His mouth is quite small, which means that he's quiet and reserved, resistant to new social connections. I imagine he doesn't have too big a friend circle, and if you met this guy at a party and not while he was recording a YouTube video, he'd probably be quiet and in the corner. And speaking of his mouth, he's got quite the full lower lip, which means that he's very in touch with his own inner world of emotions and feelings and whatnot. And in some of these pictures, it looks really big, almost kind of swollen, especially for that East Nordic phenotype that's supposed to have very thin lips. And so there's a secondary element in face reading where some aspects of facial features can tell you about the personality and others can tell you about organs. Dr. Todd Frisch does great face readings about that, of celebrities, cold readings mostly. Check him out on YouTube. And so in morphopsychology, deformities in the lower lip tend to be associated with intestinal trouble. Think low on the face, low on the body. And so an alternative perspective here would be that this is indicating intestinal problems of his. Don't know what that could be from, but anyways, that's there. The last thing, and it's hard to see in a lot of these, but you can see in some of the pictures, he's got messed up, crooked teeth. Now, there's a lot that bad third world Eastern European dentistry can do, but there is still a significance to bad teeth. When you've got crooked, disordered teeth that are going every which way, it stands for disordered desires. You interact with the world and you seek out things and you get what you want in a really messed up, disordered, unhealthy way. And I think that we can very much see that in his life. Alright, so the last thing we're going to look at here, and this is probably the best section here, I haven't done an analysis like this in a while, but he is showing it off really well. I'm talking, of course, about his asymmetry. He's got a very noticeably asymmetrical face, both in the shape and in the features. There's something very weird going on here. Now, the left side of your face is controlled by your intuitive and natural and honest right brain hemisphere, and the right side of your face is controlled by your very calculating and rational left brain hemisphere. So the left side of your face shows who you really are, and the right side of your face shows who you project yourself as to the world. And so two left sides and two right sides, see what's going on here. Now we're going to start off with his right side. As you can see here, he looks very nerdy, open, intellectual, spiritual. He's got more of a sun or even a Mercury face shape there, an oval or triangle. He's got a very pointy triangular face, very big at the forehead, very mercurial. He seems clever, intellectual, idealistic, kind of wise and spiritual. This asymmetry stuff comes from how each side of the face asymmetrically poses and holds facial features, how emotions are expressed asymmetrically. And so we can see that he is subconsciously presenting himself to the outside world and to other people as this sort of wise guru figure where I'm enlightened and I can help you be enlightened too. But let's contrast that with the left side of the face. I love this because there's a really strong contrast here. Look at that droopy.
It's just so retarded.
eyelid, the bigger jaw, narrower forehead. Deep down inside, he's much more materialistic, much more aggressive, much more assertive. He's cold, detached, and aloof. Just looking for pictures, crooked teeth, aloof, detached, acid attacking his ex and all that. Because the signs were all there. If you knew what to look for, you know that this guy was nuts. No squirrel pun intended. But I can't say I'm terribly surprised knowing that he's Latvian. I mean, this sort of stuff is most pronounced in Finns, but all Baltic people are a little crazy. Eating a raw squirrel out in public, hiring a hitman, thousands of little Baltoids typing them in the comments.
Well, that guy's a moron. And physionics is stupid. Or physiognomy is stupid.
Dude, I just drifted that whole corner. I got poop water all over me though. How you doing?
Nice. Expensive one.
Yeah.
I'm Alex, Chaos manager.
Hi, Alex.
Sorry about that.
Oh,
Officer, thank you. Maybe see you Friday, all right?
Yeah, and congrats on the movie, dude. That's so impressive. Yeah, have a good one. Here we go, full throttle. It says we're going 4,500 miles an hour. Hitch me. Right here.
Oh, yeah? I'm down.
Howdy, partner.
What is this?
It's like a quad.
Yeah. Put it on the beach.
Oh, it's not allowed on the beach.
It's not allowed here either. I don't like electric.
Yeah, like all those kids on the electric bikes.
Pedal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Peddler.
Come on, hey, I respect that, dude. I love you, man. Have a great day.
Have a good one.
That guy's funny.
Believe how big these have gotten. It used to be 30 bikes, now it's over 300, which means...
Dude, I don't know how this guy does rideouts with all these stupid fucking kids. Like, I'd never ride with these dumbass fucking kids. Because I just know one of these fucking idiots is gonna do a wheelie and, like, just smash into me.
Means most of them are new riders. That Suron is fresh out of the box. Did you just take that out of the box? Yeah, you need a helmet. I'm staying away from him. Oh. That's the kid I was just saying to watch out. He just hit me in the elbow. No way. You gotta be
Yeah, see? They're all stupid.
careful, bro.
Why would you
Go
ever
to
ride
eco
with
mode.
them?
You can't handle sport mode. Yeah, there you go. You shouldn't be hitting anybody. The group's stopping at a gas station, so I'm pulling off to the side to catch up with Jim. It's only been a few minutes and 2 cop cars are blocking the road, slowly driving towards us, and people are yelling that there's more circling the gas station. No way they got someone. Oh no, they got our Australian friend. No way they got my friend. No way.
Dislocated both my fingers, bro.
No!
Stop that shit, bro.
Oh my god!
That little stupid kid, bro. I made it out.
Yeah!
Why do they ride? Like, it's just, like, there's so many stupid kids in these group rides. Why in the fuck would you ever do it? You're just asking to get fucked up.
Yes!
Hey, he was so cool.
What were they saying?
He was just like, just ride safe, and he noticed my accent, and he was like, a big killer. But he was so cool.
Oh, you're the kid who broke his hand?
No, he hit me.
He said you hit him.
They're trying to make me pay. But I'm scared. They're gonna jump me.
Oh, I won't let them jump you, bro. What's up, dude?
Jeez.
Hey.
Dude, this thing's freaking awesome.
Thank you.
You guys make it, build it, buy it?
It's custom, yeah. It's 2 years in the making.
Really?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that's cool, but this, I saw, I'm like, dang, I'm not seeing anything.
Thank you. Would you like to try it?
No. Are you trying to eventually sell it, or are you just doing it to ride it?
This one I'll have to keep. It's so special. I just love how colorful we are right now. I still got beans in here. I can put my wallet away in here. Definitely no space in that one.
Very right.
Thanks, dude. He said it's cherry. He's from Hawaii. Cherry, brah. This just feels right. Sometimes it feels wrong,
Like, low-key riding a Stark Varg in the street feels wrong. This feels right because I feel like a car. Oof, and then when you're at a red light, you don't have to sit there and balance your bike. You can just sit and relax. It's even actually a backrest right here. Whoa, actually, I need some front brakes on this. I almost ran right into you, Jim.
Tires expensive?
Oh, they're the same tires as the back cart. Yeah, they are expensive. They're like at least $50 a piece. Oh, shit. I'm actually totally losing my rear brake. Woo! Downtown on the roster quad! This is such a vibe. Ooh, tight turn. It's so hard to turn on this thing. You gotta put your whole body into it. It does not lean like a bike. Threading the needle. Well, we meet again. You fucking clanker.
Be smarter than the robot.
Is she a clanker lover?
I think so.
Fucking clanker lover?
Drifting on that thing looks like a lot of fun.
We are downtown. Let's see if this thing can wheelie. This is a heavy cart and all the weight's up in the front and it's so low to the ground. This is almost the worst weight distribution for a wheelie. But I've got this to put my weight way further back. So let's try to wheelie it just like this. Oh! Let me show you how it pops sitting.
Dude, he's not wearing gloves again. It's like asking to get his hands fucked up.
Have you ever played Need for Speed Underground half games? They were awesome, can't even buy them anywhere now, it's abandonware. They had such great soundtrack and setting, got me into metal music. Now modern racing games have some gay pop music as soundtrack.
I don't think I ever played Need for Speed Underground. My favorite Need for Speed game by far was Most Wanted. That game back in the day was just so fucking dope. Had a big open world, the police chases were great. You know, you had that big main hero car, the BMW. They had a good car selection, just period. Like, you know, they had the Murcielago, Mercedes CLK GTR. Like, they had some really cool cars in that game too. And I played a lot of the Hot Pursuit games too. Thanks for the donation one.
Wants to go to the right so much. You see how it wants to kill you? That was a little better. No way. No way!
Oh.
Let's go! Yes! Let's go!
There you go.
Uh-oh. I'm en route for a collision. Oh. Oh, nice. That just rubs right off. We just got back to the truck. Kelly's here for a wheelie lesson on the Rizzler. She learned how to wheelie the pedal bike, and she's moving up into the E-Moto class. And I told her the Rizzler's probably the best bike to start learning on. This is day 4? Day 4? Let's see what you can do, Kelly. Oh, that's the position. Dude, that's so comfortable. That's a proper seating position. So good. All right, one little thing. Just there, you see how when you came down, your arm was like preloaded there? Let me see you start with neutral like that. Yeah, like that. No way! Whoa! Oh, shit. My foot. I don't think I broke it. Yeah, I think I'm good.
I remember one time with my old Kawasaki Vulcan S. I was in stop and go traffic, and I was like, you know, I had my feet kind of on the ground, and I was like just letting the clutch out, like inching forward, and it was like stop and go traffic. And then somehow my left foot got caught underneath the bike, and my foot like wedged the entire bike off the ground. So the entire weight of my body and the bike like just went onto my foot. And that hurt so fucking bad. I thought I actually broke my foot. Turned out I didn't break anything. But yeah, that sucked. That was stupid. I don't know how I did that. Extra Mangoose donated $2. Oh. Oh my god. I think he's trying to communicate something. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh.
Rain in hell. Hi, you guys. Is it raining outside? All of you guys are in here. And Mr. Highlander is still outside.
Dude, that's a lot of pigs. I'm surprised she'd let all those pigs inside. I'd be worried about all the piss and shit. Oh. Wow, so beautiful. My goodness. What a nice moo-moo. Oh. Binturong. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's amazing. Wow, binturongs are so special. Apparently they smell like popcorn. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh. They found a fuzzy potato walking outside. Oh, that's amazing.
Show to us.
Wow. They're both sleepy. You're both very sleepy. Thanks for the donation, Extra Mangoose. Justin donated $2. Oh. 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 Wow. It's nice and clean now. Raccoons are silly. So fuzzy. My goodness. I like raccoons. Thanks for the donation, Justin.
I hope it got that on camera.
Yikes. Yeah, that looks like it hurts.
My whole foot just went under the fucking thing. Woo! Holy shit, that's gonna hurt so much tomorrow. My whole foot went like... I'm so glad I didn't just break my... That's so sick! Is it fast enough? Oh no!
Oh no.
My bad. Oh my god. My foot slipped off the peg and just got sucked under there.
Cool. In this video, we unveiled the new rides, the 10.
Yeah, that quad looks cool.
So you've been lifting a few years, progress has slowed down, and you are increasingly fearing like you are being trapped in the dreaded intermediate plateau. Now, first of all, it's worth noting that being a lifetime intermediate is far from the worst thing in the world. The more advanced you get, the more time and effort you need to put in for diminishing returns. So just because you're at an intermediate level, you've gained some muscle.
Black, like.
Oh. 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 Oh my god.
Use your body weight to push the dough into itself. You might have to add a bit of flour until...
Willie.
Wow.
Black, like.
Catch.
It was pretty easy. You have to actually ask yourself, is it worth putting more time in the gym, more effort, and investing more time in this thing for ever decreasing levels of progress? That's a conversation that you have to be honest with yourself about. And so you might not have the motivation and the passion to actually be advanced. You want to want it, but you don't actually want it, and that gap is something that can be a little bit difficult to navigate. So that's the first one, and I think it's important to acknowledge. It's also worth noting that this is not a one-day transition from beginner to intermediate and then another day from intermediate to advanced. This is more of a sliding scale. It happens gradually. So you might be an early intermediate, middle intermediate, and these are all sort of hypothetical constructs anyway. And in general, the same things that take you from beginner to intermediate will take you from intermediate to advanced. You just might need to double down in terms of applying them in order to continue on that journey. And so just because you hit the 1 year mark, your lifting anniversary, that doesn't mean everything dramatically changes. It is more of a continual process of trying to optimize things. And in general, advanced lifters are doing pretty similar stuff to beginners. They're just doing it better because you need to in order to become advanced. The first thing that matters a lot more is programming and individualization. When a beginner comes to me and then they want coaching, I usually don't even do that just because it's hard to actually personalize something if you don't have a training history. It's not that anything works for beginners, but a huge number of stuff does, and you don't need a lot of personalization or individualization or customization. You are kind of just starting out, and so you don't need to overthink things at all. And so the scope of what works as your training journey advances kind of narrows. You're walking down this tunnel and the walls are closing in. Sort of a dark metaphor, but you get what I'm saying. So the scope of what will actually work is going to become less and less as you go on. And when you're really truly very advanced or even elite, there's just not a lot of stuff that actually works. You can't just take something off the rack and expect to make progress. It needs to be tailored to you. And it can be a little bit rough as an intermediate because you have to start thinking. You have to actually observe what seems to provide the most growth, which can be difficult because there's a lot of noise and you don't really know what might be causing, well, oh, my biceps grew, but was it this curl or this curl? Was it this rep range or this rep range? And so not everything is working, so you're not necessarily making progress, but you have to find out your training system and what is actually going to provide any kind of results at all, let alone the best results. Technique matters a lot more. As a beginner, you're so sensitive to the stimulus, as everything's so new, that as long as you're sort of pushing yourself and eating enough, you're going to see pretty robust gains. You don't necessarily need to be as dialed in with how you are moving, just because even if something is kind of a little bit astray from the stimulus, it's still going to get enough stimulus to grow. But that's no longer the case as an intermediate. So you need to be a lot more aware with how you are moving. You need to be individualizing your, and I think part of it last time, not the worst advice for a lifetime intermediate. And in a lot of cases, this is what is holding you back. And having that wake-up call of, oh, I saw this advanced lifter I follow get an 8-second rep on the last rep. I've never done that myself. Could it be my fiber type? Oh, yeah, that's comforting. Or maybe it's because you just don't know how to push yourself and how to commit to those last reps, which are increasingly important the more advanced you get. I also think exercise selection could be a cause of plateauing. I'll see someone's program and it's very, very minimalistic. Their only leg training is like back squat and RDL. And I think some people can go really far with that kind of minimalistic programming, but certainly not everyone. And so I've found that having more exercise selection, both in terms of stuff in the rotation at any one moment and just sort of tools in the toolbox, is a good idea. So a little bit more isolation, just a little bit more variety in your programming can absolutely help. And this is one thing that I think genetics, they are a thing. And so you might find that you need to do a little bit more volume with some areas, or maybe change your exercise selection or your technique in order to address that. Whereas a beginner, well, everything's a weak point. And while I think low volume can take you a really long way as long as effort is there and you're trying to progress on a regular basis, and some people can actually become advanced on a pretty minimalistic low volume plan, certainly not everyone can. And there are going to be people where you're going to need to increase your volume as an intermediate in order to get to be advanced. It's something that not everyone wants to hear, but not doing enough volume absolutely can hold you back. I've seen some people where they're like, yeah, I'm just not progressing. And I look at the plan and I'm like, okay, well,
I've never personally experienced like a benefit to reducing training volumes outside of like injury risk mitigation. So like the more you do, the better. The only thing is, like, you may find if you do too much volume, your risk of injury just goes up. I've had that with you know, my pecs with chest training. But yeah, like I've always found the more I'm able to do, like, the more you grow. So I think the low volume thing is probably just ridiculous. I don't know why some people are saying they grow more with lower volume. I think they're just not training hard or something. New Donny Chillers, did you like Reza from Chainsaw Man? Who's your favorite character? Who was that again? Oh yeah, she was cute. Yeah. I got to, yeah, I liked her. She was cute. There's a lot of cute girls in Chainsaw Man. I've got to, oh wait, was she the chick who was actually evil? I can't remember. Oh yeah, she was like the demon in disguise or something. I've got to, go back to reading the manga. Haven't read it in a while. Thanks for the donation though, New. Who's my favorite character? Who's that guy who's like super strong? With the ponytail. Who's the ponytail guy? Not that dude. Maybe he doesn't have a ponytail. Am I like... Yeah, this guy. Kishibe. Why was I thinking of him having a ponytail? Yeah, this guy is kind of funny. He's like weirdly strong. Because he like has body parts that are, you know, demons and stuff. That guy's kind of funny.
Where's the rest of it?
Yeah, I've watched Attack on Titan.
Yeah, where's the rest? Well, I bought a few rounds of drinks over here while I was waiting, you know what I mean?
Your leg day's three exercises for one set, once a week? Yeah, they're just not growing. I don't know what's happening. Well, it's pretty obvious. Without a logbook, without using Boost Camp, without any kind of track, they're actually still making progress. It's just slower than before, or slower than they want to progress. Like, man, my bench only went up 2 reps this month. Okay, so you're on pace for 24 reps on your 5 rep max in a year. It's not bad, not bad. Or someone is program hopping a lot, so every 2 or 3 or 4 weeks they're on a new program, and at that point...
I think people generally massively underestimate the amount of work and effort you really need to make progress. That's like the number one biggest thing. People just don't put in enough total effort. Like, I know there's a lot of people who have talked shit like, oh, you're training too much. Your session shouldn't be more than 45 minutes or an hour tops. I don't know how the fuck you expect to get in enough work and volume if your sessions are only going to be capped out at an hour. So it's like, yeah, people massively underestimate the amount of work and like total workload and effort needed to make progress. It's just very hard. That's why you don't see many people, you know, who are benching over 400 pounds. It's just extremely difficult. New donators, I really like Aki, but yeah, I agree. Kishibe, it's pretty cool too. Who is Aki? Oh yeah, he was cool. Yeah, he got killed. Thanks for the donation though, New.
Okay, so the government of Canada has decided yet again that there are more dangerous firearms that we can't legally own anymore, based off of 3 people's opinions who don't listen to anybody in law enforcement or, logic or reason. Today they announced that they're going to go after shotguns with magazines and the SKS.
Yep.
Which they estimate around 14 in Canada. They don't know what they're talking about. These people are delusional, and none of this makes any sense. At this moment, in Canada, there are millions and millions of guns floating around right now. Like this one. This is a hunting rifle. It's not nefarious. It's not going to be used for anything. In fact, there are no incidences, as the millions of people out there with guns, 50 a year in this country. That's what
Cancer, heart disease, accidental injuries, stroke, chronic respiratory disease, diabetes, COVID-19. Then you get to firearms homicides. And those are illegal. Illegally possessed guns. And that's only $240 a year. And then firearms homicides with legally acquired guns is about 20 per year. So, best case scenario, you would maybe prevent 20 deaths per year. Like that's the highest pie in the sky estimate that you could ever hope for. You could prevent 20 deaths per year. At most. That's like the literal cap. And obviously it wouldn't work out that way. You'd see no statistically significant change. So, dumb. I don't know why people voted for the Liberal government. They're going to make us more poor and take away our rights and turn us into the UK. Why did you stupid motherfuckers vote Liberal? You fucking idiots. It's like they had 10 years. Do Canadians just love criminals? Do you want more crime? Do you love being poor? Are you happy with poverty? Like, it's so ridiculous. So fucking insane. Why the fuck does everyone, like, democracy doesn't work because people are too stupid to know it's fucking good for them. So, yeah, like, fuck society. Literally, fuck society. Absolutely retarded.
Smuggled handguns primarily from the United States. Everybody knows this. Now, on the other hand, 7,000 opioid deaths a year that we fund with taxpayer dollars doesn't seem to be a problem. But it's the legal gun owners that contribute to none of the issues are the problem. Make this make sense, because I'm absolutely done. I don't know a single person in this country who's going to comply with any of this nonsense. The guy running the show here with terroristic ties says himself that this is ludicrous and this will do nothing, and if it was up to him, he would scrap it. But we're going to push forward with nonsense.
I wish I had, like, teleportation powers so I could just kick Carney in the nuts. I wish I could teleport to Carney's bedroom, kick him really fucking hard in the nuts, and then just teleport away. And every night, just kick this fucker in the nuts as hard as I fucking can. And no one would know what the fuck's going on. People would start thinking that this guy's like literally hitting himself in the balls when he's asleep or something. I'm sure he'd start going nuts. But I want to just kick him in the nuts over and over and over again. Such an asshole. Fucking hate Carney. Fucking beta male bitch. Fucking liberals.
Jasmine Jurian Ryder Lamau.
It's windy, Ezekiel. Get more TikTok.
Goodness. Oh. Wow. Oh. They're big kitties. They're really big kitties. Wow, those are big kitties. My goodness. Such big kitties. Oh. It's a little baby. Wow. $21st donated $2. Let's go. Got you 2 for 2 now, nigger. Well, thanks. Appreciate the donation, dipshit.
Trump's war with the Somalian community in America, because in many ways they're both kind of the same. They are thymotically driven. They want other people to see them. They want other people to respect them, to venerate them, to think well of them. And they are not above being quite braggadocious, which is a remarkable thing when you're trying to pull a massive grift. Because it means when you are succeeding in the grift, you brag about it. You brag about how great you're doing, which undermines the grift in public. Not that obviously that's not what Trump's done, but like Trump being a property mogul is part of his big thymotic personality. He wants people to be like, oh, look at that giant Trump Tower, it's reflecting in gold and stuff like that. It's the kind of person that Trump is. And the Somalian community, from what I see of them, just seem to have that kind of personality trait. And so it's interesting watching them go at each other, especially as the Somalis just have not helped their case at all. So apparently they're holding rallies in Somalia to protest Trump and support Ilhan Omar, which speaks a lot.
Azuli Ahmed Muhammad donated $2. I want to move to Canada. Well, it sounds like you have a terrorist name, so how about you don't? Just stay in whatever shithole country you're in right now. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
So the integration, I'd play you some of it, but of course it's gibberish. I can't understand a word. And so you've got this, Minnesota just wouldn't be able to survive or thrive without the Somali community here, says Minnesota State Senator Zainab Mohammed, who is, of course, born in Somalia, and somehow she's able to gain elected office in America. And so you've got Lauren here pointing out, well, look, if either Somalia is a place you need refuge from, or it's incredible, and Trump is wrong to say that Somalia isn't brilliant. It's like, okay, yeah, well, pick which one you want, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to commit to it. And if it is that Somalians are making Minnesota thrive, and actually Somalia is great, and that's why the Somalians, out of the goodness of their hearts, have just come over to help America build its own country, because Americans can't build a country, you see. And so the Somalians are like, listen, we have got the world's highest GDP.
Do you think any country on the planet actually has a good government? No. Yeah, I can't say they do. Can't say a single one does.
Per capita, we have got thriving industry. We have got just the best of everything. You should see our sewer systems. You should see how clean our streets are. It's incredible. Safest place on earth. And therefore, we are going to look at you poor benighted Americans and come over and help you out. Because we're so fucking charitable. We're such good people, the Somalians. They're so good. And they're going to go over and they're going to help you out. And that's what they've done. And that's what Somalian President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed has said here. He's basically like, look, stop being narrow-minded. Somalia is a prosperous, advancing, thriving country, and we're just moving to everyone else's countries to help them be more like us, to help them thrive, to help them prosper, because they just can't do it without the Somalians. If there's one thing that people are glad to hear, is that, oh, some Somali immigrants have arrived. Oh, thank God. Here we were languishing, labouring in the dirt, poor as you can imagine, until some Somalians have arrived to distribute gold to everyone. They're just handing out money. They're saying, no, you silly, silly people. This is how you build a thriving and prosperous society. Everyone looks to Somalia for advice on that. So I looked up. I thought it was 260,000, right? Because I saw some numbers. I was like, okay. And so I looked it up. And I thought, that can't be right. So I double-checked. And it's not. I thought it was 260,000 Somalians who are in Minnesota. But it's not. It's only 80,000, nearly 80,000, live in Minnesota. And I thought, okay, that's not that many, actually. Right? The Somali community is actually only about 16% of Minnesota. So it's like, okay, it's not the majority. Why are we hearing so much about the Somalian community? Why are they so dominant in Minnesotan politics? I mean, we did see that they didn't elect the Mars Attacks guy. They elected Jacob Frey.
Kenny, you donate $2? Let me see. Yes, put in the shitty music. That always makes the video better. That's him hitting a golf ball. Thanks for the donation, Kenny. Not even Mauritania's government. I don't know about Mauritania.
A white Democrat. So it was 58% of the whites voted for Jacob Frey. The Somali vote wasn't that impactful. So why are we hearing so much about them? It's really weird. Anyway, I saw this. Somali Minnesotans generate at least 500 million on...
Dodo, $22. I know you don't like Johnny Harris's videos, and I generally don't either, but this was a good one. Also, I don't think the founding fathers knew what Islam was or jihad or really considered it a threat in the future. They had no idea what the fuck Islam was. They have no idea. If they had known about Islam, I think they would have probably made some special things in the Constitution to not allow for certain religious practices. Because Islam is just so fucked. So I'm not watching this. This guy is a lying, manipulative fuckwit. I'm not watching any of his fucking videos. The guy is, like, he's just a known dishonest liar, so I don't care about anything he has to fucking say. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Streamlabs thing doesn't work. I can't donate. Okay,
Now
I've been hearing a lot of people complaining about that periodically. I might send in a support ticket.
wandering around a few car meets recently, and one of the things I've noticed is an increase in the number of big wings on the back of small front-wheel drive cars. Now, if you look at this car, it's four-wheel drive, it's got a nice big wing on the back, and it looks great, and it actually serves a purpose because it's putting downforce on the back of the car. When you put a nice big wing on, for the sake of argument, a Fiesta, it's putting downforce on the back of a front-wheel drive car. I'll leave you to work that one out. But what you've got to remember when you've got your big wing is this one from the factory, it's got no sharp edges on it, and if I walked into it, I'm not going to come to any harm. If you put a nice big T-tray on the back of your Clio or Fiesta and somebody walks into it, can they poke their eye out on your big wing? That's what you've got to remember. Can it hurt anyone? So if you're going to do it, just make sure it's not going to hurt anyone.
How about don't walk into people's cars? Is that a possibility? Dude, the UK is so fucking gay. So fucking gay. Jesus. You seem tired. Yeah, I'm just fucking tired today. I don't know why. I slept all day and I'm still fucking tired. I've like just been dozing off. No idea why. I've taken the week off of training. Not gonna train until Tuesday. But I don't know why I'm so tired. I'm very, very tired.
Income annually and pay about 67 million on state and local taxes. That sounds terrible. What? And now I'm no mathematician, so I whipped up my calculator. And I'm sure I've got these numbers right. So 123 zeros, 123 zeros, 120. So 500 million divided by 80,000 is 6,250 a year per Somalian. That's the most impoverished community in the country, isn't it? Like, that's insane.
21st $22. The love for Islam is mostly a one-way street. White Western cucks give them praise and love, and only a minuscule microscopic fraction of Muslims appreciate it and return the love. 99% of them hate King Charles. Yep. Yeah, and this fucking pathetic white guilt cuck allowed a bunch of went to like some Muslim thing.
As the Quran says, God does not burden any soul with more than it can bear. We hope that you have a blessed and fulfilling Ramadan. Peace be upon you all. Ramadan Mubarak. As Muslims across the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth observe the beginning of the holiest of months in the Islamic calendar.
If I was King Charles, I'd be like, why don't you mud hut wearing, burqa lading savages go fly a plane back to your home country and don't put down the landing gear and drive it straight into the ground. Prophet Muhammad was a child rapist, by the way, and have a good day to you.
The month of Ramadan. I just wanted to convey my heartfelt best wishes to you all and to tell you just how much my wife and I are thinking of you at this special time of year. This would have been a joyous time. Mosques would be filling with life. Muslim families would be coming together to share food and prayers. And many of them would be inviting their neighbors and friends.
Yeah, they have rape gangs where they target underage children.
Of all faiths and none, to join them. My wife and I can only offer you all our kindest and most special wishes and stress just how greatly the contribution of Muslims to the life of the United Kingdom is appreciated.
They have objectively made the UK worse in every conceivable way. Give me one single metric in which the UK has improved since there's been mass Muslim migration. Tell me one way the UK has improved in any way. Crime is up. Violent crime is up. Wages are down. Living expenses are up. Everyone's more fucking poor. The NHS is just in shambles. Like, in every conceivable way, the UK is worse since letting in fucking Muslims. So exactly how are they contributing to society? They're not. Like, they're just not. They have not made the country any better in any way. What you've gotten from Muslims are no-go zones, rape gangs, just gangs, period. You've got terrorism and just people who are taking advantage of the welfare system. That's what you got. And I guess minimum wage fucking workers who will, steal jobs away. That's what you got.
And valued, embodying the Ramadan spirit of charity and selflessness. As the Quran says, God does not burden any soul with more than it can bear. We hope that you have a blessed...
Yeah, what a pathetic white guilt cuck. Absolutely pathetic. Fucking retarded. And they all hate him. They all want to kill him. So it's hilarious how he's doing this when the majority of Muslims, if they had their way, they would kill this guy. They'd cut his fucking head off. And they'd rape his fucking, family. And then shout Allahu Akbar, and then create, a fucking Islamic caliphate. Like, why in the hell are... It's just stupid.
Insanely poor. I mean, I don't know what has happened. The Somalians in Somalia, obviously, I'm not even...
No, haven't seen the boys' teaser trailer.
I'm going to look it up. I'm just going to guess they're earning around 50 to 100k a year, average, right? Somewhere, let's say 75k a year average, like Liechtenstein or something, obviously. Somalia is going to be like that. Why is it they become so poor when they come to America? That's crazy, isn't it? And obviously that means they're contributing bugger all taxes. In fact, let's quickly calculate that. 67,123 divided by 80,000 is $800. What? Each Somalian every year pays 800.
Well, it wouldn't really be. If you're only making $6,000 a year, you're not paying any taxes. It would only be sales tax for certain items. You'd be on benefits. So it's only the small amount of Somalians that are actually productive, that are actually contributing anything to taxes.
Dollars in taxes. Somalia thriving, 75k a year. When they come to America, and the cogs started to turn in people's heads. Wait a minute, these numbers aren't adding up. But what I love about this is that's more than the Somali government's budget for the year. So it's a small government state as well. It sounds like a paradise. You're on 75k a year. The government budget is less than 1.7 billion. Can you fucking imagine? Somalia sounds like a paradise. And so you've really got to thank the Somalians for...
Cam and Ari don't tell us, hey VG, can we watch this together? I haven't yet.
Until...
How Denmark's left finally solved its immigration crisis. Yeah, sure, we can watch it. Thanks for the donation, Kim and
Just a few years ago, nobody would have imagined that this woman would lead Europe's anti-immigration agenda. She's Mette Frederiksen, the Prime Minister of Denmark, from the Social Democratic Party, seen by many as a model for center-left parties across the continent. And in a speech as head of the presidency of the Council of the European Union, she said things like this.
We need, of course, to be in control of our own borders. Who can enter and stay in our countries? That needs to be a democratic decision. And I will be very frank, people come from coming outside who commit serious crimes and do not respect our value and way of life. I don't think they have a place in Europe.
Denmark is known as one of the happiest, safest, most equal, and most progressive countries on the planet. For decades, it was held up as an example of openness, solidarity, and a strong welfare state. But we know something changed when the leader of the party that built that model started pushing for zero refugees, mass deportations, and strict border control. How did such a progressive country, governed by a center-left coalition, end up implementing one of the toughest migration policies in Europe? This is the story of a country that decided to protect its social cohesion, even if it meant breaking one of the most sacred values of its own identity. And to understand why Denmark now defends its welfare by closing its borders, we first need to understand how the idea of protecting it at all costs was born. During the Second World War, Denmark was occupied by the Nazis. And when the Nazis decided to deport the Jews to concentration camps, the Danish population stopped it. In a matter of days, fishermen, priests, doctors, and families organized an underground operation to move the Jews out of the country in small boats to Sweden, which was a neutral country. More than 7,000 people were rescued by their own neighbors. It wasn't a religious or political cause, it was something much deeper. The Jews were, above all, Danes, and they were protected as part of the community. This episode explains part of the country's identity. In Denmark, people know that the survival of a small country depends on the strength of its community. And for them, social cohesion isn't an abstract idea, it's a historical practice. When the war ended, there was a broad political commitment to build a solid welfare state, able to guarantee stability and security for all citizens. Free and universal education, an accessible and efficient healthcare system, public housing policies, and a safety net for the unemployed. In the following decades, the country went through a period of economic growth driven by light industrialization, the modernization of agriculture, and the expansion of the public sector. The so-called Danish model of collective bargaining made it possible to set wages and working conditions through consensus, which raised productivity and reduced social conflict. By the mid-1960s, Denmark had become a model of prosperity built on social cohesion and mutual trust. It was a homogeneous society where almost the entire population shared the same language, religion, customs, and a social contract in which every individual had a clear place. At first glance, it looked like an indestructible fortress. But economic growth was creating an unexpected pressure. Denmark needed more workers than its own population could provide. That's why, in 1967, the government signed its first recruitment agreements for foreign workers with Turkey, Pakistan, and Yugoslavia. These workers were called Hostarbeiter.
21st, donate $2. Let me see. CCP will probably do something about that soon. Yep, Australia is definitely getting overrun. Australia is really gay. Doctor or lawyer? Well, I'm gonna assume lawyer since, seems to know something about the law. You know, I'm surprised when I see shit like this happening in the United States because you'd expect somebody with a gun to just shoot these people. Like, I'd shoot them. Why is it, like, taboo to shoot somebody who's just being a jackass? Like, it's fucking retarded.
What the fuck? Trying to be snapped. What?
They have Black Santa in the UK? I have no idea. More of this, please.
Fucking country. Why you? Then go back to your fucking country. Why you talking about this stuff?
This your fucking
Go back to your fucking country.
Your fucking country?
Go back to your country.
This your fucking country?
Why you talking
Why
about
the fuck you in your name in this country?
Go back to your country.
You think you're fucking your name in this country? Are you?
Go back to your country. Why you talking about this?
This guy sounds like he has a New York accent, so I think he's from New York.
You are telling me to go back.
Hey!
Stop.
Calm
Stop.
down.
Stop. Stop.
Calm down. I don't care.
I'd punch this guy. I don't know why they'd just break up the fight. I just punch this guy. He's the asshole. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Guest workers. The idea was that they would temporarily fill the less attractive jobs in factories, ports, construction sites, and services, and then go back to their home countries. At first, the numbers were small, but they grew steadily. By 1973, shortly before the oil crisis put an end to these recruitment programs, it's estimated that there were between 30,000 and 40,000 Hostarbeiter in the country. At the time, there weren't major tensions. The economy was growing, unemployment was low, and the scale of the phenomenon was manageable. But what started as a temporary solution would become the starting point for a demographic shift that would shape the coming decades. Because in the 1980s, immigration changed, when new arrivals no longer came for work, but were fleeing wars and persecution. The country started receiving refugees from Iraq and Iran, displaced by the Islamic Revolution of 1979 in the war that went on through the 1980s. Somalis also arrived, escaping the civil war that broke out in 1988, along with Palestinians and Lebanese affected by the conflicts in the Middle East. In the 1990s, the breakup of Yugoslavia and the war in Bosnia forced hundreds of thousands of people to flee, and Denmark took in tens of thousands of them. Immigration stopped being marginal. In working-class neighborhoods and big cities, foreign-origin communities began to form, concentrated almost entirely in large public housing complexes. These
Axel is messaging you about vegan sign guy saying you won't debate him. Is that the fucktard who says, what is it? B12 doesn't exist? Like, I'm gonna waste my fucking time. Don't fucking care.
Neighborhoods had been designed to promote equality, but concentration ended up producing the opposite effect. Areas where Danish stopped being the main language and where local customs lost visibility. The labor market was the main breaking point. Employment rates among immigrants stayed persistently below those of Danes. Language barriers, the difficulty of getting foreign qualifications recognized, and the lack of social networks slowed their entry into formal work. Many ended up depending on state benefits for long periods, which strained the core of the Danish welfare model. Schools became the second alarm bell. In some neighborhoods, most children didn't speak Danish, and in some schools more than 80% of students had an immigrant background. Teachers reported difficulties in transmitting basic norms of Danish civic culture, like punctuality, gender equality, or respect for the teacher's authority. What had initially been seen as multiculturalism started to look like the creation of parallel communities marked by marginalization. Security finally solidified these worries. In several neighborhoods, the police reported a growing presence of informal groups exercising social control. It wasn't just crime, it was territorial control. Entire areas where the police needed reinforcements just to enter. The scale of the change was clear. In 1985, only about 3.3% of the population was made up of immigrants or children of 2 immigrant parents. By the late 1990s, they already made up more than 8%. For a small, highly homogeneous country, the impact was fast and geographically concentrated. Soon, what had begun as a problem of integration in specific neighborhoods turned into a broader debate about national cohesion. In this context, the 2001 elections brought to power a center-right coalition led by the Liberal Party, Venstre, which would govern until 2011. For the first time in 80 years, the Social Democrats were no longer the biggest party, and immigration became the central issue in the political debate. Denmark hardened its laws on asylum and family reunification, reduced financial benefits for newcomers, tightened residency requirements, and introduced criteria aimed at limiting immigration from outside Europe. This shift was built on the idea that social cohesion was a limited resource, and that the welfare state, to keep functioning, needed newcomers to adapt fully. But soon, the argument stopped being exclusive to the radical right, as other political forces, even on the left, started to admit that the open-door model was at risk and that limits had to be set. Denmark was no longer debating whether it should restrict immigration, but to what extent and under what conditions it should do so. Then, in 2010, the country went a step further when the government officially introduced the so-called ghetto list. It wasn't just a rhetorical label, but a legal tool with specific criteria. A neighborhood would be considered a ghetto if more than 50% of its residents were of non-Western origin, if its unemployment rate was higher than the national average, if education levels were low, and if crime rates were above the national average. The decision was controversial. While in other countries, governments avoided directly linking immigration and crime, Denmark made that link explicit. Behind these increasingly tough policies, there was an economic calculation. The sustainability of the welfare state depends on most of the population.
No, drop sets are not the best way to grow biceps and arms in general.
Contributing more than they receive. That balance started to crack when the numbers showed a clear difference between natives and immigrants. According to official figures from the Ministry of Finance, Danes of native origin contributed a positive net fiscal amount of around 41 billion Danish kroner per year. Meanwhile, groups of non-Western origin showed a negative net contribution of about 24 billion. The migration debate stopped being abstract and became central to the viability of the Danish model. In 2011, the Social Democrats returned to power after a decade of liberal governments, and many people expected a change of direction. They thought the new government would relax migration restrictions, eliminate the toughest requirements, or make it easier to obtain residence permits. But the exact opposite happened. The Social Democrats didn't roll back any of the measures introduced by the right between 2001 and 2011. They kept them in place, and in some cases, they even strengthened them, tightening access to citizenship and more closely linking social benefits to active job seeking. For the first time, the Danish left openly embraced an idea that until then had belonged to the right. Without social cohesion and labor market integration, the welfare state isn't sustainable. In this context, in 2015, at the height of the European migration crisis, Denmark...
So, they're not completely and utterly insane? Why is this so hard to understand?
Received more than 21,000 asylum applications in a single year. It was a huge pressure for a country of just 6 million inhabitants, with a system designed for stability, not for massive inflows. While other European countries improvised solutions, Denmark responded by tightening its laws even more, with the center-right back in power, but now with a very broad political consensus. Social benefits for asylum seekers were reduced, border controls were reinforced, and above all, the message was sent that national cohesion came first. In 2016, the so-called jewelry law was passed, a controversial rule that allowed authorities to confiscate cash or valuables from people requesting asylum. The official goal was to make refugees help pay for their own stay, while also sending a clear message that Denmark wouldn't be a comfortable destination for those hoping to settle in Europe. The government even published ads in Lebanese newspapers explicitly warning about the new restrictions, in a deliberate attempt to discourage potential applicants before they began their journey. Faced with the biggest migration crisis in decades, Denmark defended the idea that solidarity has limits and that the social contract had to be protected, even at the cost of controversial measures like the ban on the burqa and niqab in public spaces passed by Parliament in 2018, a decision that made it clear that cultural adaptation as part of integration wasn't optional. By 2018, the ghetto list included 29 neighborhoods spread across major cities. Names like Volsmose, Gellerup, or Tingbjerg became synonyms for exclusion, unemployment, and violence. These were urban enclaves where common rules and values had stopped applying, and the state's response to this situation was drastic. Plans were approved to demolish public housing blocks and relocate the families living in them, with the goal of mixing the demographic makeup. Crimes committed in these areas began to carry tougher penalties than in the rest of the country, and the state made it mandatory for children from these neighborhoods to attend public daycare from the age of 1 for at least 25 hours a week to learn Danish and basic social values. Families who didn't comply could see their benefits reduced. The plan was clear. eliminate foreign enclaves inside the country, and set a goal that by 2030, no neighborhood should have more than 30% non-Western residents. In 2019, the Social Democrats returned to power after an election campaign built on promises to...
Like, it's funny how this is the most sensible thing you could, figure. And then if you were to, like, implement these sorts of policies in the UK, you'd be called a racist. Just fucking crazy.
to keep the migration restrictions introduced by the right and even strengthen them. And that promise had a name, Met Frederickson. Frederickson understood the cultural shift the country was going through earlier than anyone else. Direct, pragmatic, and unafraid to challenge ideological dogmas, she presented herself to voters with a clear message. Protecting the Danish social model meant controlling who could enter. Defending the welfare system was no longer about opening the doors to everyone, but about preserving internal cohesion. With her in power, Denmark pushed a political goal of reducing asylum applications to zero. It wasn't just about tightening requirements or speeding up deportations, it was about completely changing the logic of the system. From that point on, immigration through asylum was no longer a path to a new life in Denmark, but a temporary protection, with the explicit expectation of going back to the country of origin as soon as possible. Those who obtained protection no longer received stable status, but temporary permits of 1 or 2 years, subject to regular reviews. Each case was reassessed, and if the situation in the country of origin improved, protection was revoked. In 2021, Denmark revoked the residence permits of 453 Syrian refugees. The official justification was that areas like Damascus and its surroundings were no longer considered dangerous enough to keep offering international protection. According to the government, if the war had receded in those areas, then the humanitarian obligation had been fulfilled. They were moved to departure centers, facilities with limited rights, where they had to wait until they could be deported or agreed to leave voluntarily. The change wasn't only legal, it was doctrinal, and official language stopped talking about integration and replaced it with self-sufficiency and return. The goal was no longer to turn newcomers into future Danish citizens, but to make sure they could support themselves while they stayed and were ready to go back as soon as possible. As part of this new doctrine, the state started offering money to leave. Any immigrant or refugee with a residence permit could request financial compensation to return voluntarily to their country of origin. The state covered travel costs and paid up to 220.
Get the fuck out of here.
5,000 Danish kroner, about 30,000 euros, to help with reintegration. If a person didn't have a long-term future in Denmark, it was better, from the state point of view, to pay for their return than to support them indefinitely through the welfare system. This wasn't just a tweak, it was a new way of thinking about immigration, much more demanding and selective, built on 3 main pillars. The first is integration. Since 2023, refugees have had to accept a job within 3 months. The goal is no longer to study first in training programs or learn Danish before doing anything else. The idea is to work first and learn while working. Integration isn't a voluntary gesture, it's a condition for accessing the welfare system. Those who don't comply see their benefits reduced or even cut off. The second pillar is citizenship is a hard-to-reach goal.
Yeah, like... And the UK, oh no, you can just stay on benefits. Here's more money. Oh, here's more money. You don't want to work? Oh, okay, here's more money.
Becoming a Danish citizen isn't an automatic right. It's a long and demanding process that usually requires between 9 and 12 years of legal residence. On top of that, applicants must...
Sweden's actually the worst. Sweden's probably the worst out of all the European countries for that shit.
Pass an advanced language test, another test on Danish history and culture, and prove economic independence. Their criminal record is also checked. The third pillar is strict limits on family reunification, meaning that bringing relatives is heavily restricted. To apply, a person must be at least 24 years old, have their own income and housing, and deposit 59,000 Danish kroner, about 7,700 euros, as a guarantee. On top of that, there are long waiting times that, in practice, mean many reunifications never happen. In the years that followed, Denmark pushed this logic even further. In 2022, Parliament passed a law allowing the full outsourcing of the asylum process. Under this law, someone who applies for asylum in Denmark can be sent to a safe third country, like Rwanda, with which the government signed an agreement, so that their claim is processed there, not on Danish soil. The message was explicit. Asylum no longer meant automatic access to the country. Even if the claim was approved, Denmark didn't have to grant residence, and protection could be provided in the country hosting the processing center. For the government, the goal was to cut off the incentive to physically reach Denmark as a gateway into the welfare state. All these measures led to concrete results. In 2024, Denmark recorded a historically low number of asylum approvals, just 864 people, one of the lowest rates in the entire European Union. But these results are just as striking as the political shift behind them. In recent years, in most of Europe, public frustration over immigration has translated into the rise of right-wing parties that use the issue as their main campaign banner. But not in Denmark. There, the strict migration agenda didn't stay in the hands of the right, it was absorbed by the Social Democrats. It was an unexpected turn. A party traditionally associated with open and humanitarian policies decided to toughen its stance on immigration and take over ideas that had previously belonged to the nationalist Danish People's Party. By pulling the anti-immigration consensus toward the center-left, the Social Democrats managed to neutralize the right, which lost its main issue. The Danish People's Party, which in 2015 had become the country's second-largest political force, went into a steep decline, and in the 2024 European...
Well, that's exactly the point that I make, right? So, the only fucking people that are addressing this immigration problem in Europe are these, like, far right-wing Nazi parties. And when this becomes a bigger and bigger and bigger issue, And, you know, the left wing, like all these left wing parties, don't want to address it, and they're going to keep saying, oh no, diversity is our strength. We need more Muslims. And there's only one crazy, racist, whack job party that is willing to just say it like it is. They need to go. No more immigration. People are going to vote for the crazy fucking wacko, racist, fascist party. Because, like, that's the biggest issue that they're dealing with. So, yeah, if the left wing would just not be retarded, then there'd be no reason to vote for these crazy, fucked up, like, fucking whack job parties. It's kind of the same thing with the gun issue in the United States. A huge reason why people vote Republican is because they know Republicans are going to protect their firearms rights. If Democrats would just be pro-gun, like that would knock out a huge reason to vote right-wing. So everyone is so fucking stupid and ideological and just so fucking incompetent and retarded. I just can't stand how pervasive and omnipresent stupidity is. Nobody makes any sense. Everyone's a fucking idiot. Nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. They can't think straight. They're ideological fucking chimpanzees. And these are the fucking people who have the authority to take away your rights and lock you in fucking jail for no fucking reason. They're the people who write the laws, dictate your life, manage the economy, and can just completely fuck you over, and they're fucking retarded chimpanzees. It's just so fucked that we have to live under a system like this.
Elections barely managed to keep minimal representation. What strengthened the right in other countries ended up consolidating the left in Denmark, and that political paradox is a key part of the model. Harsh migration policies weren't presented.
YouTube said I was in your top 0.2% of viewers. That's sick.
As a victory for the right, but as a state policy, adopted by the country's most stable political force. In 2025, when Denmark took over the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union, Mette Frederiksen brought her migration agenda to the continental stage. From the podium of the European Parliament in Strasbourg, the Danish Prime Minister argued that Europe had to reduce migration flows and regain control of its external borders. It wasn't a fringe position, but the roadmap Denmark wanted to bring into negotiations with the 27 member states. At a time when migration policy was dividing the Union, the Danish Social Democrat was calling for a shift that had previously been pushed only by nationalist parties. But it's important to understand that while Denmark is putting up barriers to humanitarian asylum, it's also opening selective labor channels to attract people who can contribute to the economy right away. The so-called positive list scheme identifies professions where there's a shortage of workers: doctors, engineers, skilled technicians, and makes it easier for foreigners with those qualifications to come in.
Yeah, Canada has the strategy of bring in as many immigrants as fucking possible, because then all these big corporations can fire off their employees that have been working there for years and then replace them with fucking Indians who will work for peanuts. That's what Canada's doing. And then what that's also doing is it's driving up housing costs. Not just the cost of houses, but also rent. Because there's just a lack of housing, period. So not only are you getting your job stolen by fucking Indians, and the labor market is just fucking terrible. It's impossible to find a good paying job now, because you have a bunch of immigrants that are willing to work for fucking peanuts. And all the while, you have to deal with rising fucking costs of everything. Food is way more expensive. Housing is more expensive. Utilities are more expensive. The liberals love, making you pay extra money for heating in the winter because of the fucking carbon tax. So they just go out of their way to make life more fucking expensive for you. So stupid. Just fuck the liberal government. Fucking can't stand them.
So, the Danish paradox is that it combines very tough restrictions with very specific incentives. It doesn't try to shut itself off from the world, it tries to filter who gets in and under what conditions. It's a model that may look contradictory, but it follows a clear logic: protecting the welfare state, maintaining social cohesion, and securing the talent an advanced economy needs to survive in the future. That's it for today's video.
Yeah. That makes sense. Oh my god.
Cougars are the
The relationship between the UK welfare state and Muslim refugees reminds me much of the relationship between you and Redacted. Redacted refused to work, was a bitch, worthless annoying cunt, and you kept giving her everything she wanted. Much like the UK.
Sweden is actually worse. Sweden has some of the most insane welfare policies I've ever seen. Basically, it's impossible to make any money in Sweden because they have the most ridiculously high tax rate imaginable. So if you're an even remotely productive, high-earning person, all of your money is just gone. And the majority of it is used for welfare. If you claim to be a refugee, they give you like it's something like $60,000 or $70,000 a year, and it's for multiple years. And you can keep asking for extensions too. You can like bullshit about not being able to find work or something. And most of them aren't even refugees. The majority of Syrians that claim to be refugees travel back to Syria. Like, it's just fucking retarded. So Sweden's even worse. Sweden has to be the most cucked country in all of Europe. Germany is probably second, and then the UK is very, very close behind Germany. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Kaminari donated $2. It seems Sweden is getting better. Let me see.
Up to 1 million refugees may be heading to Germany this year, but Sweden takes in the highest number of refugees per capita in Europe.
You may
Took in 163,000.
The Swedish government is offering to pay immigrants $34,000 if they go back to their home country.
This isn't some far-right fantasy. This is official policy backed by multiple parties, supported by most of the Swedish public. One of the strictest on immigration. And has Sweden actually solved its immigration crisis or just created new problems? Today, on Across the Globe, we're breaking down Sweden's radical transformation, the policies, small towns that had...
I'd have to look into that. I don't know. Last I heard, they're still pretty cucked.
largest wild
Thanks for the donation, though, Cam.
cats in North America. Depending on the region, they're called mountain lions, pumas, catamounts, or ghost cats. Despite being up to 8 feet long from nose to tail and weighing up to 150 pounds, they don't roar like lions. Instead, they purr like house cats. They're incredibly agile, able to leap 15 feet straight up or 40 feet horizontally in a single bound. Despite the mountain lion name, they're more closely related to cheetahs and house cats than African lions.
I want one. I want one of these guys.
Despite their size and power, cougars rarely mess with
they're
humans.
so good.
In captivity,
Oh, wow, look how good.
cougars tend to chill out. They are incredibly adaptable.
That's a good cat.
Some even get along with their caretakers so well, they'll greet them with friendly chirps
Oh
and
my God.
purrs. Zoos and sanctuaries give them comfy enclosures with climbing structures, toys, and enrichment puzzles to keep their sharp minds engaged. They're not couch potatoes, though.
wow.
They need lots of space and stimulation to thrive.
Jesus Christ.
Your hypocrisy on the European immigration crisis and the American one is astounding. You said there was no problem with immigration under Biden, despite him letting in tens of millions of illegal aliens through our southern
Imagine this.
border. Changed your mind?
There really wasn't, and he was going to change the border policy to, whatchamacall, prevent that, it increased after COVID, the border crossings. So, he was gonna have that bipartisan bill passed, and then, Trump blocked it, basically, so... Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
You bought a condo in Ottawa thinking it was your ticket in or your next investment step. Fast forward to now, and that safe bet now feels like an absolute trap. You can't rent it for what it costs to own. You can't sell it without losing money. And if it's a new build, the developer is discounting the units well below what you paid. This isn't just bad luck. It's the symptom of a system that's been building for years. So how do we get here? And more importantly, where do we go from here? My name is Liam Swords. I make videos about living in Ottawa. I'm also a top producing realtor helping people just like you make Ottawa your home. So what's really happening? Well, to understand why condo owners feel trapped right now, you have to rewind the era of cheap money. From 2020 through 2022, interest rates were near zero. Ottawa developers couldn't build condos fast enough. Buyers lined up overnight for presale. Investors were flipping assignments before ground was even broken, meaning they'd sell the property to another buyer before even taking possession. The narrative was simple. Condos always go up. It's the safest way to get into real estate, is what we thought.
Yes, B12 is real.
But when the Bank of Canada slammed the brakes, rates tripled, borrowing power collapsed, and that narrative fell apart overnight. The result? Thousands of new units hit the market just as demand cooled. Now, the bills are coming due. Owners who counted on appreciation are staring at negative cash flow. And the buildings that were supposed to symbolize affordability are now testing the limits of it. So why are condos struggling? Well, Ottawa's
Oh my god, YouTube keeps doing this. Fuck off.
the overall market remains relatively balanced, but condos are where the pain really is concentrated because everything that made them attractive before now works against them. Higher interest rates. The cheap money advantage is gone. Carrying costs are up 40-60% compared to just 3 years ago. Number 2, fees and inflation. Condo fees, insurance, and maintenance have also climbed. Number 3, renter fatigue. Renters are just maxed out. Many prefer newer purpose-built rentals that come with gyms, terrace, and flexible leases. Investor saturation. Some downtown buildings are 60 to 70% investor owned. When too many owners are trying to rent or sell at once, the market cannibalizes itself. Now here's the irony. Ottawa's condo market was supposed to be stable, but stability cuts both ways. Prices don't crash. They also don't climb fast enough to cover your costs. Number 3, the reality check. Can't rent, can't sell. Let's strip this down to the basics. If you own a 1-bedroom in Ottawa right now, your monthly cost, so mortgage, fees, taxes, would probably be around $3,200. Your realistic rent is about $2,400 to $2,600. That's an $800 a month loss every single month. Many owners are tired of, let's just wait it out, rent for years, then sell when prices rebound. But buyers now have more choice than they've had in years. They have options. They can probably compare 5 nearly identical properties in the same building. One staged, one vacant, one cheaper, one has parking, tons and tons of choice for buyers right now. That's not a
21st Tony Teller's nigga, fuck you, mean, Trump blocked Biden's border policy, Trump wasn't in any elected office. LMFAO, are you alright, buddy? Yeah, nice rage bait. He could have done it through executive order, by the way, which is what Trump did. There's no excuse, retard. I don't think he technically could. But whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Ocean. That's just reality. The old playbook, buy, rent easily, sell quickly, just doesn't work in the current Ottawa environment we're in right now. Number 4, the deeper problem, how Ottawa's market got lopsided. Ottawa didn't crash. It shifted. Here's what really happened behind the scenes. Let me break it down for you. Oversupply at the wrong price point. We built too many small investor units and not enough end user homes. Population pattern shift. Immigration and job growth has slowed just as thousands of new completions hit the market. Developers under pressure. With financing tightening, some builders are offloading unsold units at steep discounts, dragging nearby values down with it. See, if you're a buyer right now, you're gonna look at everything that's sold and make the best decision based upon sold data. So if the builder in your unit or in your building is dropping prices, that's an actual sale price that a buyer is gonna say, well, why would I pay $50,000 or $60,000 more? I respectfully don't care what you paid for it 3 years ago. I wanna pay what today's value is. So there's a significant gap right now. And on that topic, affordability gap is next. Even though Ottawa is cheaper than Toronto and Vancouver, local wages didn't rise fast enough to match today's borrowing costs. So what you're seeing is not just a temporary slowdown. It's a structural reset. And like every reset, it creates pain before opportunity. So what does this mean going forward? This period is redefining what value means in the Ottawa condo market. You think you know Ottawa's safest, strongest neighborhoods? Think again. Some of the city's most hyped areas near the LRT, near water, near everything are now among the hardest places to buy and sell. We pulled the numbers from Ottawa Real Estate Board and the Ottawa Police Services annual 2024 report, and the results are jaw-dropping.
Come inside. Come inside, boobs. Come on.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, Rory. Some lady on the internet says you're cold. You should probably come inside.
Come on. Come.
Wow. Dodo, Donatillers, Kratz, how vegan teacher still gets millions of YouTubers talking about her every week, nonstop for years. And everyone forgot about you. Too bad she's not the best debater or communicator. Watch this, please.
Another innocent bird slaughtered. Just lovely. Disgusting. How many lives were snuffed up this year? Principal Barnes. Not now, Paige. Settle in, everyone. Food truck, one of the biggest offenders in this city. How many innocent animals have you slaughtered to make a buck? Cafeteria, the blood of innocent animals is on your hands. 3% is pretty good and all.
Giving free things? Why are you being so mean to him?
Okay, it is none of your business. This is not over.
Wait. This just fell out of your wallet. I didn't want you to...
Imagine what they will...
It's the owners.
Yeah, I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You ready to come in? Beasley, do you want to come in? Mimic, come on! Let's go!
You ready, baby girl? Go.
Oh my god.
It is bedtime. Let's go.
I think she probably would have laid there all day.
Oh.
What the heck? Hey, Rory. Some lady on the internet says you're cold. You should probably come inside.
Hi. Do you want to come in?
We black. Bando. We black. Hey, Rory.
Those are dogs.
Genuinely, coming over here to basically become indentured, really, and it's got to be maintenance it. Absolutely.
Oh look, I'm getting recommended Tyler Oliveira vids. No thank you.
You be nice to this little man. You're fine. No, Grace. Mike.
What the
You
hell?
think your horse is jealous? I'm petting one of his friends out at pasture. And here's my horse.
Oh, my baby. I love you, Blair. Oh, yes, I love you. Robbie. Cody.
Seriously. What the HECK is this? I don't want to look at this.
Ambrosia. I don't understand. I did nothing wrong to you. And I can't.
Five, four, three, two, one. Go, go. 40. 3 left, short, and 4 right, and 5 left. And caution, 5 right, brake. Heading right, 80. Heading left, tightens late, 50. Three right.
Apparently this is running on a modified version of Unreal Engine. Alright, we gotta figure this shit out. Oh, I got a big noodle here. Oh my god, you're fucking tired. Holy fuck. This is a tired kitty. Tired from a long day of meowing? He's like full on noodle right now. You're doing a full noodle. My goodness, you're so handsome. Got a very warm tummy. Got such a warm tum-tum. Love my baby's tum-tum. Oh, so beautiful. You have the nicest brown and black fur with nice, beautiful white accents. Yeah, I love Gummy more than all my family members. I'd kill my mom, kill my dad, kill my grandmother. I'd kill anybody in my family to save Gummy. My family can all fucking die for all I care. So, I would annihilate my entire family and bloodline to save Gummy. Just makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna go take a piss, and then we'll set up the racing wheel and try to play a set of Corsa Rally. And I gotta plug this in. I don't know. I don't know if this shit's gonna give me problems or not. Let me see. Wait, do I not have... Yeah, of course. Let's see if this just fixes itself properly. Yeah, yeah, there we go. Because nothing makes any fucking sense. So bizarre. I don't know why it has that problem. So now we have to fucking re-download fucking everything. Wait, do they not have... Get out. Why in the hell don't they just have a fucking thing on their website where it says firmware? Fanatec 1. Oh. Software. All new Fanatec app. Oh. Maybe I'll download that and get rid of FanLab. There we go. Sure. I don't know where my gloves went. I should have a pair of gloves on my desk. God. Holy fuck, how long does this shit take? This is fucking bullshit. This is fucking retarded how fucking long this is taking. Sure. requires Windows restart. Oh my fucking god, dude. Fucking kill me. Holy fucking shit. That's just fucking great. Okay, well, we're not playing a fucking set of Corsa today, I guess. Great. Wonderful. Thanks. I love it. That's terrific. Fuck you, fucking bitch. Fucking asshole. What a cunt. Holy fucking shit. Prick. Get out of the way, Gummy. Get out. Oh, what a bitch. Everything is so stupid.
6 left, 40, caution, brake, over crest, into, 3 left, into, 2 right, tightens, finish.
Well, I'm pretty sure that car would be wrecked. It's kind of what I like about Beam and MG. I like how the damage modeling on the cars are so great. Ah!
You know, I don't know if you remember this. This is before you became the deputy FBI director. You put a post on X right after this happened, and you said there's a massive cover-up because the person that planted those pipe bombs, they don't want you to know who it is because it's either a connected anti-Trump insider or an inside job. You said that, you know, long before you even thought of as deputy FBI director.
Yeah, that's why I said to you, this investigation's just begun. We are pretty comfortable. We have our guy. I think as, again, legal process starts to surface and information, facts start to come out, the public's going to be very comfortable with the investigation that was conducted under Director Patel and his leadership. He's been great on this. But I don't want to, you know, listen, I was paid in the past, Sean, for my opinions. That's clear. And one day I'll be back in that space. But that's not what I'm paid for now. I'm paid to be your deputy director, and we base investigations on...
Yeah, obviously I'd keep Gummy if he grew to the size of a tiger. I like big kitties. He's my big kitty. Even though he's pretty annoying sometimes, I still love him. Just how kitties are. They're just irritating sometimes. Isn't that right, Gum Gum?
On facts. And, you know, it was interesting. I was looking out in the crowd today at the presser, and I saw a couple of media figures who you and I both know who promoted the other scandal, the collusion hoax. And I thought to myself, you know, the difference between us and them is, you know, we evolve. As information and new inputs come out, we can produce different outputs because that's what we believe in. We believe in facts and investigations guided by facts.
Sure.
There were people out there in that crowd, I'm sure still believe in this collusion fairy tale hoax. So we'll see.
Oh, this guy's such a fucktard.
We're going to be guided by the facts as this thing goes forward. And I also I can't stop the, you know, leave the truck here without thanking the president.
I want you to take a look at Dan Bongino's face right here. At the very moment that he's confronted with the fact that when he was a podcaster building his brand, he got rich off of spewing conspiracy theories and lies to the gullible rubes who believed him. And yet now he's in a role where you actually have to rely on facts, and that those two things are in direct conflict with each other.
Oh my god.
This is Alton Brown's Mooless chocolate pie. It's a chocolate pie that can be made entirely without dairy. And supposedly, it's incredible. And I'll be honest, it looks pretty good. Now, before I dive in and give it a taste test, I'm gonna make my own version.
Red Cabbage donated $2.
Oh, I gotta say lean.
Great. I don't know how I fell for that. That's wonderful.
Of this, because I've made something similar in the past. So let me show you how I made this, and then I'll make my version, which is...
No, I'm never gonna play Monster Hunter Wilds because I don't play shit fuck stupid games for retards.
Is a little higher protein and some easier ingredients. Okay, so let's get moving on Alton Brown's version. First thing that we need to do is make the pie crust. Now, the pie filling calls for chocolate wafers. Couldn't find chocolate wafers, so we're gonna be using chocolate sandwich cookies, which is made with a wafer. Now I am gonna weigh these out, so that way we have it exactly the way Alton made it. The only thing that is going to be different, which I think is really funny, is he called this the mooless chocolate pie, I believe. Mooless, I think was his term. But it's not mooless because he uses butter. So it's not mooless. That doesn't make any sense to me. We need 6.5.
Oh, he's probably a stupid dumb fuck who didn't realize butter comes from cows.
Ounces of wafers.
Butter comes from butter. I
feel like when I'm done, I can end up making the best giant stuff. Okay, so we're almost at 6.5. There it is, 6.5. Crazy. So the next thing that we're gonna do is toss these wafers into a blender and just blitz them for a second to make them kind of powdery. I'm gonna just toss these back into the bowl, and we need about 3 ounces. Like I said, I'm using vegan butter. Perfect, 3 ounces. Toss this in the microwave for just a little bit. And then he uses a tablespoon of sugar. Now, the recipe calls for the butter to be melted and then slightly chilled again. We're just gonna not melt it all the way through. It's actually gonna be okay if it's a little clumpy too, in my opinion. So we'll just drop this in and then mix together. So at this point, I'm just gonna toss this into my pie tin. Everything looks nice and wet. form this into the crust. I don't know if you've ever made a pie crust, but this is really as simple as it gets. Normally, the same recipe if you're doing it with graham crackers or vanilla wafers, or I don't typically use the sugar, and a lot of times I do like to add a little pinch of salt. We'll see. I'm gonna save these little tricks for my next version here that I'll show you. Little piece of parchment paper, you can kind of press this in. And I want this crust to kind of come up the sides a little bit. Now I have my oven preheated for 350 degrees. We're gonna toss the crust in the oven, bake it until it's dry, about 15-20 minutes, which is plenty of time for today's sponsor. So it's already been a couple years now, and people are still asking me about my weight loss. I'm still getting comments from people who are saying, I haven't seen you in years, oh my God. I lost over 110 pounds, and that all started with the help of Noom Weight. Noom Weight is this recipe uses.
Hey my nigga, have you ever had a cigarette? When was your first? Was it your last and why?
I've never had a cigarette. I have been using nicotine lozenges for, I think, like maybe 3 years now. Haven't had any nicotine in the last, I think, 2 weeks. Well, it's either been a week and a half or 2 weeks. Yeah, I just wanted to see how I do without it. So far I've been pretty fine, and it saves money too, so I can just put that money towards like more drugs, like steroids. So, assuming my attention span and everything like that stays fine, I'm probably just not gonna use nicotine anymore, just to save money. Thanks for the donation though, dumbass.
Odd sizes. One of that's going to be 13 ounces of semi-dark chocolate. I got dairy-free semi-dark chocolate. I'm going to have to measure out 13 ounces again. Boom, 13 ounces. I'm doing this in a glass bowl because I'm going to throw this on a double boiler type of setup. We're just going to throw a pan with some water on the stove, get the heat up, get it steaming, then we'll throw this bowl on and mix it down while this chocolate melts. Now the rest of the recipe has those same issues. He's asking for 1 pound of tofu. Silken tofu typically comes in 10-ounce packages. So we're going to end up with half of a tofu. Now, I know this might be odd that I'm even complaining about this, but I feel like typically when you write recipes, you try to write recipes for common sizes. Makes things easier for more people. This could have been easily worked out. Okay, we got 16 ounces of silken tofu. We'll set this aside. Now we also need a 1/3 cup of coffee liqueur, a teaspoon of vanilla. I'm gonna bring the tofu back because he's calling for 1 tablespoon of honey, but I'm gonna use a tablespoon of maple syrup. I guess he was definitely not going for a vegan recipe when he created this, because even though he called it mooless, he still used some.
Yeah, he's a dumb fuck. I hate that fucking cunt.
Dairy products, and then he used honey, so I actually don't really know what Alton was going for in this one. Love Alton Brown, but this is an odd recipe. I've just heard how good it was.
Yeah, I lied. I'm not gaming. I was planning on playing Setta Corsa, but you know.
So at this point, we're gonna bring our blender in, add the tofu maple syrup mixture to the blender, and I'm gonna blend this smooth. Now he still doesn't have any salt in this. Now once the chocolate is really melting, I'm gonna go ahead and pour in my liqueur and vanilla mixtures. Okay, so my chocolate is melted. We're gonna get this spinning on a super low speed. And I'm just gonna start adding in the chocolate, and then we'll just let this kind of spin together for about a minute. Okay, so I'm gonna pull the crust out of the fridge. It's had time to set up, and all we need to do is just pour in the pie filling, which I'll tell you, it seems to be quite a bit. I think this is gonna be a lot more than we needed. Maybe not, we'll see. I think we're gonna stop right there. That looks pretty good. So I'm gonna toss this in the fridge. It needs to rest for about 2 hours to set up. Now, a couple months ago, I made a really simple chocolate ganache using a firm tofu. So I kind of wanna recreate the same thing. I'm gonna do a little bit differences, but I just wanna see maybe some simpler ingredients maybe not entirely simpler, but I'm just gonna tweak it a little bit. And then we'll just test it with Monica and see which pie she likes better. Now for my crust, I decided to go with vanilla wafers. I don't think that's gonna make or break the recipe, but I'm kind of just curious to see how the vanilla crust comes out. I've had so many cookies and wafers today, I'm gonna explode. Now I'm just gonna blitz these up really quick. Now instead of butter, I'm gonna be using coconut oil, refined coconut oil, so that way there's no taste. And I'm gonna add a big pinch of salt, tablespoon of sugar, and then drop.
This already has too many steps for me to bother making it.
In our cookies. Let's just give this a mix. Ooh, look at almost a whole cookie right here. So also gonna give this crust just a little sprinkle of vanilla extract. Same thing, let's drop this into the pie.
That was the nastiest pour of vanilla extract I've ever seen.
Crust, spill it everywhere.
He totally fucked that up.
I'm just gonna make sure this is nice and evenly pressed all the way around. I'm just gonna give this a good, firm press. Boom, perfect, look at that. So this is gonna go in the oven, same thing, bake for about 20 minutes, throw it in the fridge, let it chill down, and then we'll start making our filling. I'm really excited for you to see my filling. Now, the biggest difference is I like to start off with the bars of solid dark chocolate. Personally, I've always had better luck using dark chocolate in these like ganache recipes than semi-sweet chocolate or even like just basic chocolate chips. Now, I'm gonna go for a mix because dark chocolate is usually a heck of a lot more expensive than semi-sweet chips. So I have about 6 ounces dark chocolate here. And this is a salted dark chocolate, actually, which I really personally like. And I know Alton used 13 ounces. We're actually gonna be using 16 ounces. Now for the next step, I'm just gonna make 2 shots of espresso. If you don't have an espresso maker, you can make a really dark coffee. Maybe just use a little bit more, but I want the really rich coffee taste, not coffee liqueur taste. Big pinch of salt, 2 teaspoons vanilla extract. So we'll throw this on the double boiler and melt it down. Took the crust out of the oven, threw it in the fridge, let that cool down. So the water is boiling. We're gonna throw our chocolate onto our double boiler and get that melted. While that's melting, I'm gonna take an organic firm tofu. Don't need extra firm, just firm. I'm gonna drain it. Now I'm gonna throw the whole block into my blender along with 4 dates. I love dates. I love the sugar that dates have. I love taste. Love that you're getting some extra fiber. And then start the blend on low speed. You'll see this will get smooth and come together. I use this because this is gonna firm up more. I like the taste a little bit better, but it's gonna end up with a denser ganache. Super, super creamy. This is gonna be perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Chocolate is melted enough. It is thick. Same thing that we did last time. We're just gonna get the blender started on a low, add in the chocolate just a little at a time. This is all blended together. I'm gonna put it on high for about a minute and just let it add some air into it. Boom, that's it. This is nice and hot. Quickly just transfer this over. Ooh, this is thick, much thicker. It's almost like a pudding. And then this is gonna firm up actually pretty hard. Okay, I'm gonna throw this one in the fridge, let it set up. Same thing, couple hours, we'll come back and do a taste test. Okay, baby, are you ready for some pie?
I'm ready. Can't wait.
Let's do this.
Both look amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll start with this one here. Okay. Cheers. Oh, I lost the crust.
Very good.
Yeah, yeah.
Soft. Kind of like a mousse, you know?
Yeah.
The crust is nice. Very like kind of rich and decadent, but not too rich, right?
Yeah, not too rich. Everything's kind of mild.
Yeah.
No tofu taste. At all.
Yeah, you wouldn't know this was tofu.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Try this one.
All right.
Definitely denser.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely denser just by like...
Firmer. Cheers.
This is delicious. Yeah. Even though it was dense and hard to cut through, very nice and soft, you know, melt in your mouth. Yeah, and I really like the crust. I kind of like the vanilla and chocolate together. Mixes really well. It kind of gives it like a milky chocolate taste, you know, like a very like soft, creamy texture. I really like it.
Is there any flavors that you tasted between the two that you can like call out specifically besides chocolate?
No, I mean, I can tell that this is a dark chocolate. I couldn't tell for this one.
Mm-hmm.
And then let me see. Let me just take a bite of just the chocolate.
Like you said, you could tell this one's a dark chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
It's richer, it's denser. This one with just the chocolate, it's so mild. It's flavorful. I think the coffee brings out the deep chocolate flavors.
I do too.
More than the coffee.
This one actually, when I tasted them side by side, this one actually just tastes more like sugar, like more sweet.
It's just sweet.
Where this one actually has like a depth of flavor.
Yeah. That's my biggest thing is, I mean, this one's great. It's for somebody, if you're not like somebody that doesn't like something like super rich, this is phenomenal. The texture is great. Everybody would love this. This is like, everybody would love this. I think this one, more depth of flavor.
And there's the mix of flavor of the like chocolate and vanilla, which is nice. It's not all just like sweet sugary chocolate.
Yeah, Alt in his.
Alton Brown is dipshit. What a stupid recipe. Mooless. And then it's not vegan. Like, why bother?
Are canned chickpeas one of the most versatile foods on the planet? Now, I've made endless recipes using one can of chickpeas, and today is going to be just like the rest of them. I'm going to use one can of chickpeas, or in today's case, box of chickpeas, to make Rice Krispie treats. Except we're not going to be making Rice Krispie treats, we're going to be making chickpea crispy treats. Chick Krispies? I think that's a good name. So, first off, I thought I had some cans in the pantry. I didn't. I can't believe I didn't have any chickpeas. I had some flavored chickpeas. I've been buying some of those like lemon canned chickpea varieties. That's all I had. Getting ready to run out the door. Monica was like, wait, don't you have some of the boxed chickpeas from Hungry Root? And I did. So, I'm gonna be using 2 boxes of chickpeas because the boxes of chickpeas are 13 ounces and they're gonna be tasty. And it's a perfect treat. If you're gonna be having like a whole new basic, you can throw them into either your air fryer, your oven on a low temperature, back to a time without it. Hungry Root is each week. There's something more about hungryroot.com. These things, they look perfect. They're super crispy. Exactly what I'm looking for. Make this recipe with just these chickpeas and on about 2 cups of the mixture here. Let me make sure this is a cup. So it's about 1.5 cups of chickpeas. So we're just gonna fill it with about 1/2 cup of puffed rice. Nice little filler. Now, if you use 2 cans of chickpeas, you probably won't have to use a filler. Now, I'm gonna add 1/2 cup of peanut butter. And this is a natural peanut butter, so you can see it is super duper creamy. That's what you want, is the...
I remember when I went to school, there was like a no peanuts policy where you couldn't bring anything that had peanuts in it for lunch. Because the school board was worried kids would share food and then somebody would give somebody with a peanut allergy peanuts without knowing and they'd die or something. Well, my mom gave me a peanut butter Rice Krispie square. And I was sitting across from some dumb bitch who said she had a peanut allergy. So I told her, okay, so don't eat it then. And then she was like, you can't have that because I'm allergic to peanuts. And I'm like, yeah, so like I just told you don't eat it. What's the issue if you don't eat it? And then she couldn't give me a reason. And then her boyfriend came and he's like, bro, if she ate peanuts, like she could like die and suffocate. And I'm like, yeah, so then don't eat it. And then like I eat it, nothing happens, no one dies because she didn't eat it. And then they tell some teacher about it, and then I'm like, yeah, so did anybody die? No? Okay, so I guess nothing happened then. And then they call my fucking mom. And then my mom's like, okay, so she didn't eat the peanuts, so what's the issue? Like, my mom literally tells them the same thing I told them. It's like living in fucking crazy land.
Natural peanut butters. Peanut butter, cashew butter, any nut butter that you really like. I think peanut butter comes out really good. Cashew butter also comes out pretty good for this. And a half of a cup of maple syrup. Ooh, that might be all the maple syrup I got. So I'm not gonna get a half a cup of maple syrup. I actually have some date syrup that I really like. So we'll kind of top that off with that. It's a lot thicker. I think it's gonna go really great with this recipe. Now, don't ask me why I put this in a bowl. We need to move it over to a saucepan, throw it on the stove. We're gonna bring it to a simmer. We're gonna bring it to a simmer while we're stirring. Okay, just a couple minutes. This looked perfect. So we're just going to pour this whole mixture in. Normally in a Rice Krispie treat, it's like marshmallows and butter and all this stuff. The peanut butter kind of takes care of the fat, replaces the butter. It also helps kind of bind this together once it cools down. It's gonna add a bunch of flavor that I really like. Kind of want to work quickly before the sugar starts to thicken up from the maple syrup. And then really fast, just gonna give this a little pinch of salt. Okay, boom, chickpea crazy. So at this point, I have my baking dish, probably, I don't think this is an 8x8, it might be like a 7x7. We're just going to toss this in and really press this down. I'm even gonna go a step ahead and really give it a good press. Pretty happy with that. I'm gonna toss this into the refrigerator for at least 30 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. I'm actually gonna keep this covered. But this is perfect. I'm gonna cut them in like a set of 4 and then 3, so that way I get like, what, 12? I think that's, we see what Monica has to say. Baby, these look awesome. Oh, okay, here we go.
All right, sticky.
Yeah, sticky.
All right, here we go.
Cheers.
Cheers. Mmm. This is awesome.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Give it a rundown. What do you think about the taste?
The taste is great. It's got kind of a peanut buttery taste.
Mm-hmm.
It's more crispy and nutty and crunchy than an actual Rice Krispie treat.
Yeah.
But it tastes like a Rice. It has a feel of a Rice Krispie treat.
Yeah, it's that kind of snack.
I mean, it's delicious. It's a good change. I like it. Crispy Rice Krispie treat.
Yeah. Chips. You can do way more chickpeas, less rice, no rice, I think even. I think no.
This is absolutely delicious. Today I'm going to show how to make something I used to make way back in the day when I used to work on a ski mountain. Just wipe them, brush them. I'm going to put them in here first. Some are going to be a little bit thicker. It's not perfect. I don't mind the different textures because it's all mouthfeel. So some are use too many. Just going to use a little bit of this here and there. So as long as the wind doesn't mess with me, I can keep these 2 pans on here. Try. While that's cooking, I'm going to pick. And I'll leave these on the cutting board as well. I know I'm going to bring the tongs. Stir these up. Just a sprinkle. And also help bring out the sear. The more, I might only use, oh forget it, I'll use all of it. And this was the extra firm one, the one that's in the vacuum pack. It'll work well with this. Now this, obviously, just because I'm camping doesn't mean the rules change.
God.
Tofu, but now I'm going to clean it. Along with a squirt of olive oil. This onions are nice. They're getting nice and crispy. You can see that. Awesome. That looks great. And then the mushrooms are also beautifully brown. Look at that. That's some flavor in there. And I still want to cook those down a little bit more. I'm going to add a little bit more oil to this. That's on there. Still low heat. Great, this guy didn't cook that in. Now we just kicked it up a big notch with that garlic and herb.
Wow.
Now one more. This video is sponsored by Two River Mushroom. I'm working with these guys. First functional lion's mane broth that is on the market. It's so flavor of that mushrooms is also going to be added to the broth. A bit of oil. Yes, there's still some water in there, but whatever. Then these mushrooms in with the tofu. So there we go. So the tofu and the mushrooms. Beautiful mixture. And I'm going to shut that heat off. Plant-based. Hold on one second. Make a sandwich without giving that to you. Good girl. You like that? You love it.
Dog.
Good girl. I'm just gonna. I think that's a good sandwich right there. Beautiful. Look at that. Ooh. And this sandwich came up because I used to work at. I used to work at a way back in the early 90s at the Schwindy Hut. It was on top of Waterville Valley where I used to ski to work. So for, I think it was almost 3. Looks fantastic. So I'm just going to take some of these green onions and No, it's too dry here right now. Should I have plenty earlier? Or in my case. So these are just some of the tips.
That was food. Yeah, I'll update my YouTube profile pic.
The Game Awards. The pretend also it would make sense to be him here, but you don't see. And
whatever. If reincarnation was real, what would you want to be reincarnated as if not a human? Well, I'd preferentially be a human. Yeah, if not a human, I guess like an iguana. We'll play Set of Corsa, both Evo and Rally tomorrow. Might do a morning gaming stream too. But I'm gonna go to bed now. Hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams.